So
My
hopefully,
favorite part about that was that Mullock knew exactly what you'd made a meal of.
well, that's because Moloch is smart and I'm not, which is to be expected.
Well, to be fair, you've only done that. That was your first time you've done it that way.
That is true. Yes, it has been the first time I've done such a thing.
That's good.
That's a nice colour scheme.
Look at those buttons.
Oh, buttons.
Connor Bell has followed 3 years ago. Hope you're still watching, Connor.
Why is it not
Well,
switching over?
that's Layla.
Is it like... This is Layla.
Yeah.
There you go.
Layla Bell. There you go.
Hold on.
Streams ended. That was good.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Now it should go to the thing. I don't know why it's not. I don't know why the game hates me. Oh, there it is. All right.
There we go. Corey Sweet, Group B, Garage 587 in P2.
Oh, man, what a mess this morning is. But good morning, good afternoon, or good evening for a majority of our viewers. My name's Nick Amon. I'm joining everybody here in the booth. And, well, for the lot of you, it is going to be a classic case of Nick at Night, and I'll be here for the next 6 hours. So get yourself comfortable, get some food, get some water, make sure we're all hydrated. If you're me, you have a nice mug of hot chocolate, because you don't drink coffee, because coffee's gross. But we are...
I can't be in a stream that says that.
Oh. That'll start some...
I'm sure Mullock's going to be breaking down my door.
So
I'm being muted in my own Discord. Bye.
No, Neil. No, Neil. No.
Have a great stream, guys.
Cheers, lad.
See you, mate.
But we are, now we are about halfway through this race. It is the 999 McLaren in the pit lane right now, still leading the race. Sweet, we just saw a moment ago, getting some blue flag action there, just coming up along Shimon now. And I don't believe he'll be going into the pit lane, although if he does, I'd be surprised.
We're in a bit of a pit lane cycle at the moment. But, nah, Corey's got more work to do, heading down the pit straight for, I don't know what lap we're on.
We are on lap 299.
Yeah, lap lots.
Lap lots.
All of them.
At least 3 more after this, if memory serves.
Lap 299, so we might just tick over 600 by the end of the race.
Might be just a smidge under, if I had to bet on it.
I think it will be a bit short.
Yeah, we report what's accordingly, but as the time does tick down in exactly 10 seconds, we are halfway into this race.
Only halfway.
Yeah, I know, only halfway. 50% done, 50% to go. All your hard work is still yet to be done.
Seems to be a bit of a grievance for you guys. Can't relate.
Well,
Why aren't you driving, Nick?
Because I put no practice in, and also I just didn't feel like doing that. Although maybe next time I will.
I think that's my strategy. I did no practice and then just went, I'm going to do enough on the track on the day, so it's fine.
I mean, and then I also have to, like, find a team, and that's just a lot of effort, and, you know, it's like, well, I gotta make sure I'm, you know, a certain pace so my team doesn't dunk on me too hard. But, maybe the next endurance event we do, I'll pop in to both the booth and the cockpit.
I feel like this is the ultimate stitch-up, because as you've said this, you've jumped onto my team car. What are you trying to say, Nick?
What I'm trying to say is I am a fan of the Bentley. Like, unironically, I love the Bentley. It's such a fun little car. And it holds a very special place in my heart because I did it, I did the Kyalami 9 hour like a couple years back, and I was in the boat. So, yes, it is, as much as I have coincidence on my side for popping onto your Bentley, there is positives to it.
I'll take it,
Because it's a fun little car, you know? I mean, yeah, it's not something like the McLaren or the Lamborghini or the Porsche, but it doesn't matter, alright? It's got right-hand drive, so I can pretend to be in another country. Plus, it makes Cheetah, like, 1,000,000 times easier.
Yeah, that's fair, but that was back in the day when the Bentley was better than what it is now. It's getting back there, and the LFM vehicle has helped it in situations like this, as we see it get left for dead by Matthew Pignata. But that's okay.
Yep.
But yeah, no, it's definitely unique. We'll leave it with that.
Unique is the word I would use, not derogatorily, of course. We do have a yellow flag actually at Radion. That's the 700.
Before it, it's good old return to garage. I would think there. Yeah, they're in the pit lanes.
Just stopped. I don't know what the issue is.
Yeah, it gives a yellow flag if you return to garage until the car sort of resets itself. It's a bit of a Kunos feature.
Oh, those are some pretty big quotation marks around the word feature, I must say. I could see them from all the way up here in the Northern Hemisphere.
Just because it's not an intended feature doesn't mean it's a feature.
Oh, listen, I have one very good game that I play that is a very solid proponent of it's a feature, quote unquote.
And name names?
Shout out to my boys, Nadeo, for their lovely series of track media games.
Yes.
A mess, absolute mess, but I love it. But it's not Nations Forever, so I can be fine with it.
I remember playing that a long time ago. That's been going for ages.
Oh, it's still going. Still going. It's a lot of fun. You know what? I am very happy I got into the game back in 2017 because it's been an absolute blast since. But we're not here to talk about.
I think I was playing in 2008.
Whew, old man.
Yeah, old. Ancient.
No, I'm the old man.
You're the old man. Well,
I feel it. I don't know if it's actually true, but I definitely feel it.
Sean, aren't you like 20?
God no, I'm 36.
Oh, okay, never mind. I might be.
I have a 7-year-old boy that I'm trying to make sure he's still asleep at the moment while I commentate.
Cool. I am 25 with 0 kids, and I don't have to worry about making sure everyone's asleep because the only person that's asleep is my sister, and she's 2 floors above me right now, so it doesn't matter.
Pretty good.
Oh, it's great. Parents are awake, so they're not even going to mind at all. So it's just, doing something that I haven't done in, a few months. Since the end of the NA Sprint Series back in September, I think it was.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yep, and then we have the mini series going on currently, but that's not something I'm participating in any capacity. I need a pretty solid break, or I needed a pretty solid break from commentating because it was starting to get to me a little bit. But hopefully, I'll be good to go for next year's sprint. Actually, very excited for that.
We all have our little burnout moments, so a little bit of a step away never hurts. I myself did a similar thing, but I'll probably have a longer stint early in the year as well. Just sometimes you just need to step back before you can really enjoy it once again.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's the name of the game. That's life for you. But some of these guys, I guess, don't experience the burnout because we have some pretty big names in the OR community out there. Matthew Pignato, one of them. Tafik, Hill, Sanikis, Ratucci, we were just looking at Carpenter. I mean, a lot of these guys put in so much work when it comes to this sim. It's almost uncommon in my eyes to not see them on the game running laps.
Absolutely, and they're doing the one kind of race where you don't. If you get burnt out, you're kind of stuck. You got to keep going.
Unless your stint's pretty much over and it's the last stint of the night, you can go to bed, and when you wake up in the morning, you kind of hope the car's still in one piece. But if you're just starting your stint, yeah, it's probably a bad thing to get burnout right then and there.
Well, see, I was thinking along those lines of like, yeah, I've done my little stint for now. I'm going to go to bed, and then I was laying in bed, and I'm like, I wonder how the team's going. I should get back up. I should go commentate. I should go check this out. And here I am.
See, that's why with the 9-hour, it's just me and one other person. I don't get the option to sleep. You just do it.
Yeah, see, I'm silly enough to think I might even have a night run in me after this, and then go to sleep at like 3 a.m. like an absolute madman.
I mean, the only thing stopping you is yourself.
That and a 7-year-old that wakes up at like 7 a.m. going, I need food, I need this. And it's like, oh, Dad's tired, let me race.
Well, there's no time like the present to teach him independence.
This is true.
Just maybe like don't teach him how to use like the stove or anything. I don't think you want to have the house burning down.
Nah, he'll be fine. Trial by fire. Like, literally, trial by fire.
You know what, son? It's okay you burn the house down. We'll just get a new one.
What insurance is for?
Exactly.
Don't worry about it.
In this economy, yeah, right.
Hey, you got to learn one way or another. What did you learn from burning down the house? That's right, we don't have any more stuff. We start from nothing.
Just
You
like
know that
our
stuff
ancestors.
you really liked? All gone.
Listen, we gotta go back to when our ancestors first, quote unquote, landed here, and by that I mean dropped off. We gotta just build it from the ground up. Then you know,
Yeah, somehow that means more work for me, I think.
probably. Oh well, that's life for you.
That's called being a dad.
I'm sure I'll be in that position at some point in my life, ideally.
It'll be fun. I promise. It's fun. It's not. Yeah, no, it's fun. Fun's a good word.
Are you currently huffing copium? 'Cause it certainly sounds like it.
Look, I'm
Noski
certain
is a copium exporter.
Ah, noted. I'll have to keep that in mind if I ever need some, but I think my supply currently is pretty solid.
No, the one bit of advice I can give is that it is the most demanding yet rewarding thing you'll ever do.
That is, yeah, my parents have said that as one of 3 kids.
Because the next step is I've got to teach him how to sim race.
There
And
you
that
go.
is going to be painful.
You know what? Honestly, I can understand that. My first ever, I guess, sim racing game was Sports Car GT way back in like 2001 or so. And, you know, I wasn't very good. But my dad was like, yep, here's the wheel, here's the pedals, here's how it works. Good luck. And then years later, I was like, huh, sim racing seems like a lot of fun. I should do it. And now, look at me. Look at where I'm at.
You're not racing, and you're talking over people doing it.
Yeah, as I
Exactly.
say, where's your car? I don't
I'm leaving I am leaving the driving to the good people, and my car's in the driveway. Thank you very much.
Ah, right.
Listen,
Yeah,
it's about understanding where you're good at something and where you're bad at something. You know, it's like the min-maxing of Borderlands 2. You know, just get something you know you can excel in.
Borderlands. Ooh, we're getting some fucking throwbacks in this commentary at the moment.
Nostalgia.
Oh, I started another playthrough like last week.
Very good.
Yep. This time I went with Maya because I did my first playthrough with Zero, and then it was Axton, and I was like, well, I haven't played Maya yet.
When in Rome.
Yes, sir. But no Vault Hunters here. We're looking more for the checkered flag hunters. And right now, at the lead of the pack is Bruno Gaio from Brazil in that 999 McLaren. I noticed earlier in the broadcast, before I went to bed, that is, we had some unfortunate happenings with the... I saw Bakita with a lot of damage on the Lamborghini. I don't know if that team is gone or if they've just fallen off.
They've done. They had one unfortunate incident where they had nowhere to go when another car in front of them had an issue at Eau Rouge, and then got pile driven about 250 k's an hour.
Oof.
Which is they had about 4 minutes damage there, and then it happened again to another one.
Second time.
So it happened a second time, and then there was a hardware issue, and they went, "No, you know what? We can't. As fast as we all are, we're not making that up."
No.
Wow, I knew about the first one. I didn't know about the second one. Damn.
I only knew about the first one, so that does come as a shock, especially when you look at their track record throughout pretty much every single endurance event we've done since I can remember. It's always been that team up at the front. I remember there was the 12 hours of Suzuka we did, I want to say months ago, and they started on pole, they got punted, turn 1, back of the pack, lo and behold, by the time the checkered flag fell, they were back in P1, so that is surprising to see.
That sounds like something they would do.
Yeah, I think this is what they just call a Monday. Yeah, pretty standard procedure from them with the amount of speed they have within that team and all the drivers they have. But unfortunate that they had to hang up the boots. But still many other people on the track at the moment, very fast drivers out there. I know your team hasn't exactly had the greatest of runs at the moment today, Tom, but you guys are doing a fantastic recovery as well.
Yeah, typical of the 191 car recovery merchants. We're, had a disconnect about 25 minutes in. We were running in P6 at that point, and we're currently in P7, and slowly hunting down the two cars in front of us. Neither of the two range hours have come at good times for our strategy either. So, bit to work through, but that is the beauty of these 24-hour races. We're barely past halfway, so plenty of time.
Etheridge gets the chicane a little bit wrong. That does give Bertucci some ground to work with on the inside as we get up to Blanchimont, the McLaren, trying to hang around the outside. It's a difficult corner, runs wide, and I believe that is the 90 pulling ahead. Yes, it was just one little mistake, and that's enough for a position change, but
it's not over.
No, it is not.
That is very
over.
Very much over, as you said it. But I'm sure Bertucci's more than happy to take that. That was the battle for P9. We see some more dirt being kicked up at the bus stop chicane. It was a solid side-by-side battle. I was surely expecting re-aggression here from this McLaren, but something must have happened, and we saw him lift considerably.
Yeah, I think it might have been saving the old track cut, because as we all know here, the trundle through the pits is painful at the best of times. So you definitely don't want to enhance your driving through there with getting those track cuts. They are pretty lethal.
Yeah, this is... I remember the some posts on the ACC subreddit back when the pit boxes were actually a little further backward. Oh, hold on. We've got the...
That's a slow car.
Oh, okay. I thought that was someone just crashed.
42. Yeah, that's the Allianz Pro car. Currently heading up the rear of the field. Carlo Babic running around there. Charlie Phillips is using his real name now. I don't know if you have spoken with him, Nick.
I haven't talked to him in a while. I only know him. I know his entire name up until the I, because he would come to my Twitch streams, and I would be like, "Oh, Carlo." I'm like, "Who's that?" I'm like, "Oh, that's Charles." I know who that is. But it feels kind of weird seeing his name. I'm so used to seeing Charles, so I don't know. Oh yeah, press insert. I completely forgot to do that. Thanks, Molly. Love you, bud. Anywho, no, but I remember with back to the pit lane, it was, people were memeing about, you stop basically in the spot where the F1 cars go, and then you have what feels like the rest of your life to actually get to the end of the pit lane. So personally, I'm glad they made the change to a little further up, because that gives you a little less time to worry about.
Yeah, they switched it from the actual F1 pits to the actual GT pits, but still a long trundle down the pits regardless. But it is better because you don't lose so much heat out of your tyres and all that.
Don't get that graining out of the pit lane that just ruins your day.
Especially with that lovely puddle that forms when the rain hits. Like, you know, that one I was talking about, Tom? That puddle's almost killed me too many times to count, but that's beside the point.
At the bridge, hold on. This is Hung Ming down the inside here at the stop chicane. A little bit of a switchback, try to get the straighter exit, get the power down. A little bit of wheel spin there for the 400. A very slight bit of drafting here to the inside into La Source. About even on the brakes, but maybe going to be a little bit more brave with it. Down the inside, here we go, side by side, heading down towards Eau Rouge. And if someone's going to back out, they're going to have to do it now, and it is Petherbridge who is going to take the initiative and let the 101 through. A little bit of lag, don't worry. I'm going to blame I'm going to blame NA
Track goes right there.
I have about a 250 ping, so pardon me. But we are getting some back markerage here. Tires are pushing through, and I thought for a minute it was Bertucci on another bit of an overtake, but a little battle there. Hung Ming taking advantage of the speed he had, and obviously converts that into a current top 10. We'll see if that can hold, but 11 hours and 45 minutes to go. That's going to be a pretty tall ask.
Yeah, that 101 car's been in the wars this race, you'd have to say. I don't know if you've been seeing their name come up a fair amount, Noski, but they've been punted, they've been penalised, they've punted, they've done everything.
I think if they had the bingo card for pens, they'd pretty much got them all.
Yeah, they had an unfortunate first lap. They got a bit of a tap up the rear that sent them back into our P10 and into that really messy part of the grid you don't want to be in on that one.
Where I live.
Yes, and yeah, but they've recovered from, again, the back of the grid. They're up to P10 now.
And that's a really good example of just keeping your head down and racing. You know, you look at something like our sprint series, for example, getting a punishment such as theirs, you know, multiple penalties back of the grid, you know, your race is pretty much over because those are max maybe 70, 80 minutes. But in this 24-hour format, you have so much time to play with that they've, you know, like you've said, completely undone all of that and running in 10th. So that's one, just how well these guys are able to drive, but two, it shows you just why, personally, I believe endurance racing is one of the best forms of motorsport that we have, simply because of these recovery drives you can have. And they might be, you know, slow, maybe a half second here, third of a second over there, maybe a full second on this lap, but eventually you do see those cars ahead getting reeled in, and then you see the science behind an overtake, and it's beautiful to watch, honestly.
Yeah, it's good to be the one in the car doing it too. There's a bit of satisfaction there. I think it was my, I want to say my second stint. I think it was. Might have been my third. I can't remember. One of the two. But yeah, we were out of position because we had damage, and once again the rain fell at the wrong time, so we had to do like a little double stop. But yeah, I was on this one sort of a tear of a session, I guess you could say, where per lap I was hunting down the car ahead somewhere between 7/10 to 2 seconds a lap, depending on how we were with traffic, and it was good fun.
That's, well, I mean, when I did mine, I was catching, but I never got the satisfaction of overtaking on track because the other person would always pit. So it's like, well, I got the overtake, not how I would have wanted to do it, but I'll take it.
Still counts.
Yeah, still counts. Listen, a win's a win. It doesn't matter how you get it. All right, you can be
on pace alone. You got the position.
it's just the unfortunate timing was different. You know, whether you're hard carrying or absolute dead weight, dub's a dub. I don't know how else to put it. And I have been both sides of that polar axis.
Yeah, Tom's been the one carrying me through an endurance not long back. That was good fun. Once again, I was a bit out of skill issue there that time. I didn't have enough seat time because I actually broke the wheel that I used to have. But my teammate at the moment bought me a new wheel and put me back in the game, and that was the first race back after what was about 10 weeks off the sim. So that was a bit interesting.
Wow, that's quite a ways off. I mean, I've taken extended breaks, but that's just more of a choice.
Yeah, there was no choice in that, but very grateful for the teammates, and obviously Tom with that endurance. He definitely carried us up the field a fair way.
Yeah, no agreeing. That was good fun, that little 6 hour.
Yeah, good old nerves.
Just watching your teammate here, Noski, come into the pits. Jesse is going to hand the car over to Picky.
The man that bought me the wheel. As we get a yellow flag from our car being in the pits, you know, the feature we talk so much about.
Yep, and another...
it's a genuine danger on track. Car stopped.
Well, it is.
Yep, and behind the barrier, of course, the boat. There's Michael Pickford taking over the wheel from the Kovacs Racing Red Bentley. We also had your second place team, the 818, put Matthew Pignotta in the driver's seat. They're out on track at the moment. Coming out of the spa pit lane is my least favorite part about this circuit, and this is my favorite circuit, period. So the fact that I have to deal with this pit lane makes me very, very upset because of just how bumpy it is.
It's still a better pit exit than Imola. It is a better pit exit than
Paul Ricard.
Well,
that's not saying much. Paul Ricard's a bad track.
It's still a better pit exit than Brands Hatch.
That's fair. All right, yeah.
It's still a better pit exit than Donington. That's the worst one for spinning people out right where you want to be.
Yep, I have just done that, like, on my own single player, you know, set up a bunch of AI. I somehow managed to get taken out in an AI race. I'm like, well, this is clearly the lowest point of my career.
I've got to say Valencia X is probably not ideal either, to be honest.
Well, have not had the chance to run a Valencia yet.
Don't do it.
I don't
No,
plan on it.
no, do it, but just don't exit the pits.
Just stay in the pits. Don't ever leave.
Or just never pit and just,
That's
you'll
also
be
a good
fine.
idea. You know what? That's a good point. I could just not pit at all. I could I could just run other tracks. And speaking of pit lanes, Sandu for the number 2 McLaren in the, I swear I just saw Donkey Kong on that, is coming in.
Now I want to see Donkey Kong on.
Come on, get your free cam skills out. No, it's a dong.
Yep.
It's a dong expand.
We're
It's
expanding.
a dong expand.
We gotta get the dong expansion. This is the in other news. This is also the leading car for the amateur class in 2030. You see Berkeley down there in 27. So these guys are commanding the red side of things, and there you go. You're very.
There it is.
The red just makes it worse. The red lighting makes it far worse than it actually is. But very solid livery. I gotta say, I love the absolute creativity that some people put into their skins. I know my settings don't do it justice, but these are amazing skins. You gotta love what people are able to pull off with.
Shout out to anyone in chat who knows what Vivance is.
Also, it's good to see one of our OOR members on the side. Thankfully, not rejoining the circuit at a questionably stupid angle.
You mean the only angle to join?
Yes. You know what? You're right. You're right.
The superior angle to join a track.
818 has a drive-through. They're currently trundling through the pits for track limits.
Yep, Zachary Smith. I think Smith just got out of the
Didn't he
pits.
just
Not
leave
even.
the pits?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I think a lap or two ago. They just. I don't believe it was a driver swap. I think it was just, coming in, new tires, maybe some fuel. But yeah, they just came in. So Zachary's got to do it again. Thankfully, he doesn't have to make a stop. He'll get back out there. And I believe is going to hang on to P3. Yep, because Connor Hind is quite a long ways back. Yeah, so this isn't. I think there's only obviously one car on the lead lap. That's your leader, Bruno Gallo, 309. Chris Cooley doing pretty cool time here on the circuit. 217.
Wow.
Very fast. A lot of these, I've been keeping track of these lap times. We only have, it looks like 3 or 4 drivers who have managed 217s. That would be, of course, your race leader, Chris Cooley, Zachary Smith, and believe it or not, Chang Hung Ming in P10 has pipped into the 217s. Fastest lap, though, I believe.
Have a look at the fastest lap for the 191 car, just quietly.
The 191. Oh my sweet merciful Jesus! Oh, it's Sanikas. That makes sense. Well, there you go.
16.8. Yeah, there we go.
216, but that's just fastest. I'm looking more at sort of the overall average more or less. So, 216.8 at Spa. I mean, that's a statement. That is showing you have at some point mastered a lap so beautifully that nobody's gonna touch you. Because I think the next fastest lap is, believe it or not, the 587 with a 217.24.7. So, yeah, that is miles ahead, but the average, we're looking at about 218s from this team. So, could they be catching Karudin in P6? Quite possibly, actually. They're very close. Only about a second and a half behind each other, or between each other. So, if the pace keeps up, then we should be seeing an exchange at some point. But again, it's much like a fine wine. You gotta let it age before you pop the cork.
Got a question about that 216 for you, Tom. Was that you? And silence.
It answers every question you've ever needed to know.
I don't think it does, because I know Tom is a very speedy boy. I mean, well, actually, all the drivers in that Kovacs purple team are incredible drivers in terms of their pace, but that 16.8, I would not be surprised if that does belong to Mr. Maloney.
Well, I think he's just letting other people have their time in the sun. That's what I do. Obviously, I'm not bad. I'm just letting other people have some fun.
Yeah, I'm in the bad category. We all do what we can at our best skill level at this current time, but yeah, no, some incredible lap times out there. I know with the quali as well. Just the amount of spread between like first all the way through was absolutely insane. I think you had to be in the top like 60 or 70 drivers were under 217s or something. It was nuts.
Well, Well, it's one thing to go that fast. It's another thing to kind of keep that pace going. And, well, for some of these guys, that's easier done. And for others, it might be a bit of a struggle, but that's why we get all this practice in for these races. We do have, I saw the 111 spun around. That's Aaron Lee in a beautifully made. Oh, there's big damage on that. I'm going to see if we can maybe catch that in the replay. It's going to be a stretch. I don't think so. Oh,
Yeah, well, there you go.
well, if I had to take a gander, I would say more than likely back end stepped out at Blanchemont and into the barrier heavy on the front end. Was able to get it righted and immediately into the pits. Love the Castro livery. One of the best liveries of all time.
Yeah, that is a solid livery, that is for sure. But that is mass damage to their car, unfortunately for them. But hopefully they can get back out there and keep trundling around. As I said, still a long race to go. 11.5 hours remaining, so it's still much to play for, lots to gain, and obviously much to lose as well. But we all know the risks of this game, and we all love to do it regardless.
Yep, and even we see it in real life endurance races. Of course, teams will have similar happenings, and they'll just carry on as though it is, just part of the system. And even, if we want to get a little bit more, we'll say local for some of us in the southern hemisphere, the Bathurst 1000, even just any VA race, you'll have guys get some damage. They'll be in the pits for a while, but they'll still get out there and get some laps going. It's one of the beauties of some of these series, I will say.
Very good. I just got confirmation as well that Thomas is having some net dropouts at the moment, so he'll be back shortly. So we are just you and myself at this current time.
Oh, that's okay.
You can get an answer from Tom, but that's why. But that's okay. But I did confirm he did DM me and did say, I think it was my phone.
Yeah, I was going to say, what was that?
But yeah, that 216 apparently was Tom. So, when he gets back, give him a bit of a pat on the back with that.
Yep, the world's a big place, and some of these connections, as solid as they can be, do fall time to time. So, in my eyes, as long as this one stays solid, I think we're good from here on.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a scare early on. I think it was about 6 hours in-ish, I think it was.
I did see that, yep. I saw
the might have gone down.
Yep.
Luckily, it's held together. The hamsters have been pushing those wheels, and it's all been good.
Well, hopefully the hamsters continue running. Maybe they're doing their own sort of driver swaps, as it were. When one's getting tired, they stop that one, put a new one on, keep running. You want to make sure everyone's firing on all cylinders, much the same way a lot of these cars are. 11.5 hours to go, plenty of time. The only driver still in the pit is that 111. They're still dealing with damage. I'd say obviously about 3 or so seconds. We check in. Sanikas is about 2 seconds behind Karunin, which I believe has gone down a few tenths. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll see what that battle looks like in due time. And oh, this is getting a little bit spicy. Hung Ming behind Ratucci. So the superior driving prowess of this team starting to come forth. Last lap for the 90 car, 2:18.2. For the 101, it was 2:17.63. I don't know if that was with traffic, but that's still a huge margin. And I mean, even if you look at fastest lap, it's still 7 tenths in favor of the McLaren. So we are possibly going to be seeing a change for position relatively soon.
Yeah, McLaren is incredibly quick around here. I mean, I wasn't able to get it as fast as some people, but we went safe and went the boat. But yeah, some battles still forming on the track. This is one thing that I do actually really appreciate about endurance racing, is that it always seems to be that even if you get caught up in incidents, or you have dropout or a disconnect or whatever it might be, you always seem to find at some point you will always be battling someone. It doesn't really matter what happens. Like this, right now we're talking 12.5 hours into a race and you're half a tenth behind the car. It's just great to watch, great to be part of.
Oh, it's incredible. It always, I like when you have that extended amount of time with these endurance races. Oh, there goes Hung Ming, so not really much of a battle, but no, with these longer events.
Fresh rubber.
Of course, that'll give a slight advantage. So Ratucci will now have a chance to breathe, recollect, and get reconfigured before continuing on with this race. But I was going to say, with these longer events, you do get that slow burn of a battle, and something like a sprint race where you have an hour. You know, when you get on the back of someone, you're not thinking, okay, well, I can stick behind them for, for this long, and then I can overtake him here. You're thinking, okay, I'm faster, clearly. How can I get around this person as soon as humanly possible, so that way I am in a good spot when the overtake actually happens. But with these endurance races, you'll see people just sit there for a while, because racing, I'd say, is 10% physical, 90% mental. If you can just sit behind someone and say, yes, I'm faster, but I'm not going to go for the kill, that can really mess with them.
Yeah, prime example of that I remember seeing and experiencing myself for far too long, and the man still torments my memories of it. Big shout out to Andy O'Hara. That man
that's it, yep.
is literally a computer when it comes to punching out lap times. And I remember, I think it was a Bathurst race, that I was just, for some reason, I think I was ahead of him. I think it might have been just because of a pit stop or whatever it is. But that man was so patient that he just sat literally 2/10 off my rear bumper the entire lap for about 15 laps. And he was waiting, didn't care, just not a care in the world. And then as soon as I made the slightest mistake, he was like, yeah, thanks, see you later, Noski. See you the next time I come to lap you. It was, yeah, it's a definite skill to have, and you definitely want to have that kind of ability in your pocket, especially in these kind of races, because, you know, as you said, with the sprints, you are like, all right, we've got 20 laps or 25 laps, or 40 minutes, 45 minutes. I've got to get around this car. I've got to do this. I can't get hit. I've got to, Whereas these, you're like, all right, well, let's find out where I'm stronger, where they're weaker. Can I get a better run here? Do I go a crisscross? Maybe do I just go for an early pit if I can't quite get around them? There's so much things that you can take into account, which is just it's a great experience to have.
It absolutely is. Obviously, when you're on your side of the deal, it's a bit of torture. Saying, listen, just get me out of here, man, please. But no, I've been in that similar situation. It's good fun though. It teaches you a lot. It says that patience is sort of the prevailing mindset here, and even when you're the one being chased down, it's a good bit of practice to be like, okay, I'm gonna have this moment eventually. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna have to deal with it. But for right now, whatever experience I have, I can call upon. But how much of that experience is actually gonna aid me in my endeavors? Well, that's something to see, because it's not just you versus yourself, it's you versus the other guy.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you always gotta try and play that mental game, because I think it's fairly easy to get into a rhythm, especially like when you're in, you get the hour stint, 75 or 70 minutes or 65 minute stints, whatever the window allows. You can get pretty much into your rhythm and into your flow fairly early on. Probably the first five laps or so, especially at Spa being as long as it is, you can get that rhythm pretty early. But yeah, once you get that rhythm, keeping your mental focus and trying to manage in gaps, or you're trying to manage position, or depending on how many track cuts your team might be on, all those kind of factors, trying to stay calm and just chill down and like, yeah, look, I know we're on this much, or I know this person's coming, but we have 12 hours remaining, so don't worry too much. We'll get there eventually, as I stare at my car and hope that my teammates are doing exactly that.
Well, it seems like it. I mean, it's going to be, I believe, a blue flag. That's one of the Mercedes. I believe that's Carpenter behind. So, oh, no, it is not. So, either way, it doesn't look to be a threat. No, but yeah, it's, you especially with these events, when you're not sitting in the car, you almost... It's sort of like, just that feeling of, like, yeah, I trust them, but I also really want to be driving because I know me, and I know I won't make a mistake. But, it's important to have full trust in those that you're paired up with. Because if you're not, I mean, you're just doing yourself no favors at the end of the day.
Yeah, can't agree more. I mean, at the moment, I can just give a big shout off to the boys. They are doing a phenomenal job in the Bentley at the night stint, and I'm glad they're in the car versus me. At the moment, I think I'm better in daylight and the wet conditions. But Picky and Jesse are doing a fantastic job for us. And a bit later on, Mike Manns will be waking up from his slumber to take over the early morning stints for us. So very grateful to have that ability that those three blokes are taking that on their shoulder for our team.
Yep, and Michael Pickford starting lap number 308, or I believe 309 rather, excuse me, through La Source. We'll stay here. We'll see how this car handles the compressions of Eau Rouge and up to Radion. The beauty of the boat, though, is, you know, some corners you can just completely eat, and there is no issues to be found.
Exactly like that.
There you go. See, you know, it's big, it's beefy. It might not be as quick as, say, something like the McLaren or the Lamborghini, but, you know, sometimes being all bite can be bad for you. You know, sometimes you got to be able to just take things easy, and the Bentley's a very good choice for that. I recommend people hop in the Bentley if they're, you know, kind of starting out. That or the Aston Martin, both very solid starter cars in my eyes.
Start straight off with a Porsche.
Oh, welcome back.
Don't be a pussy.
There he is. Sean's back. Everybody say hi, Sean.
I never left. That's Tom.
Or Tom, sorry.
But if you want to give me Tom's 16 lap, I'll gladly claim that as my own, even though I'll never achieve it. But yeah, I definitely did that.
Well, welcome back, Tom.
Thank you. Just had a cheeky internet restart. It was starting to get a bit flaky, and I thought before I jump back in the car, let's nip that one in the bud, because disconnecting in the car is an absolute pain. And not recommended.
Yep, I'm sure it was probably what, Telstra or something that was screwing you over.
It's just standard Australian internet things. I'm not with Telstra. I'm with a company called Superloop, which is I'm not going to talk about anymore because it's a competitor of Launtel. But
that's okay. That's a good one. Yeah, don't talk about your competitors.
But also, it's quite possible just my router overheated, having been fucking running this internet for the past 15 hours non-stop. So things are moving.
Have you tried putting dry ice on it?
I don't have dry ice.
How about a water-cooled router? We got water-cooled PCs. Why can't we get a water-cooled router?
Is not Linus Sebastian. I don't water-cool literally everything in a room.
All right. Well, that's fair. I do have a buddy of mine who lives down the street. I can just call him up and be like, hey, I want to water cool my fridge. And he'd be like, okay, what is your problem?
Water cool your fridge?
Hey, listen, man, I like it cold. I'm going to keep it at...
It's probably a way of doing it.
Water cooling cannot cool anything below ambient temperature.
Nah, that's where you're wrong, my friend. With enough time, dedication, and stubbornness, you can do anything. Thanks, Dad.
What's your... how do you feel about general physics?
I don't understand them, and I'm a communications major.
Alright, so thermodynamics means that you can't extract any more, add any more energy that exists, or take that away.
Thermodynamics, I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
I heard physics. I was like, I don't know what
that's physics. Thermodynamics is physics.
Yeah, you can tell I'm a comm major because I'm just an idiot.
It's fine. We're all just race pixels here.
Yes, you can't cool water down below ambient using just the air. You need to extract the energy some other way using like a refrigeration system.
How dare you get scientific at that at almost 1 AM, you madman.
Nah, it's almost 9. It's perfect time. This would be a time for a physics class. But anyways, race cars are cool, and they make cool noises, and they drive really fast. As we are 11 hours, 19 minutes.
So you can't escape it. It's just how it works.
If you ever wondered who the nerd was in the booth, you have your answer.
I'm okay with it.
As long as you're happy.
We are all here talking over people racing pixels, and you're calling me a nerd.
Okay, but you're a nerd in like the super sciencey way. I'm a nerd in the I don't talk to women, I play video games way. We are two. We are two opposite sides of the same axis.
Hang on.
We are not the same.
No, we are not. You can be like, yo, girl, thermodynamics. And I'm just like, why would I talk to her?
You can impress her with your knowledge.
She'll be like, hey, did you know? Yeah. She'll be like, okay, get away from me. I'm going to call the cops.
See, I did that once, and now I have a kid.
See, yeah, but the thing is,
I may have screwed up here.
Yeah, there's a slight oopsie somewhere in there, but I'll leave that for you to figure out. That seems like something you're more than capable of dealing with.
That is what the cool kids call a skill issue.
Oof. Wow, very cool.
Unrugged. No, my boy's a legend. That's all I care about.
He's fine.
Well, nobody's really skill issued right now. We've got some very consistent laps being churned out from everyone. We had a couple drive-throughs, a couple offs, of course. One such car being that the 111 McLaren, now down 19th. That damage has been repaired. Just taking that on the chin and getting back out there, head down racing. Gonna be chasing down Rika in the 666, so hopefully Jesus has taken the wheel of this machine and they can get around that BMW in due time, but they are still about a minute or so off of the pace there. But yeah, no drive-throughs, no crashes at the moment. I believe all penalties for any driver has been cleared. As we look down, yeah, we're actually running, no penalties, so this is very good.
Yeah, everyone's behaving at this current point in time. Not surprising, to be honest, considering it is night running, so people do sort of take a bit more caution. And obviously, we've seen a few track limits kick up, and all that. Other pit stops have kicked off as well. So I think everyone's just trying to keep it on the black stuff at the moment. I mean, it is quite hard to do at the best of times, let alone in pitch darkness.
Can't even do it during the day.
Exactly.
And that's why I'm here. But we do, I mean, there really isn't a lot of battles right now. We've hit a bit of a lull, which is natural in the state of endurance racing. You will have periods of, I guess you could say, high octane racing, and points where everyone's sort of just cruising, grinding out laps. It's important, though, to not get on autopilot. I feel like that's what does happen to some drivers, is they reach a point in the race and they just go, well, nobody's really around me, I'm not really battling, I'm not really doing this, that, or the other thing, so I might as well just turn off my brain for a while. But the problem with that is you will end up in situations where a driver is starting to catch up, and that, it'll snap you out of your autopilot. The problem is that might mess you up, and you might end up losing that position. So it's important to not use too much brain power, but at the same time, making sure that you're paying attention enough to carry the car in a positive direction.
Yeah, enough brain power to keep the car going burr, but not enough to make it hit the wall.
Exactly.
It's a very delicate balance and fine line that I'm no good at being on the right side of at the best of times, but that's okay. We all are human and make mistakes.
I've never made a mistake, ever. Not once.
Ever, clearly not.
I haven't either. I think we have one already.
The
mistake. 103 of Jake Janster. I almost
Blake
said
Janster.
I can words. So we'll get a replay of this. So coming down towards Eau Rouge, he is the Mercedes coming up. Oh, a little bit on the inside.
Curb.
Yep.
Too much curve.
But I think he makes a little bit of contact. Yep, a little bit of contact with the wall. Thankfully, not a huge amount. So now it was just a case of letting everybody go by. But that's a good showing of just making sure, like I said, you're paying enough attention. You don't get too, I guess, greedy with what your car is capable of. Lucky to come out of that one relatively unscathed.
Yeah, damage will still be applied to that. It won't be the best feeling Mercedes and not the straightest, but could have been a lot worse. AKA go back to what happened to Carlos and Philippa through Eau Rouge 7 hours ago or whatever it was. But yeah, look, it could have been a little bit worse, but as I said, we are playing with millimeter perfect lines here to try and get the optimal speed out of our cars, and unfortunately sometimes it bites back.
Yep, just one of the many aspects of sim racing that I feel is probably the most punishing, for new drivers at least. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Sim racing in general is punishing.
Yeah.
There's always someone a little bit faster than you, and the amount of sweat you got to push out to get there is more than you'd like to admit. I reckon that's part of the punishment, is that there's always a little bit to find somewhere. There's that Matty Nipris there is absolutely wagging the tail of that McLaren coming out of Speaker's corner. It has a name.
It does.
Down through P1.
That is, I know earlier in the broadcast it was talked about that is one of the, I guess you could say, the loosest corners, one of the most common corners that you're going to be having some issues like that. Thankfully, Nipris able to just take that no problems at all. Slight slide out, but corrects that car
I
just
think that's
right
just
away.
standard McLaren things, isn't it?
That yeah, that as well. As someone who
The rear just likes to have a bit of a wiggle on the power, regardless of what you do with it.
You've either got it wiggling on the way out, or you.
Tom's ignoring us again with a net dropout, more than likely. But that's fine. We'll continue on. But yeah, I know that the top end of the tiers, if you want to classify it as that, obviously the McLaren is quite favourable here, as we see the top 4, well, actually, top 7 have 6 McLaren in it, so that's a little bit of a how you going. But I know they all run like basically no TC, just because the car is stupid fast in that sort of way, or very low TC. But I know you have to be super careful with your throttle applications and that with it, otherwise it does get very squirmy very quickly. So my hat goes off to the drivers that can tame the beast. I am certainly not one of them.
I'm right there with you. I made the mistake of entering into rookies and be like, I'm going to drive the McLaren with like 0 experience. I learned, and then for sprint I was in the Aston, and then I stuck with the Aston for a while. Now I'm in the Lambo, not racing sprint, but just in general.
Nice choice.
I know, I love it. I love the new Lambo. It's
Man of culture.
Listen, I could have gone with the Porsche, but everyone expects that. I was like, no, I want to go with the Lambo because I have a really cool livery for it, and also it just sounds really cool.
See, that's why I went in the Porsche.
That engine sounds beautiful. I gotta say, quick shout out to the Kunos team for the sound for all of these engines. Oh my god, it's incredible. It's so well done.
Yeah, no, they have done very well on the sound side of this, as well as obviously the physical engine and all that is very good. There have the moments where we classify the features could be better, but we all have our gripes with our racing or our gaming backgrounds and that, and obviously, so we think the game's great right up until it's not, and then we have the sook about it, and then we move on, and then we say the game's great again, and then it's not again when we have another incident, and so on and so forth.
That just sounds like every single game ever made since like the beginning of time.
General ACC sucks mentality that tends to go on a little bit when a new update's had sort of the gloss wiped off a little bit by time. But no, there's not many games where people put in 1,000 hours, 1,500 hours, and at that point most people have moved on from a game.
Hold on, we've got another spin here. This time it's at the top of Radion. This is Nathan Wilson in the 555, and I think... Oh, that was weird. Oh my god, that's a huge... I'm sorry we cut away from that because I forgot to turn autopilot off, but it looked like he just got a little bit of that inside curb and got sent. And he's just now starting to move. That was a huge hit.
Well, it'll be a tough decision whether they try and get that car back to pits by Freddie Flintstoning it all the way around, or if they just return to garage, because obviously you've got the 3-minute wait and you still got to do the damage. If you can do that lap in under 3 minutes, then you make that time up, but that steering is...
Yeah, you can see the hands, you can see the wheel, it's bent. It's not as bad as we've seen before, but it is still, that car, even braking in a straight line is impossible, so... Wilson, he's gonna muscle it out. He's gonna just head back.
Get a drive through. Don't get a drive through.
Oh, don't spin it more, man. Oh, another hit for the 555.
Yeah, return that to garage.
I think that's what he's doing right now. It's yep, there it is. That's the smart choice. It's gonna be a long wait, but it's gonna be even longer to drive all the way around. So that was unfortunate, but that is racing. I think we'll
Rubbing's racing.
We're getting a call from Malik. I know we shouldn't do this, but I want to see this from the actual. I don't want to say onboard, but the what we just saw, because it did cut away, and I do feel bad because it was.
He's just done a pit stop as well, so that's been a real.
That's gonna be big. So let's go. We'll grab this from Helicam. So on the inside, big hit. Oh my god, that is massive. That's a huge hit.
That's one of those ones where we're glad this isn't real life.
Let's get the onboard. This must be terrifying. Yep, little bit there, and then bang, right up, and
Full Beyblade.
oh my god, oh, shades of Lando Norris. But yeah, luckily this is not real life, and thankfully it's just a bunch of pixels. But that's a scary crash.
Look,
And-
I know that you know, we all want to be faster, and turning into a helicopter would probably be faster, but that's not the way to do it.
Yeah, we already have a helicopter. See, ready, and boom, we already got one.
Helicopter.
Yeah, but no, that's. I know. Obviously, real life, they've actually pushed that back. I don't think we're ever going to get that in ACC, but I mean, that is one of the most dangerous corners in motorsport, in my opinion, just because of the possibility of, or I would even say the ease of just being shot right back onto circuit. And thankfully, no one was around. Wilson, you know, skied across and ended up on the side of the road away from everybody, so grateful for that. But that is going to put a bit of a damper on his day. Has already dropped a couple positions, but should be back out, I'd say, relatively soon. And we can only hope the best for that 555 squad as they continue their campaign here at the Permobil 24 Hours of Spa. Everybody's still running a very consistent race otherwise.
As we all said, the gonna like sound like I'm smacking a dead horse here, but 11 hours to go, still a long race, a lot in it. You can make that time back. I mean, it's probably going to be a lengthy stop in the pits, but you're better off doing it and just cycling back out then. And at the end of the day, you can always just say you completed the 24 hour.
Yep, it's not about where you start, it's where you finish. You don't have to win, you just got to make it to the checkered flag, and you're already doing better than people who end up, you know, dropping out of the race. So there's positives in everything, silver linings and all.
Speaking of that, Turcolini here would be wishing that the race would be coming to an end because they're currently leading the Pro-Am class. Quite an extensive gap to P2 in class as well, so they would be wanting this 11 hours to tick over relatively quickly, but no, you have to wait.
No, it's one of the beauties.
Yep.
Alan McIver, though, very, very skilled driver. Shout out to NA, of course. I've had the pleasure of casting over him during the sprint series, but yeah, long way back, so Turcolini doesn't have much to worry about. And other drivers that may have a similar mindset is Stoddart in P7 from FPS Evolve Racing Yellow, currently leading the silver class, and Davis is only a few seconds behind, so depending on pace, this may go one of two ways, and right now it is going the way of the Kiwi, so he would be hoping for a checkered flag too.
I feel like Davis has been in the car for the past 4 hours. It's been a monster stint from him in the Porsche. It's a shame we don't get that information, but I feel like I've seen his name and none of his teammates. That's a three-person car. The Mad Lads doing that, much like our race leaders, also a three-person car. So it's a mighty effort from those 6 people to make that work.
We almost became a three-person car the night before the event because Picky's pedals stopped working. But
Oh yes.
he managed to go find a spare set somewhere, so that was almost ending in tears for us. But yeah, very grateful that he found a set.
As long as you can get the car moving and stopping, I think you're pretty much golden. And Davis doing just that, getting around some blue flags here. And the next card up is that number 70. So we'll see. Maybe he can get lucky. Maybe traffic will do in that number, doing the McLaren rather. But yeah, very solid from that team to find the replacement.
Yeah, not sure how I'd go with a 3-man team, but we did the 12-hour. I think ended up being almost a 2-man team with myself and another driver, but that was alright. We had just an issue with the driver with hardware stuff, so sometimes you just got to grit your teeth and go through the pain. Another time you are crazy enough to do it willingly.
Yep. Or just do it by yourself. Just do the full 24 hours. Don't sleep. No bathroom breaks. Just full send for 24 straight hours. I would be
The Pat Oliver strat at Suzuka.
Hey, shout out to Paddy for doing that, by the way. That was
it's a monster effort.
Well, thankfully, no one's got to do that.
Yeah, I think from memory, when I spoke to him about that, I believe like he had his partner or someone like every now and then just like bring in just like snacks and that, so that when he was in the pits he could actually like eat on the fly. And then I think one stop there he just like, nah, I need to have a break, so I had like a 15-minute pit stop just because he needed to get out of the rig and stuff like that. But yeah, mega effort.
I mean, isn't that kind of similar to what real-life pit crews have to do sometimes? I know in NASCAR they'll be like, hey, you need a snack or anything? And like, yeah, give me a granola bar. So it's just, that's even more immersion in sim racing.
Yeah, well, I'm old and I can't do it, so...
Can't multitask. Welcome Neil Haynes into the commentary box. Welcome, sir.
Thanks, Tom. Welcome, guys. It's good to be here in this early morning.
Yeah, very, very early morning. Now that you've arrived, I'm going to love you all and leave you, and we'll catch you all a little bit later on.
Cheers, Tom.
Have a good one, mate.
So Neil, how have things been? Are you all rested up and ready to go?
Yeah, I've had a little rest of obviously just come off from having a stint in our car 216. We're right down the back there, but had a good run.
Yeah. So how was the coming off the track? How have things been? How is the team morale-wise? What's the outlook for the race? Are you guys, just dying to have the checkered flag, or are you in a rhythm and just ready to grind it out?
Oh, I think, yeah, the latter, we're ready to grind it out. We're enjoying ourselves, enjoying this whole 24-hour experience, that's for sure. Things haven't gone our way a little bit, a few little errors by our drivers, but look, it's all for the experience, and we'll be better for it.
Yep. Did you and your team have any expectations coming in, or were you just saying, you know what, wherever we finish is wherever we finish?
Oh, we always aim for a top 30 whenever we drive in the OOR Endurance Series, so we nudged it the last round, but yeah, this one here, we'll see if we can get up there. We've got our second team, car 16 in 31st, so I've heard they've been a little bit naughty, but hopefully they can keep it clean for the remaining 11 hours and see where they end up.
Well, hopefully both teams are able to make it. Who knows, maybe we get a 29:30 from you guys at the final lap, but lap differences are quite big. We do have the 16 car currently 11 laps off of the top driver, and then it looks like 16, or now 15 rather, for the sister car. But best of luck for both of those teams, and hopefully we do see some solid moves later on in the broadcast. But right now, we're just about top of the hour here at the Permobil 24 Hours of Spa. It is still the 999 here. Bruno Gaio leading it from Brazil, and then it's Chris Cooley, Zachary Smith, Connor Hind, Ali Karudin, Jean-Pierre Sinikis, Jim Stoddard, Chris Davis, Stefano Ratucci, who is coming into the pit lanes right now, and Austin Carpenter. That is your top 10. Everybody else follows suit. The top 10 splits 60-40 for the pros, and the 40 obviously for the silver class. Top drivers, though, for the other classifications, Tercolini is leading the Pro-Am in 13th, ahead of MacGyver, who is down in 15th, about a minute plus off of the pace of that. And then leading your amateur class is Corey Tui, who is just coming up and over the top of Radion. That number 2 squad doing a fine job. Next car down in the red-ringed classification is Robert Brickley, just coming through the Fania chicane. That is your current running. Hopefully everybody is doing well here. Of course, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be in the world. For some of us here in the booth, it is very late, and for others, such as myself, it is very early. So how well, while I have the time, of course, gentlemen, how are we holding up? Mentally, physically, all of that.
Wait, in sim racing or just in general?
We'll start with in general, and then we'll go into sim racing.
I want bed. I'm not gonna lie, I've been up for close to 22 hours now. I want bed.
Okay, go to bed, seriously, please.
No, that's later. That'll be when I want to pass out.
Bro, you gotta take care of yourself.
Yeah, that's tomorrow's problem.
There's still 11 hours to go, and you definitely got to take care of yourself in these 24-hour races.
That's right. I've got faith in the team for the next like 5 hours, so we'll be right. I'll get a bit of kip in shortly, and then I'll get up and do a couple more stints, I think, and get us towards the end of the race, hopefully.
Well, hopefully.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. I would prefer the bed plan if I were you. Obviously, I can't do that. I just woke up like 2 hours ago, so it'd be kind of pointless.
Look, I'll get there at some stage, but no, I'm looking forward to I think it's just the hype of actually getting the 24-hour is sort of what's pushing me through at the moment. Like, I don't even really sort of feel that tired. I'm probably exhausted, but mentally I feel not too shabby. But yeah, as I said earlier, just sort of I can't really step away from the team. I mean, I have full faith in the guys, but I'm sort of just, I guess I'm too invested to switch off just yet. So
I can
at the moment, yeah, we're sitting P3 and Pro Am at the moment, so not disappointed where we're sitting, and we're definitely on an alternate strategy to the two cars ahead of us. So that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out in about 10 hours or so.
Well, that's pretty solid outlook. I say pretty standard, I guess, race strategy, quote unquote, if you want to call it that. Bruno Guile navigating some blue flags, a little bit dicey there for a moment. But with Sean, of course, being where he's at. Neil, I know we probably already asked you, but how are you doing overall?
Oh, I'm going fairly well, actually. I didn't. My first stint was actually only at 10 p.m. So I actually had a good rest in the afternoon, and knew that I was having some duties here in the commentary booth. So thought that I won't wait till later in the night before I got my stuff going. So I'm pretty fresh.
You're certainly in for the long haul, much the same way as pretty much everybody else. A lot of these drivers, I think we haven't had a driver swap, I don't think, in a while. Sneakus is in the pit lane, so we'll see if this is a driver swap or not. And we also have, I believe, Brooker coming in now. Rochford, I believe, just stopped, and Brickley is coming in, so maybe some driver swaps, some breaks coming in. Barry Graham hopping in the car for the 136, excuse me, rather. Sneakus is staying there in that 191. Chris Davis coming into the pit lane as well.
I believe that was Convoy actually in that car then. I don't think the graphic updated yet because, you know, Kunos features.
Oh, it is, yes. It is Convoy, excuse me. So, driver swap for the 191. Good eye.
Hey,
Yeah,
see,
so
I'm
maybe a
still
few of
awake.
them. Yeah, still awake. You're still picking up all the little the Kunos things here and on top of it, so that's good to hear. And so a lot of the leading drivers, would they have already done their breaks, or they'll be doing them this stint, this changeover?
I think the strategy, well, I mean, I don't really know how much the strategy plays here because obviously different cars have different braking capabilities and all that kind of stuff, and it depends on how much of a heavy foot you are. But I think generally speaking is if you can get your first set to that sort of, I want to say the 14-hour mark-ish, that would probably be more of the ideal. That way, when you're pushing harder at the end of the race, you've got better brake life than having brake fade. But yeah, around now you'll be starting to contemplate whether it's time to switch over to pads.
That's true. That's
Yeah,
one of
great
the things.
point.
Yep, because I feel like a lot of us are used to these shorter races where we don't have to worry about what brake pads we put on. But for endurance racing, it is important to look after that. Scarney also coming into the pits, your race leader in the pits, surprisingly, and Chris Davis. We just talked about him being one of the heavy hitters and has been replaced by Layla Bell. So the number 8, looking to come out in position number 8. Austin Carpenter's in the pit lane for Convicts and Colonials Bree Racing Team Duo Power Hour. Eric Scarney is in the pits. Gary Barham has been swapped for Craig Starkey in the 136. Steve Lewis has been traded has traded out Chris Brooker, so he's going to be giving him a bit of a chance. Michael Fermano is out there. But we should be seeing the next round of driver swaps starting to come in relatively soon. And David Bartlett has given Austin Carpenter the rest he so dutifully deserves. And we are still waiting on the race leader. And I believe it's just the 645 as well. And Bruno has elected to stay in the cockpit. So maybe doubling up on the stints.
Sorry, I was just seeing something on screen there. I was going to say the battle between the Pro-Am P1 and 2 was they were separated by half a second, but then I saw a flash of yellow, so that was in towards the pit entry of bus stop. I'm hoping there wasn't contact, but you never know what happens there, but maybe you might be able to get a bit of a capture of that potentially.
I might be a little too far back. I don't know how long ago it happened.
About 30 seconds.
We'll give it a shot. We'll see. Matthew Harrington for that team. There's Sean Muller, Alan MacGyver, Pickford, Rico, excuse me. I Pro-Am? Are you sure? Oh no, not Silver. I don't know why I just got those mixed up in my head. As you can tell, I am on top of things.
It's okay, you're still waking up. I'm just being awake.
Yeah, 2 hours. My body is still just like, nope, not ready yet. Hold on.
For sure, Muller, the fellow commentator, is doing good there in that Porsche 800 as well, in 14th position.
Yeah, he's we're trying to catch them. We've been trying to hunt them down, but I think at the moment they've just got the answer for the speed. But they've been doing a stellar effort. I think I was chasing Muller down at one stage there in one of my early stints there, but phenomenal effort from those guys. Yeah, they haven't really put a foot wrong, to be honest.
It looks like Jay Partington just behind him in the 216 of the car that I just came out of. So giving a little bit of cheek to Sean.
Just give up and give me a little bump for us. No, don't do that.
We'll ride on board so that way we can get the full contact experience. He's staying relatively close though, which is good for pace, you know. And he might not be able to overtake Jones, but at the very least, closing the gap up physically will feel good. But depending on everyone's pace, it might be a bit tricky. And you look at tire life as well. Could play a part, especially at some of these corners. Blanchemont being one of them. Very fast sweeping left. Not having the grip can spin you out, but that appears to be something that Jay is well accustomed to and is able to handle quite swimmingly.
Yeah, he's our fastest driver in the team, so it's good to see him out there. And this is his last stint before he has a nap before he'll come back and take the car to the checkered flag. So, and the track conditions at the moment are fairly fast. It's not too bad. I found with a cooler track, it wasn't too bad at all. The car wasn't sliding too much.
Nope. I know we had some rain very early on in the race, but that hasn't seemed to have put a damper on things at this point. I don't know if we've had any precipitation since then. If we have, obviously it doesn't matter now.
There was some in the night. I think there was a full stint, full stint and a half potentially, I think it was. But
yeah, I remember it really well, that one. That was my first stint off the race, right in the deep end.
Oh, welcome to your stint. By the way, it's pitch black
it's
and raining. Enjoy.
Yeah. It was a rude shock, to tell you the truth, but anyway, we got through it.
That's the most fun part. You just get thrown straight in the deep end and now learn to swim.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes it's not the worst thing to get thrown into the deep end. I think it sort of really makes you switch on, and you get your eye in pretty quickly, and you can get your rhythm up. Sometimes I think that's probably the better way than getting in than getting put into a stint where they're like, oh look, you're now in open traffic and the car ahead of you is 35 seconds ahead and the car behind you is 20 seconds, enjoy.
Yeah, exactly.
Then you basically turn into a hot lap session.
Minus the ability to have your tires basically changed when you cross the start-finish line. Which is why, you know what, I'm going to say it right now, hot lapping is the worst way to practice any track. You actually boot up a practice session and do it. It's far better for you.
Kevin Lay's been going well during this session as well. I've seen him up in that top 10 for quite a while.
In the top 10, we do have the battle for 8th starting to get a little bit dicey. We had Lay right there very close to Bell. This team has been struggling to pull away that 101 giving a little bit of racing 101 to the number 8 squad here. As we head through Puan, pace difference does favor the Ferrari, so this Porsche here starting to maybe get a little bit hot under the hood. We'll see if there's any major pace difference up through Blanchimont as we head up to it just right about now. These two cars were about 3 seconds, I want to say, after pit stops went through, and now it is just under half a second. So this could be heating up quite quickly if things
I doubt
continue
that,
the way they are.
unfortunately, because
Bell just picked up a drive-through.
I thought that was a wide exit coming onto the Blanchimont, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, it was a track limit. So, yes, the battle would have been nice, but there goes the battle as we have to trundle through the pits, unfortunately.
Oh goodness! And would you count that as a caster curse?
100%. That's
Alright.
totally your fault.
All right. Well, to that team, to the wonderful crew at Team Iris, I apologize. It has been, you know what? It has been a while since I have caster curse, and I know this is gonna sound very, very rude, but I'm kind of happy I got to do it again because it's been a hot second. But again, apologies to that squad for such a horrible fate to befall them. Carl Johnson in the pit lane, not for a drive-through, thankfully, but possibly for a bit of servicing.
That was the worst sorry not sorry I've ever heard. But that was good. I liked it.
I have standards. They're not high, but they're standards.
There's still standards.
Right. You never specified how like good they had to be. They just had to be something, I guess.
There's got to be some kind of category, right?
Right. Of course. But everyone else carrying on. No such issues. Especially not the 700 Ferrari. Obviously through Rouge Radion. Done beautifully. Look at the launch there from the Mercedes. Oh my God, that's Bartlett there. I know obviously this is a blue flag scenario, but that is just incredible speed coming up and over the top. Complete confidence in that German rig. That was incredible.
That was definitely commitment, wasn't it? He had his eyes forward there.
That almost looked like two different classes of car, like in terms of speed gain through that section. That was nuts.
It was like Alex was in the GT4.
But yeah, this is a big shout out to Alex here. This is our first race director of the 24-hour. The 6 hours he was taking control of it for us. So thank you for stepping up and doing that for all our lovely drivers.
Yeah, awesome job.
Yep. Obviously, this is a multi-man crew across the board, so to the stewards, to the race directors, and everyone in between that isn't in the booth, thank you for everything you do. It's not easy by any means, and it does take a lot of time and dedication and understanding to do properly. So the unsung heroes of sim racing and even real-life racing, we're always happy and thankful for the work that you guys put in.
And third in class is very good as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a solid effort. Currently.
Just
Yeah,
trying to see, pick up. He's just one lap behind Sean, is he, or is he on the same lap?
I think he's on the same lap. But
He's about to be on the same lap.
behind the time, yeah. So if they can stay there, that'd be great. But knowing Alex, he will not be wanting to stay there. That's fine.
If-
But yeah.
If the possibility to move up is there, Alex, I guarantee you, is gonna take it.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
And he just picked up a drive-through. Oh,
Sweet.
wow. All right.
Done it twice.
That's another casting drive-through right there.
I should just shut up at this point, honestly. If this is gonna keep happening.
He's 2 for 2 now. Which other car do you want to kill?
Oh, let's see. Who do I have? I don't have beef with anybody. Who do I want to mess with a little bit?
Okay, look, I might be able to narrow it
There we
down a
go.
little bit. You've taken out a silver driver, the DT. You've done a pro am. Now you've got a pro and a amateur driver to go.
I've chosen my am.
Wow, dead last. That's just mean.
All right, fine. Hold on. I gotta look at the list here. All right, there we go. Is that better?
Yeah, take my team out, my fellow teammates.
So that'll be so either the number 16 or number 42 for amateur, and then for pro. I got some choices.
I'd have to also big credit to Mike as well, who's in the car 16. He was the late call to help our team as well to join as a 5th driver. He's from Canada, so first time we got to meet him was only a week ago, and
nice.
super fast as well. So yeah, great driver.
Yeah.
And I believe he did drive in the Sprint Series a couple of seasons ago.
He has.
Here at OOR.
He has. I think he did the previous one, but I mean, you're absolutely spot on with your description of him being a fast driver. This has been someone who in North American Sprint I would say is a pretty decent threat. Sometimes but sometimes a little unassuming of a driver. You know, I don't want to say leaning into that Canadian stereotype of being, Sourier, but he is, given the chance, he does channel that, like, World War I Canadian energy, and he will absolutely take that position. He's not gonna, hip and shoulder check you out of the way, but he'll sit there, he'll mess with you mentally, and then when you least expect it, he just goes for it, takes a position, and at that point, like Usain Bolt, he's gone. He's not coming back. So, I mean, yeah, shout-outs to him for stepping into your team. Is currently stepping into the pit lane, and he'll be...
as we speak.
Thankfully not saying he's fast and then, picks up a drive-through, but fast and being like, yep, time to go into the pits. But yeah, shout-outs to you, Michael, and best of luck out there on circuit. But back into the action. If I'm going to bully a pro, it's just, you know what? Let's convoy. Why not? Might as well.
You picked the man that probably do it to himself before you do it to him, so that's fine.
Yeah, see, I'm jumping ahead of it, so that way when it happens, be like, oh, see, guys, I called it, haha. You're welcome, Jamie. I'll be expecting PayPal thank you in the coming days, of course. Man,
quite entertaining talking to JC a fair few times because he's part of the Kovacs group, and the amount of times over the many seasons that this man has been in a winning car or winning position, and the only thing that he has done is butcher a pit stop or butcher a outlap or something is I don't have enough fingers and toes to count.
How many calculators do you have?
Not enough.
Well, I mean, he's, could you say he's in a winning car? Sure, down in P6 though, so not really in a winning position, but in a very good spot at the moment. And we'll see if Mr. Convoy can keep the convoy rolling in a positive direction. As we
only
are
3 laps down.
Yeah,
3 laps
only.
down with 10 hours or 11 hours to go. Lots of things can happen. DT, stop goes. These are all factors that can play in. It's okay. Still lots of race.
He could meet Mr. Barriar. Very, very nice guy from what I've heard. Very strong man. But
Immovable.
Oh yes, an immovable man, if you will. But I don't think any of these drivers want to have a nice chat with him. Especially, I know I will not be around for it, but once we get into like that final 2 hours, I think that's where we're going to be seeing the increased possibility of a match, if you will.
Yeah, it's all about it this time at the moment, isn't it? Just knocking these laps over and waiting for that happy hour when that sun starts to rise and get out of this darkness around here at Spa.
Well, it's about 1:30 in the morning in-game time, and I assume Australian time as well. So we'll or no, I think last time I heard it was 6 minutes back. So maybe it'll be a little past 1:30.
1:31 a.m.
Oh, so 3 minutes now. Look at that. But no, I think the sunrise will be what, 5:36?
I think it's quite a bit early, isn't it?
I think it's early here, but I'm not really sure.
Oh yeah, maybe because
We'll
of
wait.
the
We'll just wait and
elevation,
see.
it'd be sooner.
Mm.
You might be right. Well, you know what? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
I'll probably be asleep at that stage, so that's fine.
I'll be wide awake. I'll still be very much awake. Nothing will change. It's all the same.
Oh, hello, teammate. Don't bin it, please.
Oh, you're in the boat. Listen, you're fine. All right.
Actually, that is literally why we picked it. To be honest,
That's smart.
We went into this whole event going, oh, what car? Oh, we'll try the Fez. Oh, we'll try the Macca. Oh, we'll try this. Oh, we'll try. And yes, across the board, there's actually a bit of a variety of speed between the four of. Actually, it was 5 drivers back then, but we lost one due to work commitments. And none of us were really sort of in sync with one car in particular. One driver was better one car, one was different another, and so on and so forth. And then we were like, why are we trying to be super fast in quali when it's 24 hours? We need something that is predictable, something that is a great race car and can basically handle mixed conditions and, can be decent regardless of what it is. And yeah, we ended up just siding with the boat because we thought it was the best way to go.
I would agree. I would say that's a really good sort of mediator between the speeds.
Well, yeah, it's not like it's blistering fast. Its aero is rubbish compared to some of the other ones around here, which hurts it. But when it does decide to have a moment, it's predictable and you can feel it and you can sort of deal with it instantaneously, and it's not like it's going to murder your soul. So it's a good race car.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's not quite Hydro Thunder, maybe more Wave Race 64, but that's just me.
Yeah, exactly.
But they carry on in position 15. They've got Sean Muller here for the Milky Way MRT squad in that 800 Porsche, but actually Pickford coming into the pit lane, so I was going to say maybe starting to catch up, but it appears as though it is time to give the pit crew some work to do. I don't know if this is a driver swap or if this is just going to be standard tires and fuel.
That would depend if Jesse's awake or not. If he's not awake, Picky will double stint it.
Do you have a way of checking if James is awake?
Give me a moment.
I like the sass there. You're like, God, I'm checking. Shut up. Well, hopefully he is. If not, yeah, double stint up. Nothing too, I'd say, uncommon in endurance events, either sim racing or otherwise. Personally, I kind of like it sometimes. When you get to that good rhythm, you're like, I don't want to leave the car. I'm going to stay here forever. And then life is good and life goes on. But maybe against your will, it might be a little bit tricky, as McCulley's having a little bit of improv to do, letting some of the cars through via blue flags, of course.
Yeah, James is having a very good run, actually. They're keeping sort of pace with those guys.
Another blue flag still out, though. I would think maybe trying to get rid of the track cut, but we do have its lay up ahead right now. That is, I believe, if memory serves, I believe that's Karudin? No, that's actually P20. So, okay, that's surprising. So, well, everyone's navigating. That's all that matters, really. Zachary Smith in the pit lane for Alpha Venturi Racing. That's third position right now. Fourth place is Benjamin Hignett, but he's a pretty distant race car, although should overtake coming around the source if this is a standard 30-second stop. I don't know how long Smith has been parked up for. Pickford as well, one of those drivers in the pit lane. So yeah, new drivers.
I have the update.
Oh, okay.
I have the update. It was almost going to be a double stint because Jesse almost didn't quite make it back, but it did just make it back. So apparently Jesse will be in the car, so that was a bit close for comfort, but it's all good. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Well, you know what? Good on you, Jesse. You got it stitched together. We'll keep eyes here on the 91 boat as we wait for the man of the hour to strike midnight. There he is. Jesse McLean is on his way out, and Rushma does give Smith a chance to stretch the legs a little bit. They do come out in P3 as Hignett is actually a lap down off of that 818 squad, so unlapping himself at least for the time being. But out on circuit, there he is.
Be interesting when they have to pit in the number 70 car.
it'll be a good chance for them to make up some ground, of course. Maybe getting ahead of the or getting the position, but in due time we will see. Obviously slightly different, I would say, driving. I don't want to say skill, but obviously there is going to be some disparity between the teams. Right now, Matt Niparis eyeing up Thomas Riley for P9. These two, I feel like, have been keeping each other company for a good while.
Yeah, the McLaren hasn't been able to get past Riley at this stage. And we'll wait and see what can happen coming through El Rouge and up to the top here.
Done pretty well.
Sort of Porsche's sort of pulling away a little bit, but Porsche's ever so good on the brakes too to come into Lecom here.
Yeah, a little closer though. The McLaren straight line. Last lap was 2 seconds slower for Riley, but I believe that was from traffic, so it's not a true indication of the pace of that vehicle. And I do see the 42 of our boy having some problems at the old Eau Rouge Radio, so my apologies, of course. But we check back in. Oh, that guy. Ooh, it's starting to close up a little bit, I think. I think Nippers might have him.
Yeah, he's looking racy, that's for sure.
Well, it's one thing to catch up, it's another thing to pass, and I'm sure that's something Matt's going to know all too well about as he pulls in closer. As much as he can, just got to be patient. Oh, he's very close. He wants this. He can smell it. There's blood in the water here. P9's looking a little bit like the new P10, a little bit loose there out of the chicane. Got to make sure they don't run her wide here, pick up a track cut, but as wide as you can possibly bid with. Oh, slight releases there from the 400. And now on to Blanchimont. There is a pace difference, but where is that speed going to come into play at the worst time, actually? The kink in the road's coming up.
Back off.
He has. Maybe he can get it into the bus stop. It is going to be Thomas there, feeling the pressure, feeling the heat. About even on the brakes, maybe a little bit of a lift there. Niparis down the inside. It is going to be just about side by side as we go through the chicane. And out the other end, the 400 keeps it 100 and gets around the number 90 for position number 9. Job well done from the Cowabunga sector of Milk Racing Team, but I don't think Riley's going to let that one slide. And as I say that, a little bit of a back end wiggle out of La Source, and that McLaren is going to be looking at some pretty clean air for the time being.
Yeah, nicely called there as well. That was a great move, and he set that up for all the way from this stage a lap ago. So yeah, definitely can pull away now. With I think there might be a lap car just in front, but it's a little way in front, so he should be able to get that gap going and put a gap on Riley.
It's the 217
of Ross.
Yeah, from Odyssey Racing is the car ahead. Now, the beauty, at least if you're, I know it's going to be a little bit odd to say, as a back marker, you can be used for the advantages of the guys behind to slow down, especially if the pass, I guess, comes in at an opportune time for you, but not for your opponent. Like if, say for example, you know, Nip was to pass here, and then Braden Ross sort of gets backed up into Riley. That would give even more of a gap. Not like the number 400 car actually needs it. You can already see the gap built up. It feels like almost exponentially. So Braden Ross at the time being will be seeing sort of the opposite effect as Niparis comes in to get around. This is a pretty good spot for him to let him through. But if I had a bet on it, it's probably not going to be until after the start-finish line. But yeah, great move there from McLaren.
Yeah, I think Braden's actually got quite a good pace, healthy pace. So he may just back off here to let him through at the bus stop as a back marker. It's probably the best place so you don't lose too much time.
Yep.
And as we're talking, here he goes. He just lets him through. Oh, hang on a minute. Just gets out of the way finally, but that was a little bit of a heart moment. But Did he go into the pits?
Yep.
I think he's gone into the pits, Niparis.
Yep. So that'll give Riley the position back.
Yeah, well, gets the job done on track, but still going to gain some advantage of that. But on that note, gentlemen, as much as I'd love to hang around a bit longer, I am struggling. I am going to go and put this old body of mine to bed.
Well, Sean, thank you for everything. Of course, please thank you for finally heeding advice and actually getting some sleep. I know you've been up for a while, so we appreciate all that you've done for us, and we hope you have a very lovely, restful sleep.
It'll be only a short few hours, and then I'll be back on the track. So looking
right.
forward to seeing you then.
Well, make sure to have your IV filled with Monster, Red Bull, or your energy drink of choice nearby.
Oh, there'll be something. Have a good one, boys.
Cheers.
No worries.
And on that note, just under 10.5 hours here to play at the 24 Hours of Spa. We are looking at Jim Stoddard right now, just sending it up and over the top of Radion. Beautifully done in the McLaren. That downforce doing some work. Of course, that back end probably itching to step out a little bit, as it always tends to do. Definitely feel that. We do have, of course, Nippers in the pit lane, just coming to a stop now. Aaron Lee is popped into the pit exit here in that Castrol liveried McLaren. I've said it once, I'll say it again. One of the best liveries. Obviously, nothing compares to the Fina livery, the classic checkerboard, but this one, of course, a very close second, especially on the rally cars. But this team has come out in position 19. Up the road is the 555 Ferrari of Nathan Wilson, and then behind them, James McCauley in the 623. Stephen Ty is on the same lap as, actually, hold on, how close is this? Oh, actually, very close to Wilson.
Yeah, so Stephen will be very excited about this now, because it's one of those things when you've been, this sort of hour of racing as well can get a little bit mundane. Sometimes you just do, as I said earlier, just getting those laps done. But when you can get here and have a good little chance of a position change, you'll be taking this all arms open if you can make this move.
Little bit of a squirm there. You saw how much time he gained through Pouan just because Wilson completely missed the apex and went wide, and it's actually Ty that's been carrying it through the next several set of corners. On to Blanc-Chaman. Look at how close he is. Less than a car length between the two of them. You can pretty much see every little bit of detail on the back end of the Ferrari slipstream coming into play here, but probably at the worst of times has to back out as we head through that left-hander. You saw Wilson on the inside trying to defend. Ty goes to the inside, then back to the racing line behind. Maybe thought about a move, just showing himself there, saying, hey mate, I'm here. You know what's going to happen if you don't get out of the way soon enough. But Wilson, the pressure is building. Can he hold on?
Yeah, isn't this livery, though, of Stephen Tice, it's an iconic sort of livery from the rally years of the Toyotas, running that sort of Castrol colours. Great to see on the track here at OOR.
Yep, liveries, of course, an extension of driver expression. We can see the orange there on the back. Hopefully, Wilson's been stocking up on orange slices to keep his energy topped up as we head down the Camel Straight, looking to the inside. Ty, almost a touch there as we head through Lake Com. That was very close.
There wasn't much in that at all.
No, you maybe could have put a piece of paper between them if you really nudged it in there. Wilson, again, a little bit of an awkward line. Does give Ty a chance to catch up through commentator's corner. I think I just saw them go by outside my window, so good to see that. I don't know if you caught that. And through Pouan once more. Better line. So Ty has this corner down, and the blinking just light on the back of the car, lighting up the front end. Here we go into the chicane, fires down the inside. Contact, both of them. Thankfully, keeping it on circuit. Ty redresses. Smart racing. Does not want to cop a penalty for that. And you do see
Yeah, sparks were flying as well, and now we've got also, I think this could be the battle with Sean Muller, I think, just behind in that Porsche. Oh, is it not? No, it's a Mercedes.
No, I was going to say Muller's a little way back. That is Starkey, I believe, in 22nd. Or sorry, no, it's King. My apologies. I'm getting people messed up right now, side by side.
Still
Hold
on.
on. Oh my, no,
he's
we've
out.
lost him. Stephen Ty.
So was that just him being a little bit aggressive and impatient there? He's obviously had the bumping going on. Here's we got the replay.
Oh, it was almost completed. I mean, around the outside of Blanchimont, that's not easy to do at all. That was
that's
high risk, high
game
reward, and you saw what happened. You gotta, it's gonna suck. It's a terrible thing to happen, you know. But he can keep his head held high. One, kept it off the barrier, and two, even going for that move, and it almost stuck. That's a highlight regardless in my eyes.
Yeah, it almost paid off, but you know, as you said, no contact with the wall and that little nudge. It was, of course, he was fully loaded. That's why he ended up leaving the track. So he'd probably just have a few flat spots on those tyres. But you know, he'd probably be. I'm not too sure where he is in his pit cycle and if they're due for a pit stop shortly. But I'd say that he'll be getting back onto the back of the car very shortly.
Yeah,
of Wilson again.
And we should also note the fact that those few other cars behind, I mean, excellent evasion, all of them. So, I mean, it's so easy to get collected at that point, especially because Ty was relatively on the racing line. I mean, not entirely, of course, but it was still within enough proximity to say, like, okay, this could possibly be an accident, but very lucky across the board. Nobody else was involved.
Yeah, I think the other drivers may have got a sense that this was getting a little bit argy-bargy too, and maybe came into that part a little bit on the cautious sides. But as you said, it's great evasive driving by those three other cars to get through. So credit to those guys.
Absolutely.
Keeps the standard high.
Yep. I don't know if that it might have been a slight impatience thing, or realistically probably a bit more of unfortunate timing. You know, we talk about having the mental fortitude to be like, okay, I'm going to have to sit behind for a while, picking the time to pass. It's something that you can't really teach properly in I would say a YouTube video like you can with track walks or just guides on how to drive a car. But it's something that is a trial by fire, and we saw it there. You know, and if it was, you know, the move was on and it wasn't a sense of impatience, obviously, I personally would not go around the outside of Blanchimont. But again, you got to give him credit for trying. You know, the experience gained is beautiful, and I don't think it was malicious from Wilson. It looked like just, you know, almost fully cleared, but just a little too much speed caused what you could say, I don't want to say is understeer, but you could say comparatively would be seen as understeer, because he was not turning in as much as he probably would have wanted to. So
yeah, and there's Swampy Butt on YouTube has just mentioned that Ty was only a couple of laps into his stint, so obviously he'll be trying to see if he can get back here onto Wilson, which he's doing a good job. And at the end of the day too, Nick, you got to have to say that we're racers at the end too, so we're not here just to follow in traffic if there's a move or there's some sort of opportunity. And obviously Stephen thought that was a good opportunity after they already were banging panels and having sparks flying a few corners before. So, you know, it was battle stations, and they were fully committed.
And battle stations are a go once again. He's gotten around the back marker of that 216 Mercedes, and right back to where he started. Wilson just gets out of the way. I don't know if that was a sort of, yes sir, I will get out of your way, no problems there, if that was the move. Stephen Ty, you want an example of head down, keep racing? You've just found it. Stephen Ty, from 19th, unfortunate spin contact at Blanchimont, didn't let that hold him back. He has gotten this position in less than a lap. 1 lap
Yeah,
ago,
take
he
a
was...
bow for...
Yes, take a bow. 1 lap ago, you were perpendicular with the racetrack. Now you're ahead of the guy who you were trying to pass before the point of contact. Beautiful racing from that guy. I like we said, like Swampy pointed out, couple laps into the stint, hasn't let that falter his progress at all. He's going to be chasing down the 700 Ferrari, which is a lap up and a little bit behind. But yeah, Stephen Ty, take a bow, grab the roses, blow the kisses. You've earned it. And
it looks like Riley's got a drive through, so he's into the pit straight away in position 10.
Yep. Yeelin right now is coming down the hill after Lesource, so this will be overtaken. Maybe not, actually. No, Thomas Riley out on circuit. Hold on, this could be... we'll hop on board here as we... Oh, 101. Very brave there, up and over the top. A lot of bouncing. Thankfully, the Ferrari is well planted. But Riley has gotten away with that drive-through because he's just now coming through Lake Combe chicane. I thought it would have been a lot closer.
Yeah, Lynn's got a good chance though. I wouldn't take it away from him. He's now can see visually where Bell is, so I mean where Riley is, sorry, not Bell.
I was going to say Bell's a long way up, but I like it.
Yeah, he's got his binoculars on. But anyway, my mistake.
He's got someone up in a hot air balloon.
That's it, kicking up dust in front. It goes Thomas, so he's trying to distract Lynn as best as he can. But I tell you what, I think the Scan Motorsports team is looking pretty strong to mount a challenge on Riley as he's trying to get his groove back after serving that drive-through.
Yep, that team name hopefully not doing anything to that squad. The pocket sand distraction hasn't, yeah. Don't say that one too fast. I'm definitely not stealing what someone said earlier in the broadcast. Here we go. Here we go. This is Yeelin behind. Oh, it's a wide line for the number 90. Firing it on the inside. Yeelin will say thank you very much. I have no qualms taking that position from you. And that Ferrari, that horse out of the stable now and can start making up a little bit of ground. Riley again. Oh, this is not what you want. You just served a drive-through for track limits. You don't want to start picking those up again.
No, you don't want to do that either because you know what's going to happen is he's not going to have very friendly teammates when he hands it over and says, oh, here's your car back and I've also done 3 track cuts.
Yeah, no, that's...
I mean,
if you can always look at the brighter side. You can be like, hey, I could give it to you and there's like 5 minutes of damage. But yeah, handing the steering wheel back and saying, yep, you've got 3 track cuts, good luck, don't do what I did, is a difficult situation to find yourself in. Oh, we've got some side-by-side right now towards the source. It is Jesse McLean on the outside of the Bentley, and that is Max Ricca, who does make the move stick. We're going to roll this one back because I want to see. So this is the outside line at the bus stop. So the BMW just getting a slightly better drive out of the corner there. You can see Bentley left side of the car and position gain there. So Ricca picks up position 15 from that 91 squad and is not really having the best time pulling away, although we'll see how things pan out as the lap carries on.
Yeah, it's a good little livery of the RJ batteries. I think it was brought up early in the broadcast where it's an idea taken from the Brad Jones racing team where they had the Pizza Hut livery designed by a young fan.
Oh, I did hear about that, yep.
Put onto the final round of the V8 Supercars series, so they've done the same thing here for that livery. So yeah, it's pretty quick, and these some of these livery designers, they're pretty smart.
Yep, they are. I have my favorites from the V8 Supercar series. I won't lie. The old Vodafone Holdens from back then. Those are very solid. I think Vodafone just looks good on anything. Obviously, Cam Waters' Monster Mustang, beautifully done. Even the Shelby Power, I think, is one of the top liveries in the series. But that's
It's a
just me.
timeless livery.
Oh,
yeah,
absolutely.
timeless livery. It's been around for a long, long time in the Australian scene of motorsport with Dick Johnson. But we're on board here of Pete Chalmers in the Kovacs Blue. And this is for position too, with Skies just in front.
And Sykes is doing what he can to stay ahead. It's been a little bit tricky. I think just up ahead is, I don't want to say, that's not one of the back markers, there's no blue flag, so that is driver ahead. So, yeah, this is starting to pull in a little bit for Chalmers. The lap time's about 7/10 in favor of the 19 as the Mercedes runs wide there. It is going to close up. 19 McLaren, here we go. Onto, I guess you could say, what is the back straight, sort of, kind of. It's Blanchimont, though,
kind of.
with the slipstream as well. We do have a couple penalties coming in for Wilson and Partington. Not certain what those were. Probably contact somewhere. But Chalmers looking on the inside. He's not going to be brave enough on the brakes. Oh, he doesn't matter. Sykes
Gets checked up.
completely outbrakes himself. And that's going to be the position lost through pretty much his own doing. I'm sure Chalmers is more than happy to take a position without any major effort.
Yeah, I think he might have just missed. Obviously, he did miss his braking marker following that other car in front and trying to defend at the same time. But again, it was good that he actually did just run wide and make sure he didn't make any contact, but obviously losing that position in the process.
Yep, I feel like he just saw that car on the inside and thought maybe he was going for a move, and I mean, just completely missed his brake point. But yeah, position done, dusted, no problems there. Shoutouts to Stick, by the way. 14 hours in the starting box, not easy. Enjoy your rest, man. You've earned it.
Exactly, and Wilson, I think that it'll be interesting to find out that 15-second penalty, if that was anything to do with the the battle that he was having with Ty. Was those two having the battle earlier or not?
Yeah, it was.
I think. Remember again.
Yeah, it was Ty, because it was. I was like, yep, three of the same numbers versus three of the same numbers.
Yeah, I think there was that contact before the initial one when Ty got when he spun around. I think there was a lap before where we said there was sparks flying where they went side by side, and maybe there was something there.
Yeah, I don't think it would have been for that. The thing with it, I would agree with you, but the thing is, it wasn't like, if there was going to be a penalty for that, it would have been given to Ty if it was, pushing Wilson off the track and then holding the position. Because that move, when you're looking at racing, the job of passing safely is to the chasing car. That's just the general understanding, and I would assume the rules of the road across series. So if it was going to be a penalty for that, the Sparks contact, it would have been given to Ty. Also, if he had held the position, which obviously he didn't, he gave it back. So I think the 15 seconds may be for that Blanchimont tab.
Yeah, okay.
Because I can't think of any other time in the race that those two came together. I can't think of a time where Wilson did something to warrant a penalty in the last while. So that'll get served at the next pit stop. So instead of, if it's a standard 30, it'll be 45 on top of that, or maybe they change out the brake pads, which does add a little bit of time. So as long as there isn't, say, any sort of contact with any sort of barriers, then I think we'll be good. But yeah, that's gonna be my guess. And then there was another penalty. It looks like it got cleared though. I don't know if that was a pit stop or if it was an accidental thing. But yeah, we are seeing some red being thrown around.
Yeah, as we will just see there, Bruno earlier still leading the way in this race, and we're coming up to the 14-hour mark with 10 hours remaining of this race. And this is the point where you're saying where the drivers may come in the next pit stop, where they'll look at putting brake pads into especially the leading cars to have quite a lot of brake pad at the later part of the race.
Yep. I do want to just have a little quick talk about brake pads, because most people don't think about it. There are 4 types of brake pads. There's 1, And they're literally numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. I believe 1 is like what you would say is a very short lifespan. I think it's maybe an hour max, something like that.
Yeah.
And then 2 would be like your standard breaks for, your sprint series, or I think shorter endurance races. Like we run the endurance series, that's 3 hours, and I think people are running the brake pad 2. And then correct me if I'm wrong, but 3 is like the endurance, like the one that you kind of throw on and forget for 100 plus laps. And then 4 is, I believe that simulates basically having very little braking, if any.
Yeah, I think 4 is like a show, sort of like 1 or 2 hot lap type brake pad. I think they might be, are they? Or I think something like that.
I want to say there's probably someone smarter than both of us in chat who knows brakes like the back of their hand. But we don't really talk about brake choice in ACC all that much, at least in the sprint series, because again you're mainly focusing on every other bit of setup besides the brakes, because the race is not that long. Chris Taylor confirming that 4 is, as I said, a failed brake. It simulates a failed brake. So my knowledge of brakes is still good. I'm giving myself, no one can see it, I'm literally thumbs upping my monitor right now as though there's someone there, or a mirror. But yeah, so the thing with brake pads is, unlike tires, which are going to get changed a lot, Chris saying that 2 is actually perfect for enduros, lasts a little over 12 hours. So yeah, we should be seeing just a brake pad change by the end of this. Not really something you think about, to be totally honest. I certainly don't. The last time I did, I was like, oh, that's neat. I have 45 minutes left in my race. I don't know why this is relevant, but yeah, pit strategies. It's when you're doing these long stints, you very slowly start feeling those brakes get away from you, and in some corners that can be a problem.
Oh, most definitely. It's I think we ran the in the 216 we ran the brake pad 2, but obviously new to this, our first big long endurance race, we did actually change them at the halfway mark at the 12-hour. So it was good to hear some of the comments earlier where they were saying most of the pro drivers will be looking at changing around this time now, just to give them a little bit more brake pedal later in the race when they're pushing for those final positions, as it looks like the 216 is serving a 10-second penalty here.
Yep, for something that happened earlier, and Wilson's in the pit as well, so that 15 seconds will get paid dues. It was interesting you mentioned some of the pro drivers, pro-ams, whoever it was, swapping brake pads, because it is obviously tempting to say, well, I might as well just do 12 and 12 because, haha, cut the race in half. But sometimes holding off for an hour or two will give you that much of an advantage at the end of the race, because this is a sport where we're talking about millimeters and milliseconds. Races can be decided because you would hit the brake into a corner, 5 meters later than you normally would. Is that going to send you off? Is that going to keep you on the line? Is that going to give you an advantage? It depends. So when we look at racing, we look at things like this 24-hour race. You are looking at just how much of an advantage can you gain over your competitors at a certain point in the race. I made an analogy earlier about min-maxing like a Borderlands 2 character, and it's the same thing. You want to maximize your strengths, you want to minimize your weaknesses, and well, brake pads and tire wear are going to be one of those. Even fuel load. Most people don't think about it, but the fuel adds weight to the car just as it does in real life. So, managing all of that so you can gain what is fractions of a second over the competitors might seem like a complete waste of time in the short run, a couple laps here and there, but in the long run, that's gonna add up. And that's why you see drivers who might be, 15, 20 seconds back, eventually reaching and overtaking someone else.
Yeah, great explanation about all that. And while we're doing that, it's a big welcome also to Connor Hind into the commentary. Welcome, Connor.
Morning, fellas. How are we?
Very good. How
Boy.
about yourself?
Yeah, good. Just put a stint in the car and thought I'd come in here and chat with you guys about how everyone's doing.
Well, yeah, of course. Welcome in. I apologize for missing your message. I was looking at OR things. So coming off the track, what's been the general motif of the team? How have things been behind the wheel? How have the plans gone? You know, are you guys on track with everything you've thought would be a reasonable expectation, or do you feel like you're excelling or maybe behind it a little bit?
Well, currently we're in P4. We've kind of been floating around there for most of the day. We were in a fight for P2 and 3, but we got a couple of drive-throughs early on that kind of put us out of that fight. So we're kind of hoping and relying on putting the pressure on the guys in front to see if they can make some mistakes. With 10 hours to go, see if we can snag a position or two. But yeah, we're trucking along all right. Like, we got Ben in the car, he's a speedy boy, and then it'll pass it over to Brad. And then I think I'm later in the morning, so we're trucking along all right.
Yeah, it sounds good. And we've also got in the chat someone that may know you there, Connor. Bogues Time by Chris Taylor. So maybe a sneaky beer at this early hour of the morning. How would that sit on you at this stage?
Yeah, look, I have been known to down a sneaky beer while I have a drive, so there is that, but nah, not today. Today's you've got to keep focus, especially in... This is the time where a lot of teams will find, and drivers will find, that they'll make the most mistakes. The early hours being an APAC mainly series. The early hours, the tight hours, where people, like, their minds will falter and fade kind of thing.
Well,
Yeah, there's a little battle
let's
going
say
here
laser
with
focus.
Riley back in it again. He's a driver that obviously gets himself in the thick of things and had a little wobble there, and he was lucky to keep McNeil behind him. And let's see if he can keep him behind a little bit longer.
We saw McNeil try around the outside of Blanchimont. I had a little bit of PTSD and then had to switch back to the inside. Or actually was outside again to inside. Riley, though, under a lot of pressure right now, is struggling. Has lost a couple positions up and over the top of Radion. Here we go. Onto the Kemmel Straight. There's the McLaren just breezing on by. It's like he put the sails up and is using that little bit of wind to carry on. So McNeil passing at the most opportune moment and will run away into the night like the thief he is. Solid bit of driving there.
Like he put his spinnaker up, didn't he? He just took off.
It's the mid-corner kind of grip and the error of the McLaren around here compared to a lot of other cars that just, they can't compete.
No, that is one of the big sort of benefits the McLaren has, especially over something like I would say in that instance. I mean, you know, yeah, you sort of have to fight with the back end sometimes, but yeah, mid corner, I have seen countless people gain heaps of time in such a moment, of course. And speaking of moments, folks, we have just ticked under the 10-hour mark, and I think it's time for a very quick run of the standings here, top of the hour of your Permobil 24 Hours of Spa. It is still Bruno Gallo in that 999 McLaren, leading the field by a lap. Lucas Briss, second place for Group B Garage in that beautiful Martini livery McLaren as well. Another McLaren is going to be Rushmont for Alpha Venturi Racing P3. It's Benjamin Hignett. We were just talking about him not too long ago. Another McLaren for Milk Racing Team's very fast division. That is the 600 squad. Gafour Fahad from Malaysia, 5th position in the 7-Eleven. Right now, doing a good job getting some gas in that machine. Jamie Conboy is 6th rather for the Kovacs Purple Team 191s. Jim Stoddard 7th out of New Zealand. for FPS Evolve Yellow. And then David Bartlett, the merger of Convicts and Colonials and the Bricks Racing Squad, is 8th. Then it's Layla Bell in 9th. We saw a move there pretty long ago. And then Yeelan rounds out the top 10 in the 101 Scan Motorsports Ferrari. And then we just saw McNeil overtake Riley for 11th. And you can see plenty of other drivers down the grid. Bruno leading. For your pro drivers, it is Stoddard ahead of the silver class. Muller in P14 is top of the table for Pro-Am. And then all the way down in position 27 is Santu, leading amateur class. And I believe having a pretty significant margin over the 22 of Naim in the KRT Ferrari. But that is a quick run of everything, gentlemen. Top of the hour, how are we feeling about this race?
Oh, I've had to say that I think this race it's had a lot of ups and downs, you could say. It's all started off with a banger on the first lap too, with the safety car being caught out, and we've had a bit of wet weather. We've had the race favourite have a malfunction as well and out of the race, and we've had it all going on, and it's all the first 24-hour with OOR, thanks to also Permobil as well. So hopefully this is one of many to come with OOR, these 24-hour races. It's an exciting event, and it's great to be part of the inaugural 24-hour race here at OOR.
Yeah, it's had its ups and downs, and whenever it goes into a down, it's straight back into an up. It's quite frenetic. My one major thing is the three-person teams of this event. I'm astonished they're going through with this. That is a mega effort.
Splitting that up evenly. I mean, 8 hours, that's a long time. To even, it's not going to be 8 hours in a row, but if you're splitting it up evenly, that's a lot of commitment. And even if you say, all right, well, divvy it up differently, there's always going to be someone who does, there's probably going to be someone who does at least 10 hours. So to those guys and gals out there on track and, putting these hours in, I would say pour yourself one, because you're going to be earning it by the checkered flag.
Yeah, definitely. That sure will. But I think when I looked at earlier, the average, I think most teams went for the 5 drivers per car. There's quite a mixture of 5s and 4s. But I think the 5 driver lineup sort of outweighed most by looking at it all, which is probably a healthy number for a 24-hour, especially in the sim world. Oh,
absolutely, yeah. I mean, we don't experience that little aspect of real life racing. I think it's called like G-force or something along those lines. That takes a massive toll on your body, and especially if you look at, say, like the F1 drivers, the loads they're under. So while we don't have to suffer the physical fatigue of racing, the mental at least stays about the same.
Yeah, and it's also probably with the 5 driver lineups, maybe some of the 4s as well. Everyone then gets quite a bit of driving time to participate, be in the event, have some fun. Whereas opposed to we're in a 6-person car, and obviously we're driving less, but we're still part of the event, so everyone's having a bit of fun.
Yeah.
Well, a 6-man team in 4th position, that's not too shabby, so maybe that's what a lot of the team should have been going for. Just saying, Connor.
The more the merrier, right?
Oh, look at that 3-person team in first, though. That is insanity.
And even,
but will it stay there? That's the question. We're already asking, how's the mental capacity, for the 3 drivers in the 999? Can they keep that up for another 10 hours? It's a question that we'll only probably find out maybe with 2 hours to go. You don't know. Anything can happen, and before you know it, they just start to tire, make some silly mistakes, some wrong judgment errors. And I think you mentioned earlier too, Nick, that it can be anything. It can start being a few drive-throughs. It can start with that, and they can get in a rut and just can't get out of there.
Yeah, and when we talk about those later hours of the race, that final 2 hours, that final hour, 45 minutes, 30, whatever, you just, you said, hey, the mental fortitude of these drivers, having to stick with it, not getting in a rut. But then you also couple that with impatience, to be completely honest, because people are realizing, okay, time really is starting to run out. Right now, just under 10 hours to go. Nobody's thinking about the checkered flag. Anybody that is probably not racing at the moment. But when you get to that final hour, that last 30 minutes, that's when the adrenaline really kicks in. I don't want to say the fight or flight, but it certainly feels a lot like that. So that will compound with the things you mentioned earlier. And it really does separate the good drivers from the greatest, because if you're able to balance your mental, I don't want to say setbacks, but that mental sort of weight of just grinding out these laps on top of someone who's probably, if given the opportunity, going to push you wide, it's something that you can't practice without doing. You don't take a course on how to deal with it. You just deal with it trial by fire. If you survive, great. If you don't, hey, that's on you.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we were saying just before, it'll be interesting over these next couple of hours when the kind of like most of the people's bodies will kind of be, and mine will be shut down, how they react to it, and whether the sharpness of their driving and their skills will kind of start to fall off.
Yep. And
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say add water to that if that was going to be anything that may come as well,
yeah.
and those reflexes, and we get all a little bit doughy, and we have seen in the wet stages of the race when we're riding on board some of the drivers how much work they will putting into the car, saving the car from oversteering and keeping the pace up. The drivers were definitely earning their keep in the wet and those tricky conditions earlier in this race as well.
Yeah, you think about some of the drivers who will make adjustments, because obviously your dry setup's going to be different to your wet setup, and we don't know what equipment people are rocking with. Having a basic, say Logitech wheel or other such like entry level wheels, there's only so many buttons. But when you have some of the nicer things, you do get those buttons and dials and knobs and all those fun little gizmos, bells and whistles and whatnot. So you can make those, on-the-fly adjustments to your ABS, to your traction control, while someone may have to open the menu and then scroll through this and only do it at certain times. That's where you will start to drop off of pace. But yeah, I'd also agree. Wet weather does play a pretty big part in all of this.
That I was a part of my first stint was in that wet weather that was kind of going on towards nighttime there, and that was tough. That was sweaty. It was tough. There was just puddles you couldn't even aim for, drive through. You had to pick your lines a lot more concisely, as opposed to like the rain earlier in the day.
Yeah, it wasn't Blanchimont fun, Connor.
I could have understeered wide off of Blanchimont a few times just because the car didn't want to turn. There's also quite a few words in there that can't be said on stream, so...
Of course. I think also one of the things, as we were talking about precipitation here and all of that, and we look at the time, I believe one of you mentioned earlier about a lot of drivers being from the APAC region, and the time in game lines up pretty much on the dot with what's going on over there. I think off by maybe 3 minutes. So for those drivers who are, going to be starting to feel that fatigue, they're probably thinking, okay, if the weather can just stay nice until I can go to bed, I don't care, it'll be someone else's problem. But for, some drivers who might be in other parts of the world where maybe it's a bit of the morning, such as myself, or if you're, Cam here in the 555, or Starkey, from the UK, or you're Michael Formato from Canada, you don't really mind. You're probably wide awake at this point. So mixing everything we've talked about, physical, mental, weather, condition of the car, if you're one of those APAC drivers, you're ready to pass out, yeah, hopefully that weather stays away.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm from Tassie, and it's currently 2:21 in the morning. But we, a couple of us in my team tried to adjust our body clocks to sleep mostly today, so we could wake up late and do the whole night shift. That's just kind of what you do as part of you pick some people to run during the day, and then you got some night owls who will kick about on the night.
And those that normally work night shift as well, it's a perfect time for them.
Yeah, they're normally up and about, aren't they?
So Tom Maloney here in position 6, and he's just got the car in front. I'm just trying to pick who that might be. It's the R&J Batteries car.
Yeah, he's navigating some blue flags right now. He did it earlier. We do have your race leader in the pit. Bruno has come in. I believe this will be the end of the stint because he just did another pit stop earlier, so we could be seeing driver swaps. We do have a stop-go 30 for Barham. I believe that's right out of the pit, so I'm not certain. That might be for speeding in the pit lane, so that'll get served hopefully in the next few laps. We've got Thomas Riley in the pits as well. We're getting a request from Henriksen. Ah, that's a name I love. Asking about the KRT car. We gotta find that one. I don't know what number that is.
So it looks like Rashudi's jumping into that car as well when he leaves.
Which car are we talking about? Not the 999.
The Porsche. You're yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say because Paul Britt is.
Oh,
has
not the
popped in.
999. No, not the 999. It was with a Porsche I think we had earlier.
Which one? I just lost it.
Number 90, wasn't it Riley's Porsche?
Boom.
Yeah, that's who it is. Yeah.
Yep, Rashudi's in. So that'll be the Sofa King slow team. That is, I think, 5th in silver. Car 22. Let's take a gander. We're actually getting a lot of pit stops now, so this will be probably driver swaps and or tires. 90, 92, 22. I literally have... This is the thing I've noticed with myself on streams, any stream. It just feels like I have zero memory. But KRT, 28th position, up and over the top of Radion. No problems there. And I believe in front of them... Oh, no, it's not Holmes. Never mind. Holmes is behind, but a lap ahead. So, Aaron Slade, though, doing some work for KRT. So, good on him. Yeah, a lot of drivers coming in now for pit stops. Macaulay as well's coming in. Obviously, Rashudi's getting out of there. I'm is just coming down now. Rika's coming in, or is in. Hignet's coming in.
Yeah, Ben's a fast driver, so maybe swapping out as well.
Oof. Bear missing the pit lane a little bit. Yeah, we should be seeing some more drivers coming in. So right now, Lucas Bierce is leading for Group B Garage, and as I say that, head to the pit lane. Oh my god, dude. I saw a TikTok the other day from this one motorsports commentator I follow, and I think it was like F3 at Catalunya, and I think it was like practice or qualifying. I think it was practice, and one of the guys was coming through the final corner, and he was saying how, oh, it's great because they're, flat out from there, and like middle of the sentence, the dude just pulls into the pit lane. I was like, yep, I'm going to experience that, and I'm glad I did. Well, Paul Britt in this case will be regaining position 1 for Laundry House. They are certainly cleaning house right now as they are on lead lap, retaking that lead. Lucas has been demoted to P2, and, well, P3 is quite a long ways back. Macaulay's been traded out for Tonkin. So another Aussie in the car. Or no, sorry, Macaulay's a New Zealander. My apologies. Either way, the two friends swapping out, and I believe Bierce will come out, as will Hignet.
So it looks like Hignet has jumped off to have a break.
It's Brad Cook.
The car's 600. So Brad Cook now. Handy steerer.
He's very, very handy. Mr. Cook is quite fast.
And there's Cooley coming in for the 587 team. So that'll be good news for that. And that position will be held because Rushma right now is coming around the La Source turn number 1 and is quite a ways back. So basically a free pit stop for this team. That'll do them a lot of good. And that last round of pit stops and driver changes are done. We should be seeing some more coming in the coming minutes, maybe an hour or so. And I don't want to alarm anybody, but clouds have rolled in. And if I know anything about Spa, especially where we are, that isn't always the best.
No, it's not good when you start seeing that at this hour.
It's actually been like that for the other 2 weather changes as well, is that the clouds rolled in for about half an hour and then bang, the rain hits. So it'll be interesting to see that develop.
Yeah, that's one of the things that was talked about, that more than likely there's going to be a bit of rain before the sun comes up, and that's going to make it fairly tricky with already 12-degree track temperature. We did see how long it took for the track to dry up too in that night session you were mentioning earlier, Connor. It was a lot longer to dry up than when it did rain earlier in the race when they had the sun to help dry that track out. So temperature's a lot colder now as well. So I think if there was any forecast of rain, I think most drivers will be jumping in straight away as soon as those drops do start falling.
It was actually interesting too that earlier drop of rain, it stayed greasy for so long, for ages, because it just wasn't, the temperatures dropped, as you said, and it just wasn't drying up. But as soon as it went too fast, it literally went to optimum within like 2 laps. So it just gripped up like as if someone flipped a switch.
Yeah, and all the wet tyres were like balloons pretty instantly as well. If any drivers were still on them, which there was a couple of the leaders I think stayed on the wets waiting for that transition of the lap times to start showing. Because I think a lot of the leaders, I went down the back, but we did have a look at the leaders and they were doing I think 28s on the wet tyres when the slick guys were still doing roughly 30. Just on the 30-second, like 2-minute 30 laps with that drying track. And as soon as that crossover came, that's when the leaders basically came and grabbed those slicks on.
Yeah, it was to run as deep as possible as you could on the wets to try and mitigate having to do extra stops.
That's right. Well, there's a nice train of cars here.
Evix, I wanted to mention this, but you guys were having a little conversation. I didn't feel like butting in. We did have a car that's currently being blue flagged actually pull ahead. Oh, never mind. Never mind. That is completely off the circuit. I was going to say, we obviously in the realm of blue flags, it's important to get out of the way. But sometimes drivers have little agreements and they'll say, yeah, you know what, you're faster, go ahead. So we saw that earlier, but of course that has been undone. But nighttime in the rain, and we're looking at about 2:30 in the morning there, down below. And I know we talked about it earlier. If you're having one of these, graveyard shifts, and there's the possibility of rain, you want it to come after, so that way you don't have to, scrounge up what energy you can and try not to use all of it as you get your laps out of the way before you can finally take a break.
Yeah, talking about laps, I'll be jumping in about 30 minutes to take another stint in the ANZ CRL Black number 216 Mercedes.
Let's give them a little bit of a shout out. Ah, yes, our boys. Connor right now doing work for that squad. I'm sure you're very, very happy with how he's been getting that Mercedes.
Yeah, he's been having a good run in the Mercedes. It's new to us. We've got our second car, which is obviously Aston Martin, which we've run most of the races this year with OOR. But obviously Jay, who's our lead driver, loves the Mercedes, so that's why we're in it.
Yep. Oh, dive on the inside of Holmes there.
Oh,
Good
just-
hold, good hold.
Very good. I was really hoping I was not going to collect another curse.
But yeah, I was going to comment earlier. There's a couple of those cars. The one's just in front with the Belgian livery flag. There's one that's obviously coming across the vehicle, and the other one that runs parallel with the vehicle with the Belgium colours. As we're looking at Austin.
The carpenter out the back. Did I? Oh, I had the thing on my back. We'll go back to Holmes. This is the car you were talking about.
Yeah.
But he was, I wanted to say, Archer was actually doing a pretty solid job following, and that's kind of one of the benefits of having the same car in front of you, is you can see what are they doing differently, where are they braking, where am I not braking, and that was pull off pretty solidly, because you saw how much of a gain Archer had just through a couple of corners. So, you know, if he can just, you know, sit back there and just do a little bit of reconnaissance, you can maybe start pulling in some faster laps. And hopefully you're taking notes too.
Yeah, I'm definitely taking notes, and it's one. You know, this is his bedtime after this stint. He's been up all day, so he'll be starting to feel the effects as well. So yeah, I'm sure that he's got Jay in his ear, probably just mentioning, just to, you know, cool it, just follow, you know, this car in front, follow Josh, and bring it home, and then he can get off to bed, because I think he's done 4 or 5 stints so far.
Jesus,
Connor.
That's a lot, but you know what?
Putting in the work.
yeah, he's putting in the work, absolutely.
How do you find, Neil? How do you find the Merc?
Yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying the experience. I find it's, yeah, I think we've got it fairly aggressive on the preload, so we've got to keep our boot in it. If we let it off a little bit, she wants to over-rotate in some corners. But yeah, it's a learning experience from the set it up from that compared to the Aston. But yeah, she's a bit front heavy as well.
Yeah, definitely. We used to, in 600, we used to run the Merc as our main car. Yeah, she had high speed. She doesn't like the boot to be let off it. I can tell you that, because she likes to just, the aero will stall on the rear, and that's it. She just loops around, and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, we've experienced that a little bit this race, but yeah, we're coming to terms with it, and yeah, that's what I love about the game as well, where every car is different, and you do learn its little knacks to get fast out of each car. It's not like some games where you just automatically just put this sort of suspension on it, that aero, and they all drive the same. So yeah, it's a fun, enjoyable game that just keeps giving, you could say.
It definitely is a strength of the game, I think, is that you can drive a car and learn a car, like say the Merc, for a couple of 100 hours or 100 hours or 50 hours, whatever time you've got, and then you could hop in the McLaren or the Porsche and spend another 50 to 100 hours learning something completely different that takes you back to square one. But it's that experience of learning along the way that kind of, like, you know, it's the enjoyment factor.
Yeah, definitely.
I feel like picking the right car for an event is tricky. We had a discussion earlier about one of the Bentleys, and it was sort of the middle ground for all the drivers. When you guys picked up the Merc, did you feel like there was some of you who had to maybe learn a little bit more or have a little less skill, or did you find that it was the middle ground?
Well, I'm not too sure. Yeah, it's always a learning curve with any car that we jump into, but yeah, I think having Jay's knowledge, because he likes driving the Merc, has helped, but also his driving style is completely different to most of our drivers, so we've had to sort of adapt to the way he can set up a car and drive the way, and he's coached us quite a bit, which has been good. And as you said, like as Connor just said, like we had to learn that, yeah, you've got to keep the boot in the car, keep on the loud pedal through the high speed corners, otherwise you are gonna have a lot of problems if you don't. So yeah, it's been fun, and yeah, as a learning driver, I think that just trying the different cars is a good knowledge and good way of understanding how the cars all drive.
And the real question though, would you stick around with the Mercedes or would you go to something else?
I think I'm happy to stick with the Mercedes. I want to learn a little bit more if I can. Like when I look up at the leaderboard here and we're looking at Austin in a Mercedes in position 11, I'd like to see us to be able to get up a little bit more into the top 20 would be our aim for next year, definitely, in the Mercedes.
Well, hopefully you're able to pull that off as Carpenter's having a wide line there. He's got one of the blue flags behind, and he actually has Herod ahead of him, I believe, surprisingly, because Herod's a lap down. He'll just come on to the lap that Carpenter's on, and then Carpenter will immediately fire back. Yeah, Mercedes just outside the top 10. I mean, Bell right now is coming down towards Eau Rouge, so possibly a change for position. I don't know. It's gonna be tricky because Carpenter has had to swim his way through traffic and it slowed him down a little bit, about a second and then some change slower. But we'll see, because right now the only car ahead of him is Herod in the 645, and then just beyond that is Bell. So if Carpenter can put this thing into the top 10, I'm sure he'd be very happy with that.
I'm sure the whole team will be, yeah, definitely. He's just got that pressure of the car behind him at the moment.
I think touching on the Merc as well, like, I think it's one of the best looking cars in the game. Like, it just looks like a tough race car, and the way it's designed, like its chassis and stuff like that, and just the sound, the noise too when you're on the loud pedal is just music.
Yeah, it is a nice sounding car, that's for sure.
It is. We'll do a little bit of Mozart, if you will, and we'll have this symphony ring out as we head through Pouan and up towards the following corners.
As everyone's enjoying this Merc, I'll take a quick opportunity to have a quick break, and I'll be back shortly.
Absolutely. Up through Blanchimont, folks. If you're looking for something good, make sure I turn off the autopilot. I know what I'm doing, I promise.
You just hear Austin firing down through the gears into the bus stop. It's just glorious. It's just so good.
It really is. He knows what he's doing. He's confident in his ride, and he's putting that on full display right now here at Spa 24 Hours. Started the clock. We're now at 9.5, and looking at lap times. Oh, he's just a smidge slower than Bell. It's just a 10th, if even, between himself and 10th place, and he's got a lot of time. Oh no, we've got the 216. We've got Archer. Connor Archer, what is happening, my friend? Let's take a gander. This is up towards Blanchimont. If I had to bet on it, maybe a little bit too... Oh, no. That turned on itself before I thought. Wow. All right.
That's that Mercedes rear aero. It just stalls at high speed. Especially if, I don't know how they've set the car up, but if you've got the nose squatted on the ground, then yeah, the rear just, like, it's fast, but the rear just doesn't like it.
Well, he's lucky to get away with basically nothing. Maybe some flat spotted tires immediately into the pits, so I don't know if that was conveniently timed slide or if that was just a spur of the moment change of plans. But yeah, stepped out, and like you said, that rear end doing no favors, kept it out of the wall, and we'll see if this is a driver change or if this is just tires. Check in with the 216 in due time. Blanchimont has claimed a couple people already. We had a moment earlier with Steven Ty here in the 111, who was going for a move around the outside of the 555 Ferrari. There was a tap there, but yeah, we had a couple people. Ooh, we've got King. I don't know. We'll run that one back a good bit. That's up over the top, so this is going to happen at the
Is that Lacombe?
Yeah, Lacombe. I thought it would have been. I hit 30 instead of 20, so we're going to be here for like 6 million years. We'll see what happened. I want to say maybe he got on the inside. Oh, yep, there it is.
Yeah, the Astros just swung him round.
It's so easy to do that, though. Like, even the best drivers, it happens to everybody at some point, because the way the turn of the inside corner is set up, even, I mean, I've had cars that are very stable still just step out a little bit, and that's what happened there. And then, like you said, the AstroTurf just adding on to that.
Yeah, and it's the thing that's been noticed in the night with the cooler conditions is that it's just not quite giving the grip that a lot of people would like as well. So, like, normally you can climb, yeah, it's a bit of a dicey curve, but you can kind of climb it a little bit and throw it in there. But the nighttime is just kind of providing another element of you've got to be that extra bit cautious. As he dips a couple of wheels in the grass.
I don't think this is the iRacing 24 where people were doing that, but yeah, lower temperatures definitely do play a part, because, you know, I assume that for the most part the bulk of practice laps that drivers were doing were in, you know, stable optimum conditions. With these lower temps, it is far more important to make sure that your tires are actually in that operating window so you can get the most out of them. Obviously, you know, they're going to be cold when you put them on after a pit stop. They're going to be, you know, they're going to take a couple laps. And in the day, you know, when the sun's out and shining, yeah, it's going to heat them up a bit quicker. But at night, I feel like it's easier to end up losing that temp, just because of, one, the ambient, and two, the track surface itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is as well, like, slides in the night, it just absolutely, like, in the day cooks your tires and stuff like that, but at night it nearly destroys them. Yep,
it's just cold. They're not, you know, I would say expanded properly, and yeah, those are gonna cause far more issues than is probably ideal. But King hasn't let that stop him at all. Got his crown. He's right back out there. Position 20 for this 92 squad.
Yeah, solid performance. And just looking at that weather again, it looks like those clouds have gone away. We've got the stars shining in the sky at some points. You can see in the shot. So good to see that any chance of rain is sort of been taken away at this stage.
Did you, Neil, did you dip out for that quick moment just to change the weather settings so it wouldn't go raining before you jumped in the car?
I could have a little bit of say in that. No, honestly, I think I needed to just have a human break, you could say.
Yeah.
A human pit stop.
Yes, of course. Oh, hold on. We have the number 8 of Bell. Bell's down in 11th. So this, this is a little too
and look
far
at this.
back. Bang. We'll grab this in the proper replay. I did not go far. I go from too far back to not far back enough. So we out here with the usual. So we'll take a look at Bell and see what happened exactly. If I'm a betting man, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that it was probably, oh god, what's the car number? What is Bell in right now? 8. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing enough for Malik to let me basically run the show. So let's see what happens. So this is on board through Lacombe. Gets one side. Oh, rode the curb a little too much. And
Yeah, just a bit too much of the loud pedal as well on the way out.
and a little kiss. So that does promote Austin Carpenter in the 676 Mercedes into the top 10. We just talked about that earlier, but Bell is right back on the saddle.
Yeah, it's on the chase again, but it's good to see the leading Merc in the top 10 of Carpenter.
Got to raise the spirits for all of the Mercedes. King, Gardner. Haven't talked about Gardner all too much. And then, of course, a certain team that shall not be named for the sake of not cursing. Next round of pit stops, though. Fahad's in, McNeil's in, Ty's in. We'll see if this is a change for driver. Just it's going to be regular old tires, fuel. Right on board here with Bell up and over the top of Radion. I can run this 1,000,001 time. Oh no!
Oh, someone's pointing the wrong way.
Oh, you cannot park there.
No, you get a fine parking if they're too long.
Oh, there's
Car
more.
6.
Oh, no. Oh god, there is more chaos happening. I can't quite see. That's the 645, the 9.
And then 959, I think it
Oh,
was.
we're gonna-
Might have got collected there somewhere, so it'd be good to see a replay here.
I'll see how much we can actually grab. That was, I saw the 645 Hera. That was the car that was. Oh, this is no.
Is
Oh
it
no no
re-
no.
Oh, no.
Oh god, and someone else ricocheted off the wall. Oh, that's terrible.
And the car just leaving the pits as well.
Oh my god.
Another one.
Everybody's caught up in that. Wow.
That's going to be some extensive damage for the 959, I think it was, that collected that car as he was rejoining. And this 645 will have just as much damage as well.
Let me see.
But,
Yeah.
Call the 9. Was it the 959? Was that the one?
Yeah, it was Chris Brooker, unfortunately.
I think Brooker was the one that sort of went off to the side, just, clattered the wall. But it looked like there was one of the Porsches that was involved in that.
Okay.
I'm guessing. I could be wrong. I looked at the back and my brain said Porsche. I don't know who it was. That was one of those.
Yeah, this car doesn't look as damaged as what it would have been by T-Bone in another car, so his front looks fairly well, Chris. So you might be right. He might have just ran wide and sideswiped.
I'm going to look around. We'll see. Look at all the Porsches. If it's not a Porsche, I'll be amazed. But it's certainly somebody somewhere got a whole heap of front end.
That was a rejoin and a half, though. That was probably that mind slip we were talking about earlier as well.
Yeah.
Just that fault in the moment, and bam, that kind of stuff can happen.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, definitely.
I'm not gonna look for it now if someone wants to snag that and just give us an update. But that was rough.
Yeah, it's a bit ugly, but these, as we
Yeah.
just said, does happen. But I think Matthew may have a hearing from the stewards a little bit later from the Bin Chicken Racing
Yeah,
team.
his teammates might also join in. Thankfully, he didn't hand a car over with 3 track cut warnings. Ideal scenario. The 42's coming in. That sack ramp. That was one of the. Oh, so there's the wall. There you go. I guess he was trying to balance out the damage. But he'll be in. He'll get that car serviced in some capacity. Same with Herod. That was, yeah. Well, everybody's carrying on. Life is still as peachy keen as you could probably manage it. We have a development. Austin Carpenter with Bell behind, still chasing. Laps favoring the Porsche right now. And within a few laps or so, maybe 5, 6, could be seeing some more action with these two. Oh, sideways. The number 8.
Good save. Oh, he's still running it wide on his chase towards Carpenter. Layla's doing an awesome job in this Porsche.
Gotta
The
be
leading
patient.
Porsche as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, got to be patient, but also everyone's getting a little bit doughy at this early hour of the morning as well.
Unless you're Carpenter, then you're probably wide awake and ready to rock and roll. 2 seconds
Yeah,
separates 8th and 9th. We'll see what it looks like at the timing line as we sit on the back here of this Mercedes. And we'll head through the chicane. No problems there for both of these cars. And let's take a look. What's the gap going to be? It's now, almost 2.1. So it's gone up 7/10. So that's probably due to Bell's, we'll say, liberal use of track limits. But that will be a story for another day. Herod is heading back out there. There is no driver swap for the 645, and then Graham sticks in that very beautiful. I didn't realize how nice that Ferrari looked. So they're back out there.
Yeah, it looks like Matthew Hurd may have really used up that glad wrap, the cling wrap, to patch the front of his car.
The race tape, the good old race tape.
Yeah, the sponsorship of the Glad, so maybe using the cling wrap instead.
The battle between Bell and Carpenter actually is going to be pretty spicy too, because battle for 2 and 3 in the silver class, so yeah, lots to play for here.
Yep.
Definitely. Yeah, good point.
And Stoddard is just by himself. There's nothing to worry about, because right now they're in front of him but a lap down. So even if they manage to catch him at some point, they're going to have to do it all again. So for the number 70 McLaren, this is really no stress at all. And you know, 5th place is, well, right here at the bus stop. So for right now, yeah, this is really kind of the big battle for 2nd in class and 8th overall.
The question I want to pose to both of you while you're here is, what is your most striking or favourite liveries so far you've seen? We've had a bit of day running and a bit of night running.
Oh, I've only had night running. I didn't pay attention during the day running. I was setting stuff up. Personally... Oh, what? I missed something.
Carpenter just had a bit of a moment coming out of Blanchimont. The car was getting squeezy, but he's managed to stabilise it.
Well, it was probably more of that back end we talked about earlier, yeah?
Yeah, I reckon he's just lifted off to avoid a track cut, and the Merc he's played right into the Merc hand gods.
Alright, let's see. My livery of choice right here, the number 111 Castrol livery. You know, every time I see it, I think about, the old Toyota from the 90s. It's always one of them. Obviously, I would say the best rally livery, of course, would be the Audi Quattro. But yeah, this here is a very solid recreation. I'm a huge fan of this one from this team, because this is, if I can get a good angle, if I can remember how to work it, there we go. I mean, that's just stunning. That's beautiful.
The fact that it goes on most cars too, and it just looks glorious in the day, in night. Oh.
Yeah, it's a striking livery, but mine was the R&J batteries. I'm not too sure of the number there. I'd have to have a look at the spotter's guide to pick it up, but
I'll do the caveman method of just clicking through everything until I find it. It's worked for me in the past.
The 587 Group B Garage is also another good one. The Martini livery.
Yes, yep.
McLaren, very nice.
Oh, there we go. We found it.
Here we go.
RJ batteries. F7. I have to remember that. You know,
yeah, that's nice.
Especially with sort of the... Yeah, I was going to say sort of that, like, cracked fractal design, and I'm like, wait, we were talking about how it's like a child kind of drew it, like the Pizza Hut livery, and you definitely see it. But the thing is, it works. Like, it works out really well.
Yeah. I think it's come up really well how they've done it, and they've sort of recreated, though it wasn't a copy of the Pizza Hut, it's actually the R&J batteries one, and they've still got the battery terminals on the roof and things like that. So they've sort of taken the same livery from the V8 supercar and copied the 10-year-old's drawings of the race car and skinned the car up.
If that's a 10-year-old's, then I have certainly never improved in that department, because that looks better than anything I could draw. Oh, drive-through. Herod's just picked that up, and that's getting served almost immediately. It's been a minute since we've seen some red plates next to those lap counters, so That is obviously for
Yeah.
track limits. Yi Lin's coming in as well for pit stop, maybe driver change as well. And I think that's really it. Only 2 drivers coming through the pit lane. One of their own accord, the other more or less being forced to do that. Now
Yeah, I
this...
think the
we've
Herod
got,
one, sorry,
hold on,
was
700.
probably that rejoin.
Chris Taylor having some issues, possibly. Run it back. I don't know. It could have been... Oh, inside curve. Oh, and does collect. Oh, that's one of the... Oh, that's not Archer, is it? No, it's not.
No, it's not Archer.
Oh,
No.
it might be... Not Brooker. Where's the other team car? It's not...
No, it's not. No, it's not one of our ones. No, it wasn't Nico's. I think there's another car that's similar. I think it was. Oh, it was. There was the English pair. I think you had earlier. Got similar sort of livery.
Well, what we'll do is we'll kind of look ahead. David Neighbor. Nope, was not Neighbor. It was somebody. We're good at our jobs.
Yeah.
But inside second half of the Lake Comp Chicane, another classic spot to spin out. Just because of that sudden elevation change, you'll get cars that'll ride across it, just bottom out and spin. And that's exactly what happened there. And I think we just had another one with the 991. Oh,
Yeah.
We're doing some celebratory donuts. Oh, this
Bit early
is...
for that.
Oh, this is... Oh, I don't like this. I don't like the look of this at all. Side by side. Oh, he gets turned.
no.
He gets turned.
why-
Oh, and T-boned. That's not... Oh, no. That's
The
Archer.
car I'm about to jump into, I think.
Yes,
Yep.
it is.
So I'm sure that on my way to the garage, I'm sure we'll be visiting the stewards as well for that one.
Yep. And Hera just picked up a stock of 10 for speeding in the pit lane. So the Lake Comp Chicane proving to be difficult. That's for some reason at this hour.
Yeah, I think I may have to go and rescue Connor, guys. So it is my time to jump into this car. And I'll be driving for an hour, and then I'll be back in the commentary booth for another 2 hours after my stint. So I'll say goodbye now and rejoin Connor here and make sure he gets whatever needs to happen and get myself in the car.
Well, thank you, Neil, of course, and best of luck out there. Try to, not do what he did.
I try not to. But anyway, if I do, I'm sure I'll face the wrath when I come back in the commentary booth in an hour's time.
Good luck, Neil.
Thanks, Connor. Cheerio. See you, Nick.
See ya. And from one Connor to another, it is just now Connor Hind and myself here in the commentary box for the next hour, of course, until our co-commentator Neil comes back. So, Connor, question for you.
Shoot, far away.
All right, it's a pretty far shot. I'm up here in the U.S. Given how this race has gone, and looking at what everybody has been doing since the very beginning, there's probably someone out there watching, whether it's live right now or they're going to watch the VOD. You look at these endurance races and they seem pretty daunting. And you see what everyone's doing right now and they're just sort of running it. What advice would you give to someone who's thinking about doing, a longer endurance race? Maybe not a 24-hour, maybe an 8, 9, or 10-hour. But they're a little bit hesitant to do so. What advice would you give them?
Well, the first one would just be to get in and have a crack. Like, if you've got a team that, like, mates, friends, teammates you can bring with you, that's always good. Or if you... there's plenty of places, like on the OR Discord and stuff like that, where you can search for a team, you can be added to a team. Someone will reach out for you to get you in a car. The biggest bit of advice because enduros can be quite daunting, length, sharing the car with other people, and like the car is kind of out of your hands while you're not in it as well. The biggest thing would just be to get in and have a go, because you don't know if you'll enjoy it until you actually try it.
I would say, yeah, that's a good point. And even, what you just said about, getting in, are you going to enjoy it, are you not? It's always, in my eyes, not just with something like this, but even just life in general, is, just if there's something you're kind of shaky about, you don't know if you want to do it, just do it. you know, in my eyes, it's better to do something and have it fail spectacularly than to not do it and spend every year thinking, well, what if I did this? What if I did that? And I know it might be something minor, you know, in the grand scheme of things, like, you know, a sim racing endurance event, but it could also apply to some pretty important life things. So it's just important to say, you know what? Life's full of uncertainties, and the best way to get the answers I want is to actually do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And probably one of the big things too is that this, as opposed to sprint racing or racing by yourself or anything like in sports or anything, if it's a singular sport or whatever, team events and team sports, and say with sim racing, team stuff in sim racing, it's kind of like going to a battle or a war with your teammates, and it's just hanging out with your mates all day or all night or whatever, or something like this, where, like, you know, you pick those up around you and they pick you up, and you kind of just, like, it builds mateship and camaraderie between you all.
Yeah, and it's just good people skills, because when you get into a team, you're gonna have all these different factors. We talked about it earlier, you know, when it comes to driving the car. Ooh, hold on, Carpenter. Is this a move on Fry round the outside? Are you serious? Oh no, Carpenter!
Oh.
Big hit, huge impact at Blanchimont. There goes Bell. Oh my goodness, we had the 111 team try to go around the outside. That ended not as terribly, but Carpenter. Oh, that looked like a bit of contact. Absolutely not what you want. A lot of damage too.
Wonder if that's a bit of that Kunos, like, netcode kind of thing too, because it looked like they didn't actually fully come together.
Well,
but he's very wrecked Mercedes, a very sad looking Mercedes.
Yeah, I mean, it has an effect. If we look at the cockpit view, I mean, the steering's fine. The steering, it's not bent, it's not, you know, it's not cranked one way and he's driving in a straight line or whatever the case may be. It doesn't even look like the top end's affected all too much. Well, whatever the case may be, 676 got some repairs to be done. Back onto the point, though, of team sports, like you mentioned there, Connor. You know, with some of these drivers we've had, the Bentley, for example, the 91, you know, that was the car that really brought everyone together. Because, yeah, they could have gone with, oh, well, you know, this guy's really good, say, with the Porsche, or this guy's good with the Ferrari or the McLaren. They could have gone with one of those, but then you're sort of putting yourself at a disadvantage. So finding a way to elevate everyone's strengths to a level where the team can compete at a pretty good spot is crucial, not just in sim racing, but, you know, any team sport.
Yeah, absolutely. And, like, it's doing wonders for them. Like, they're, P2 in their class right now.
Yep.
13th, too, in a Bentley, which, like, you know, the LFM BOP has been nice to the Bentley where it's brought it back a little bit, but still, to have an older car and to be doing that well after almost 15 hours, it's a great drive.
It is. The Bentley does get memed on a little bit, but it will always hold a special place in my heart. Even if they end up making it the worst car on the grid, I will still love it. I won't drive it, but I'll still love it. You know, it's all about balances, this and that. But yeah, 13th in a boat with some fun little sparks being kicked up there. Really clapping the weight of that thing down. Second in class, 13th overall. Just a lap down, though, from the 800 Porsche. I mean, that's impressive. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. But everybody is carrying on. Whatever qualms that they've had about team cars should have been rectified, removed years ago. Austin Carpenter is coming into the pit lane. This is 100% for repairs. Maybe pop some new tires on, get a little bit of fuel. I don't know if this is going to be a driver change. I highly doubt it. But that was just unfortunate with the possible netcode. I do want to kind of just a quick little insight to netcode for those that don't really know. Of course, you know, in video games, it's all about ping and this and that when it comes to connections. And when you look at the drivers, you can't really see it with this display I have on, but you'll notice when you play, you'll see like a green bar or a yellow bar, orange or red. you know, we got people connecting from all over the world. If you're Austin Carpenter, you're connecting from the U.S. You know, you're going down to an AP server. If you're someone like Gary Barham right now from the UK, that's even further. So the netcode of the game will do its best to try to, you know, figure out or predict where someone is, and sometimes you do get those ghost hits. And that's probably what happened to Carpenter, as Connor pointed out. It didn't look like they made contact, but yeah, there's a lot of little ins and outs of sim racing that can contribute to some major events, such as the fate that has befallen this team. So I wanted to mention that because I've had people in the past ask me about, like, what is netcode, and I just want to put it on a platform where I can just, like, you know, grab the timestamp and the URL and be like, here, stop asking.
Here's the evidence, and here it is. Take it or leave it.
Actually, no, just take it. Don't even leave it, because if you leave it, you're gonna come back, and I'm not answering the question again. But that's just unfortunate. It's, you know, the world's a big place. Things take time to get to other places, and you just gotta, you know, cope with it the best you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And, like, it's a thing you have it in most online multiplayer games, and, like, sim racing's a part of it too. Like, it's just something that is there, and you just got to deal with it. You work around it. It is what it is.
Yep, and I think the lucky thing for Carpenter is that he's a lap ahead, or I guess was a lap ahead of, he still is a lap ahead of he's a lap ahead of Tircolini in the 800, that's in P12, and then he has another lap on top of Pickford, McAdam, Taylor, and Herod. They're all 366, he's at 388, or 368, he's actually out of the pits, so, he didn't really fix the damage. I don't think it's serious enough.
No, that could be the ACC graphics bug.
Yeah, probably.
Where it's fixed, but the game's like, nah, it's not fixed. It'll be interesting to see his lap times. If the lap times come in roughly before, because he dropped to like mid-20s for that couple of laps that he did afterwards. So it'd be interesting to see if he goes back to like the 17s, 18s.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on that, because I mean his last lap, but that was the pit lap, was 2:32, so that's not really indicative. Right now though, Kevin Lay starting to lay on the pressure here. Round the outside at La Source. Is this move gonna stick on Petherbridge? I'm not certain. It hasn't, but that wide line slowed him down. But he sits in the shadows, waiting, lighting up his little corner of darkness just to let his competitor know that he's there. This is the battle for P9, and he does have to lift up and over, so that'll give the 400 some breathing room to play with as we head on to the Camel Straight. But I was just watching Lay just a few laps just slowly chipping away at Petherbridge's lead, and it almost worked out there. I think it was just wrong place, wrong time to actually pick up the pace there. So for this man right here, Chad Petherbridge, well, out of the frying pan, into the fire, back into the pan, back into the fire. He better have some sort of fire resistance potion on him right now, because it's going to be quite necessary.
Yeah, he'll... I wonder how wide he's paid Kunos to make that McLaren, because he'll be sweating a few bullets right now. Just wanted to have a look at the leaderboard. So P6 to where Landry, which was Carpenter's car, in the car, must be super close, like one lap separating all of them, or all of them on the same lap, because they've all shuffled round. Again, now Bell's up in P6, and Tafiq is in P8. Like, they're shuffling around like mad there.
Yep, and a little bit of shuffling going on. Lay's just really just putting it on there, coming right up alongside the 400 as we head on to Blanchimont once more. Not really opting to stick in the slipstream, trying to save time. So the big braking zone coming up at the bus stop is probably where the strike's going to happen, if it can, but that's a long way back there for the 101. As we head into it, beautifully done, both drivers, slightly different lines, but relatively same results. Ooh, a little bit wide there, a little bit sloppy from Lay, so that'll give Petherbridge a chance to climb. And what you spoke on earlier, Connor, about 6-2, you said Landry. 6th through 10th, they're all on the same lap. They're all 370. It's Landry that's on 369. So these guys, yeah, shuffling around still, I mean, keeping it held together, though. Beautifully done.
Yeah, absolutely. No wonder if the Ferrari behind of Lai, I'm sorry if I butchered your name, kind of got a bit arrow washed out behind that McLaren, because the McLaren can punch a pretty big hole in the air. So it'll be interesting to see, or he could be biding his time, as we've talked about, and just kind of, you know, feeling out what Chad's doing, like seeing his lines, seeing his, you know, his where he brakes, where he gets on power.
Yep, he's got to be careful, because it's very easy to copy the guy in front of you without even realizing. But Lay, exit out of commentator's corner. Here to Puan is on the inside. Later on the brakes, just a little bit. Side by side we go. The Ferrari, a little bit of an elbow to the McLaren, but the move is done there. 101 pops into position number 9. And that is a little bit convenient because it is top of the hour here. We just ticked under 9 hours to give you an update on the standings. It is the 999 led by Paul Britt, still leading this race. Chris Cooley has just gotten onto the lead lap in second. Then it's Rushmont third. Cook and Maloney that round out your top 5. Then Bell, Fry, Tafiq, Lay. We just saw with that overtake for 9th over Petherbridge in 10th. Everybody else is following down the list. As you can see, Britt, of course, leading the race and leading the pro class. It is Bell on top of the silver division, although Fry in hot pursuit, not too far back. A back marker between them will keep things comfortable for now. It's Turcolini there, 800 Porsche, the MRT squad, Milky Way division. They're leading the class in Pro-Am, with Pickford behind by quite a ways, so nothing really to worry about there. And then down in 27th position, it's Tui, who finds himself in a very particular spot because we were just talking about 2 drivers earlier, but leading amateur class over Aaron Slade, who is a good chunk of speed, or a good chunk of track behind, so not much to worry about there. But we'll pick it back up with Fry and Bell. This is 7th. Actually, Fry has gotten around Tui, so right now it's clear air, at least until another back marker shows up.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. There's only 2.5 seconds separating Fry and Bell, so if they latch on to each other, we could be on for another battle for the silver lead. Lai's gotten around Petherbridge for P9, so, and it's starting to extend the gap too.
Yeah, that's something we see a lot of in racing, not just here in these endurance events, but also in our sprint series, or even just, you know, the rookie series, even real life racing, is you have somebody who is on your rear for a long time, and then you finally get around and you're just gone. And it's that sort of cork in the bottle effect that we see. And drivers know about this. We know about it all the time. We see it quite often. And that seems to be exactly what's happened with Lay over Petherbridge. Like you said, Connor, that gap is just pulled. I mean, obviously before they were less than a 10th, and now it has climbed to, I believe, a 2nd, if not a little bit more. So, yeah, it just goes to show you what happens when you finally release the shackles on somebody.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And like, it's the kind of thing, it's not as much in sprints because like, and rookie races because they're shorter and like you have less time to make moves, so you got to get the move done as quick as possible. But in the enduros, if you're a slower car that's in front, or a car that's kind of gained positions by just being like consistent and clean, you might not necessarily have the pace to stay in front. Do you defend as hard as you can for that position, because that compromises your lap times and your race, allowing other people to latch onto the back of you to create a train? Or do you just let that car kind of go and try and tuck in and use them as kind of like to pull you along? Like, that's the thing you got to think about in these really long races in that scenario.
Yeah, that's a good point. And you have to also consider who's ahead of them, who's behind you. I think the behind you would probably end up being I would say the heavier factor, because you can sit there and you can defend that position all day. You can do that. It's fine as long as you're not, blocking, or doing multiple moves. But if you look at it and you say, yeah, I can defend, but you realize, oh, I'm losing, say, maybe a second a lap, to the guy who's behind whoever's trying to get around me, you end up saying, well, do I really want that person to have the opportunity to overtake? Because you might be faster overall, but if that third person is able to get around you, that might completely mess you up. So it just comes down to asking yourself, can I afford this? I think that's the big question. Am I able to get away with defending my position or not?
Yeah, and that's the thing you got to weigh up. Like, you kind of don't think about it how we're explaining it when you're in the car, but it's just all the little things that cross your mind subconsciously that you're kind of like, oh, can I afford to, battle, defend, make this car as wide as possible for X amount of laps, or will that detriment our race and our strategy too much?
Yep. And I feel like sometimes, like you said, people don't think about it, but they end up having to think about it when that third car is right behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, like, a lot of people are like, you just drive the car fast, and as long as you have the best car and the fastest drivers, like, you will always win. But, like, racing's a bit more than that. There's a lot more strategy, a lot more preservation, and a lot more thought that goes into just turning the wheel and pushing the loud pedal.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. It's one of, I'd say, the more mental sports, I feel like, overall. We talk about football, and when I say football, I mean football, not soccer. Hockey, basketball, cricket, competitive sailing. I'm going to use a poker term, getting tilted in racing is probably the worst thing in any sport. You can get tilted in any other sport, cricket, soccer, whatever. But I feel like in racing, it has far greater consequences, because if you're getting upset in another sport, your coach is just going to say, okay, you're benched for the rest of the game. Quit crying about it. But if you get too upset in racing, you can crash a car, and all that progress you and your team have made is gone.
Yeah, 110%. And it's not like it's entirely different to, say, basketball or football, where, like, you're 50 to 100 meters away from the bench, and if you, as you say, get tilted, you can just be dragged from the field and get over it, like, move on, whatever. Whereas with a car, you can't just get out of the car and leave the car on track kilometers away.
Yeah, you have to bring it back, and then you're gonna have to end up dealing with the wrath of your team, whether that be the team principal or the crew or whatever it is. There's gonna be someone there to chew you out, and in an instance like this where it is a team sport, yeah, you can have someone hop in, but in a lot of series, you don't have anyone there to take over the wheel. You're just saying, screw everything, I'm going home. So it's an interesting thing, but these drivers have very much handled that tilt beautifully.
Oh yeah, and like, sometimes, especially in an event like this, being that this is OR's first 24, you're gonna have different personalities and different drivers have moments where they get fired up, they get tilted, they get and kind of just letting them vent that frustration for that moment, and then being like, as the person in the ear who's not driving, come on, head down, bum up, let's go, like, just focus, refocus is kind of a good thing.
Yep, it is. That quick little, I always find like a quick little expletive usually does it for me, and I'm just like, all right, back in, let's get it, I got it out of my system, I'm ready to drive again.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. And it works. Like, some people don't, but it works for a lot of people. I will run on about it for quite a bit. Like, I talk as I drive, so and I'll just run my jaw like the whole 65-minute stint. And it just gets me through.
Yep. You can sit on it, but make sure it doesn't take over your seat in the cockpit. That's for sure, because nothing good ever comes of it. But go ahead.
Just like to say too, Fry has been overtaken by Tafiq for P7.
Oh, I completely spaced out. I was busy about everything else. I'm so sorry I missed that.
But yeah, Tafiq's kind of showing the pace here. He's kind of crept up on Fry there, so be interesting to see if he can pull away as well.
Tafiq's looks like he's been putting in the work. I missed it. Yeah, and right out of La Source too. So yeah, this is a move that was definitely a long time coming. You wonder, did Fry have that internal dialogue that, am I able to afford to defend? I know I think I just pipped at Lay, and Lay was, I think, just starting to go through Blanchemont at that point. But even if someone's that far back, you might as well just let the faster guy through if that's the case. Obviously, if it was an overtake, little elbows out racing, that's another thing. But yeah, Fry starting to fall off a little bit.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting to see how long Fry is through their stint, like whether they're towards the back end or whatever, and the fatigue's starting to creep in.
Yep, that's a big thing to look at. It's 3:20 in game AM, of course, and probably about 3:25 or so AM down in good old Oz, depending on where you are exactly. But yeah, that mental, physical fatigue is probably catching up. Barra maybe feeling it with that drive-through down there in P22. You know what? I kind of rescind what I said. Fry is doing an excellent job of keeping up, because I'm sort of using the wing as a way to measure. And of course, as I say that, he falls back. Oh my god!
As soon as you curse someone, it's
I hate it. This is the universe. This is the motorsport universe being like, hey bud, it's been a while. You've got some backlogs to worry about. It's like, great, thanks. I'm gonna get right on that. My apologies, Fry. Goodness. And yes, PJ, maybe one expletive, maybe two if I'm feeling it. But job done for Tafiq. Bell's the next one up, and as I say that, Bell goes into the pit. Jesus! Like, what? I swear to God, these guys are conspiring against me. This is ridiculous. I was about to say, it's around Fry, then it's going to be Bell, and I went to click on Bell, and I saw the little pit thing pop up in broadcast control. I'm like, great, thanks. I'm done.
It's like as soon as you say it, they're probably listening into comms and going, quick pit. Probably.
Oh, God. Okay, let's see. Barham's in the pit for a drive-through. Haynes has a penalty. Bushel's in. Slade's in. Now, I don't want to say it, but maybe, hopefully, Barham gets through and doesn't pick up a stop-go whatever because of a speeding in. We'll figure that out, because right now...
no.
No. I think Barham slowed the car down enough at the line, so that way it actually doesn't count. I think, I think it also, if I'm not mistaken, and please don't test this right now, racers, please do this on your own time. I am fairly certain. Why are you? Oh, he's going for a pit stop. Okay. I'm fairly certain that the game counts the back axle, the rear axle, as the, what do you call it? Like the speed check. So like wherever the rear axle is when it crosses the line, whatever speed it's at, I think that's where it counts it. But we'll see. Barham is pitting. It will not clear the drive-through, so I might be good for a little while. Tafiq's in 6th. Fry's behind him in 7th. Lay is in 8th. Obviously, Petherbridge getting around Bell, who has been swapped out for Chris Davis. That's P10. Barham still being serviced. It's actually Colin McNair that's going to hop in. The 136, the Scotsman, going to put some work in. Slade's there, and Brooker is getting to that pit box. So we'll see. And it is named that is going to head in for for Aaron Slade. So some more driver swaps coming in.
Just in the YouTube chat, Mac Daddy, so Jess McLean, how are you, mate? The Pro-Am battle is heating up. So the first and second, so Pickford and Brimblecombe.
That's a cool name.
It is, yeah, it's getting closer. So what, Brimblecombe's coming around. Oh, yeah, they're
McAdams.
literally only a corner. And McAdams. Ooh, that's tight.
Yeah, McAdams. Ooh, he's maybe has the pace. Last lap, it's 3/10 for McAdam. I don't know if there was traffic involved with that, but this boat is we talked about it earlier as a possible win if things lined up. But keep in mind, Brimblecombe, Pickford, McAdam, all of these guys are on the same lap. They're all on lap 374. Granted, they are ways back in the leader, but it doesn't matter because we know that this is a battle for position and not like a blue flag scenario.
Yeah, exactly. And like the thing if you're McAdams as well is that I'd rather be McAdams at this point. Like, yeah, you're down and like Pickford's got track position, but you can see where he's weak and you can pounce then, whereas Pickford's like on the defensive end.
Yeah, picks the defensive line just like that. He actually parks it in the middle. He could have easily gone inside, but the middle allowing for a slightly better exit, or a slightly more standard exit rather. And out of it, I think I heard a little bit of wheel spin from McAdam, and that's going to open the gap up a little bit. And then just up ahead, that is Brimblecombe just going through the source now. The boat, getting the jets on, trying to get out of town. Last lap for Brimblecombe, a 220.2, 219.4 for Pickford, 218.9 for McAdam. So if this trend continues, all three of these drivers could be coming to blows here in the coming laps.
And that's the thing too, going into the bus stop there, you've seen Pickford go to the middle of the track. Realistically, he probably didn't even have to defend there, but McAdam's putting him in that position where he's kind of making him defend thin air, which obviously is affecting him and his chances of getting up to Brimblecombe.
Yep, and the other thing with sitting in the middle is when you pick, inside or outside of a corner, obviously you want to stick on the racing line, but you leave the inside open for a dive. If you're on the inside, you're not going to have as much speed through, so someone could try to swing it around the outside. If you keep it in the middle, it's more of a guessing game for the opponent. I find myself opting for middle of the corner far more often than I do, say, the racing line or the inside, because, while all is fair in love and war, I want to make the overtake as difficult as possible, and if I have to sit in the middle of the racetrack every single time I do it, fine. I don't care. I'll do it day in and day out until the cows come home. So that's probably the smart move from Pickford, especially like the boat. I mean, it's not the widest car, but you can make that thing pretty damn big if you try.
Yeah, absolutely, you can, and he's doing a great job here of just staying in front. It'll be interesting to see how long McAdam stays behind before he kind of has a little cheeky go, like a little wave in the mirrors, just to see what the reaction is.
Yep, and it's actually not gonna matter. Hey, how's the caster's curse, Connor? Does it feel good?
No comment on that.
Yeah, welcome to the club, bud.
Yeah, the energy is spilling out of the comms here. We better not say anything too bad, or else, the whole race could go up in flames.
Yep. Let's see. Oh, okay. So, was it McNair? Yeah, it was McNair. That drive-through got cleared. There was no stop-go. So, checkmate. I didn't curse somebody for once because you did it for me. Thanks. Gardner still has a 15-second hangover. Haynes as well. We have Neighbor in the pit. I think Neighbor just got in, if I'm not mistaken. Obviously, McAdam. Cook is coming in. We had the race leader come in. Gaio's back in there. Bierce as well. just popped in for a pit stop. So, next round of driver swaps, coming through. And it looks like Alan MacGyver for the Lost Our Way side of MRT. Going a little wide there on the exit at Lake Com. That could have gone disastrously wrong. He's taken over duties for that 700 Ferrari. We do have the NA lads popping in, and by that I literally just mean 2, unless you want to count Guy out, but that's South America. But we'll count it. We'll count it as America. God bless. So out of Landry and Brimblecombe. I didn't even realize Brimblecombe was Canadian. So out of everybody, we've got 5 drivers from the Americas to look at things. But you know, I love these events. I mean, yeah, most of the drivers here are like Australian. We have some New Zealanders in there, but just seeing all the flags come out across the board is I love it. It does show just how diverse and the reaches that this organization has, and I think that's amazing. I love seeing it because I also, like, you know, on my personal streams, some people in my chat will be like, "Oh, you're an American, you know your flags." I'm like, but I do, and it's like a good time to use that knowledge. So shout outs to everybody here at the OOR, whether you're racing, watching, stewarding, or commentating. Thank you.
It has been a mega event. To everyone behind the scenes, yeah, big thanks to our sponsors as well, for chipping in, giving us the support that we need and stuff to run the event. And big thanks to the drivers for putting on the show too. Like, you're seeing some incredibly talented lads and lasses out there, so, you know, get on it.
Absolutely. And no matter where you really are on your sim racing journey, the OOR has a place for you, because regardless of your skill level, we are here to help you out. We're here to, you know, pick you up, raise you up, make you a much better racer. If you're looking to get into these series, you know, you're gonna have to go through the route of the rookie series, but that's a good place to, you know, figure out where you stand and everything. And it's a requirement for the sprint series, whether it takes you a whole season, or when I did it, I had a guy who joined my team like halfway through the season who did 1 race, and they're like, "Okay, you've won by a minute, get out. You can go to sprint." But you know, it's great, and you can go at your own pace if you want to stick in rookies, because that's where you're, you know, comfortable, and that's where your pace and your skill lies. Fine, we got something for everybody. Not just in ACC, but we have series in the F1 games, and I believe we also have an iRacing series as well, and I want to say we had a couple others at one point, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think we had an 86 in the iRacing, and we might have tried some AMS and stuff like that. So, but obviously, like, there's stuff to look forward to. Like, obviously, you got the annual F1 game that comes out that a lot of people know of. Get towards. You've got new content coming out for ACC next year. You have the big one on the horizon, probably for a lot of people, is AC2.
Oh yes.
So that'll be interesting. And then WRC has started to pick up in OR a little bit too. So yeah, there's plenty of stuff to look forward to and just kind of get in and have a go at.
Yep, and you know, when you join the Discord and you do everything you got to do, you can select what you want. You know, it's suited towards your needs. You know, obviously I have mine set up for mostly ACC, and I've completely ignored the iRacing side of things. I've ignored the F1 side of things in terms of how I want to set up my experience, and we have no problem with that. You know, we don't want to sit here and say, "Oh, well, you have to do this, you have to do that." We're just like, "Yep, do your thing," and we'll go from there. We also have, and this has been a relatively recent addition. We do have an OOR Academy side of the community. It focuses things on, you know, like helping out with liveries or rules or setups for specific cars on specific tracks. We have walkthroughs of the circuits a lot, especially in the rookie series. And then even just in general, people are very willing to help each other out. You know, if you ask a question, you're gonna get an answer, you know, relatively quickly, because there are some very skilled people in our community, and that just makes everything even better, especially for someone like me who isn't the best, which is why I'm in the booth.
but you are very talented in the booth, so that makes up for it.
Thank you. See, that it's what we talk about, you know, elevating what you're good at and suppressing what you're bad at. And I'm not a terrible driver by any means, but yeah, my commentary definitely does better than my behind the wheel skills could do. I don't know, maybe I join the next endurance event we do and I just see just how good I am.
It's also a thing of the moving parts as well, seeing everyone's, because people like the livery creators, right? Their time to shine is making the liveries and stuff. You got the drivers, you got people who are really good at stewarding, commentating, just seeing all the moving parts come together to like put on the events is like, you know, it's a really good addition.
Yep. And it's also a good form of expression, you know, some of these cars, for example, you know, the livery here on Fry, just plain white. That's a choice. Do we have something like the best livery on the grid? You know, the Castro livery. It's what people want. Or even something, who am I going to pick on? Let's go with Sneakus. You know, even for Kovacs Racing, even within teams, they'll set it up a little differently. I mean, obviously, you look at something like the MRT guys. They all follow generally the same idea, but the colors are different. And then, you know, you have people who just do whatever they want. Newman here for Oz Team Racing. We're rocking some pretty classic Australian colors. I see some yellow and some green, pretty common down there. So it's just an extension of oneself. And even if you can't find a livery on, say, race department, there's going to be someone out there who's able to be like, hey, I can make that livery for you. It's no problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like to welcome in Brad Cook into the commentary booth. How are you, mate?
Not too bad, Mr. Hind. How's your commentary stint going?
Yeah, we're pretty good up in here. But now that you're here, I'm going to go and hang out with our teammate and duck out of the commentary booth for a little bit. As always, been a pleasure commentating with everyone. Been a pleasure commentating with you, Nick. And good luck for the next few hours.
Thank you, Connor.
Thanks,
feeling
Connor.
is...
Enjoy the rain.
Yep. Oh, in 30 minutes, you're right. Look at Brad over here being Mr. Vigilant.
Anyway, Brad's going to get back in the car.
No chance.
All right. Good luck, guys.
Thank you. Cheers, Connor. So, Brad, coming off of the circuit, remind me of which car is yours, because I always forget, because I have the memory of an ant sometimes, or an elephant, depending on the time of day.
Yeah, understandable. Yeah, I'm with Connor and Ben in the 600 car.
Let's find you on the grid. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Ah, running in P4. So, from what you've done so far on track, what your team has done, and what you're expecting, is the drive going smoothly for you guys? Are you on target for your checkered flag goals?
Yeah, look, anything within a top 5 was sort of our target for this race, so anything on top of that is a bit of a cherry on top. Early in the race, we were sort of battling for that P3 spot with the 587 car, but we had a bit of a mistake with the track limits and had to serve a couple of drive-throughs in a row, which has put us a lap down from them, unfortunately. So we're just sort of plugging away, trying to keep in touch, and fingers crossed things go our way later on in the race. As a bit of a battle going on here, a rare battle at this time of the night.
Yeah, Alex Gardner, a little bit of a bump there on King on the rear end. Gardner's got to be careful, though. He does have 15 seconds hanging over. Oh, little bit loose there.
Yeah, a bit of a slide, but gave each other plenty of space, so navigated that one nicely. But elbows out at this time of the night's never fun.
Yep, 12 ambient, 12 on track, rain and 30. We had a small discussion earlier in the booth here, Brad. Besides your team, obviously, what's the best livery out there?
Oof. Oh gosh, look, I'm gonna have to choose between either the AVR car or the Kovacs purple car. Those are probably two of my other favourites on the track at the moment.
Okay, good answer, and yeah, it's wrong because obviously it's the 111 livery is the best one, as voted by the council. The council.
Oh, the council voted
yes, the
for that
council.
one.
That's me.
Yeah. Knowing who created that livery and yeah, no, look, it's a nice livery, but it just doesn't really hold a candle to the other two, unfortunately.
Well, very, you know what? I respect the stance. You know what? I can't be upset about that. But yeah, all these liveries good. Even here for Alex Gardner, I do like it. It's got some nice colors. We had the BMW team, the 666 with the sort of Brad Jones Racing homage to.
Yeah.
Not written, drawn by a child. There we go. I know words.
Yeah, look, there isn't. If we're honest, there isn't a bad livery on the grid. So yeah, we're splitting hairs here, but you know that is a nicely done homage, and yeah, good, like coloured in by a child, so it's a nice little touch.
Brings everyone in the family sort of together for, you know, this person's little addiction, if you will. So we are just about 3:40, almost 4 a.m. in game time, and I assume IRL time, depending on where you are in the world. Sunrise, we talked about. Obviously, night racing is going to be a little bit slower because of the fact that there's some obscurity in the track just because of the lack of light. With rain, do you, first off, I don't know, do you know when the sun rises in game for Spa? Because I don't.
Not off the top of my head. I know it will start to lighten up a bit around 4:30 a.m. and then I imagine sunrise would be somewhere between 5 and 6. I'm sure someone in the comments can correct me on that one. But yeah, sunrise should be somewhere between 5 and 6, I would imagine. So yeah, they're definitely... rain is not what you wanted to see at this point. Especially after having that other shower. Unfortunately that was Honor's first into the night, was just being dropped into the rain, and then I jumped straight into the car on a drying track on slicks, so it's not ideal conditions. Looks like we've got Chris just correcting just after 6 with the sunrise.
Alright, so I mean, rain half an hour, it'll be about 4, and it'll be probably a little bit of time with a dark, wet race, and then light will kind of start to show itself. I wonder how long the rain's going to last, because while it's nice to see, like, 30 minutes, I would love to see, like, an hour ahead, because that feels like it'd be a little bit more useful than 30, but I guess it kind of keeps that guessing part of racing in check.
Yeah, look, it's gonna throw a lot of strategies on its head. That's for sure. Because when I was in the pit lane, that rain shower had just appeared. So there goes basically half a stint for us. And I'm sure there were many other cars that pitted a lap just before me. So a lot of cars will have to stop a bit short. So it will add a bit of spice to the race. I think it's coming at a good time for someone who's not in the car, to spice things up a bit. Just add water and things will start to go a bit crazy.
Yeah, I think, but I feel like it's also a really good experience because obviously there are members on this track right now who probably don't have wet weather experience. I'm not saying that it's everybody, but the possibility is certainly there. But I think that it's good to have a bit of rain. It's always good to have somebody be put in that position because it's going to help you as a racer overall, because the next time you end up in a instance where there is water on the track, you don't have to run into it as blind as you were before. Granted, it's going to be maybe a little bit of a trial by fire for some, but it's definitely a trial that is needed.
Yeah, 100%. Every lap really is just another opportunity to learn. You got to get dropped in the deep end sometimes. So it's definitely the deep end at night time at Spa in the rain. So yeah, Hopefully everyone did at least a few laps in the rain, so they're not coming into it completely blind. No, you're right. But yeah, it's definitely got to test concentration and really show who's been the most prepared, and I guess who's lacking the experience of the rain around here.
Yeah, with preparing, like you said, going into these, I always wonder how many drivers, not just teams, but individual drivers, actually take the time to practice in wet conditions. Because for the most part, you can bank on a race being pretty dry, as we've seen for a pretty good chunk of this race. It's been, nice and bone dry, but it's that extra bit of practice, that extra little bit of saying, okay, I don't want to do this, I'm not going to enjoy it, but I'm going to do it anyways because it'll benefit on the off chance that the rain comes, because while everyone else is, frantically trying to figure out how the setup's going to work in these new conditions, you're also trying to figure it out, but it's more of a relaxed thing. You're like, okay, I think the traction control should be here, or it should be there, depending on the level of dampness on the track. But yeah, it really does show like who is prepared and who's like prepared enough to get around in one piece, relatively speaking.
Yes, exactly. Don't think I'd be alone in saying that in most enduros, most of us probably don't do a heck of a lot of wet practice. Maybe a few laps just to make sure your PC levels are fine, your ABS levels are fine, and get the tire pressures correct. And that's probably about it. But I know, at least for myself in this one, definitely put in maybe about an hour total of wet running just to make sure that I had my head around where I could go on the track and which curves I could take and which I couldn't. Simply just because this is, a 24-hour event. And, the weather's definitely going to play a big part.
It does, yep. And maybe you're ready for the weather. There's a certain car, number 91, that would be pretty appropriate for wet. But we'll see. We'll see who it is. And, well, it looks like Mother Nature is having some fun teasing us, because everything has gone peachy keen, nice and clear, although the rain could be kind of shifting between the 30 and the 10-minute mark, but we'll see if that's the case. But at the very least, if the rain does come, it will only be for a short time.
Yeah, so definitely looking like that, just that sort of 10-minute shower. But given what it did to the track last time, I imagine the track will stay wet for at least a full good hour after that. So at least those, when they chuck on their wets for that short shower, they can at least run out a full stint and not have to do another short stint.
Yep, and track temp and ambient temperature also play into how quickly the circuit is dried. Obviously, we have 34 cars on grid, which is going to do a pretty solid job on any track with clearing that water. But when you're at a 7-kilometer track like Spa, that's going to take a lot longer, simply because the amount of time the water has to sort of return to its original state is greater. Therefore, chucking that water away is going to take a little bit longer. But hopefully, if the rain does come, it's during the day when it's a bit warmer, because 12 ambient and 12 C is like 50 something. I don't know. It's not ideal. We'll just go with it. It's not ideal for clearing the water.
Yeah, definitely not ideal as well. And yeah, also just the amount of puddles that are around this track. It's when you're trying to heat up slicks on a drying track and you're constantly driving through puddles, it just it makes it a very, very difficult task indeed.
Yeah, I'll have to look up the conversion from Celsius to freedom at some point, unless someone wants to help me out. But right now, this is not... Oh, that's not a race position. This is a blue flag. Not instance. There we go, that's the word. So we've had a couple of pit stops come through. We haven't had any new drivers. We do have Gardner with a 15-second penalty. I'm not certain what that's all about. this isn't Sprint where I have the penalty sort of chat bot open and it'll give me everything I need. So we can only speculate. But with this stint that's currently underway. Oh wait, is this it? 103? Oh, actually it is. Oh, look at that. The bot does work and I'm just dumb. That's a collision on lap 371. So that's actually a good thing to kind of talk about, because currently Gardner's on lap 381. So that goes to show you how much sort of dissection comes through from the stewards. You know, it's never easy handing out a penalty. Obviously, you know, we don't want to get a penalty because we want to drive nice and cleanly, but things happen and you might, you know, cop a wrist slap from the stewards. But, you know, people have, I've seen it in chat rooms for like our sprint series. I've seen it in, you know, the live chat of broadcasts, people saying, well, if this guy got a penalty on lap 3 and it's lap like 10, you know, what's taking so long? Why isn't it dished out sooner? And the reason for that is with live stewarding, you know, those guys and gals, they're looking at everything. They're looking at every angle, they're looking at inputs, telemetry, all of that, to decipher whether it's a penalty or just a racing incident. And from what I know, I think it has to be a majority rule, or it might be a complete rule on the incident. So penalties still coming through even at this hour, at this time, and just a little bit over 8 hours left in this here race at the Permobil 24 Hours of Spa. What have we thought about this race so far?
Oh, it's been amazing. I've been absolutely loving it. I was definitely not expecting to be as tired as I am at the moment. I think I'm starting to hit my second wind. I did make the error before my last stint to I forgot to actually turn the game audio up fully, so I was struggling to hear a little bit. But those are little mistakes that start to creep in when you're a bit fatigued in the middle of the night, and it's just those little things that you don't usually need to think about. You just sort of do them, and it's just managing those small errors that can actually really heavily affect your race. But I think, yeah, OOR's put on a great event here, and it's great to see so many cars still actually running, even when, you know, you've got cars 13 laps down from the lead and they're still out there giving it their all. So, yeah, no, hats off to OOR and all the stewards and everyone running the live stream for putting this all together.
Yep, and it shows the resiliency of some of these teams, you know, being down, like you said, you know, 13, 14, 15 laps. You know, you look at it and you say, okay, I have obviously no real chance of winning. I have no chance of maybe passing the person in front of me because that guy is, you know, I might be faster than them on pace, but I'm 3 laps down. It's not about winning. It's just about being able to say, I made it to the end. It doesn't matter where I finished, as long as I get to the checkered flag. Oh, McAdam, that's questionable. That's a weird moment.
Really pull it up? Wow, okay.
That was,
actually pulled it up. That is, yeah.
That was, that's a blue flag, by the way. That was not a pass on the grass for position. That was some unfortunate, ooh, a little bit of, late flashing there. That's not MacGyver, is it? No, it's not. That's somebody. That might have been just a weird little bit of miscommunication.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that McLaren was, whether or not they added them or...
I don't know. If I can get a number, I might just click. I don't think it's not Haynes. Let's see. It's not Williams. It's not... Is it McNair? No, it's not. Oh, it is McNair. Oh, interesting. So he's... Oh, this might get a little bit...
Okay, so yeah, that's they are a lap down. So I imagine.
Oh, and he's off.
I imagine that the BMW behind just wasn't really sure which direction they were going to go into the bus stop, and so yeah, I'm not. Sometimes it's better to just keep a cool head and not get involved in this kind of stuff, but as you can see there. The McLaren ending up off the track in that situation. So a bit unfortunate, but hopefully both learned from what happened.
I think there was like a little tap on the rear. I talked about this earlier where sometimes drivers will have a chat and basically say, okay, like I understand that I'm blue flagging, I'm getting blue flagged, but I'm still faster than you, so is it cool if I go ahead of you? And if the driver wants to agree to that, they're more than welcome to. If they don't want to, that's their choice. But sometimes you get moments like that where maybe you wanted to say it, but you're like, maybe not, and then you have something like that happen, and that can cause a whole heap of issues. But thankfully, it ended as well as it could have, minus the Lake Holm incident. Because I was certain McAdams, was about to just go full 90 degrees when he hit the grass. So he's lucky to get away with it.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty impressed he managed to pull it up before the bus stop, because that was a very spooky moment to end up on the grass heading into the braking area. But yeah, as you said, both cars still pointing in the same direction. Shouldn't have any major damage on either of them, so yeah, just race on.
Yeah, no, they should be set for the next good while. King is in the pit lane. Herod's in the pit lane right now. I think this is going to be a driver change for both of these teams. Obviously, I don't have a stint timers on me in any capacity, so I have no idea. But this will be probably a little bit of a break, little mini pit stop session for these teams. And then at some point we'll be seeing... Oh, Eric Scarney's popped in, so that is a driver change for the 645 Ferrari of Bin Chicken Racing and Pixel Racers. And then we'll check with King, see if he does the same thing. But it is still Bruno Gaio from Brazil, 999 McLaren for Laundry House at the top of the pile. Is lap 395 as we continue on. The only other driver on a lead lap is this man right here, Lucas Bierce from Australia, and a long way down, over a minute off of the top spot. If you look at the track map on the side there, that red dot is currently the 587 we're following. You can see the triangle just now going through the bus stop chicane, about to start another lap. So there is a whole sector and then some between them, and that just goes to show you how just potent some of these drivers can be.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it's probably been said many times with that the three-man lineup in that 999 car is frankly ridiculous. I have no idea how they're doing it. Yeah, we've got 6 and I'm bloody tired, so yeah, look, the fatigue's definitely going to be setting in for the rest of the race, but they're doing a great job. Pretty much everyone in the top 10 has done a very good job up to this point. Obviously a bit of bad luck for some of the cars in that top 10, but good to see them still pushing hard to make up as much time as possible. So, yeah, back on board with John McAdam after his scary moment through the grass. Probably needs a change of underwear after that one.
A slight brown flag, of course. I was thinking about it. We had the I call it the Bakita bunch because Bakita is the one driver I always see at the front of these things. You wonder how much different this race would have been if that team didn't have if they weren't forced to retire. Would the 999 still be in the lead? Would they still have as much of a gap as they do now? Would they be in second? Would they be under pressure constantly? What would it have been if that hadn't happened? But we can only sit here and speculate, unfortunately.
Yeah, look, I didn't actually see the incident when they had to retire, but I believe they had at least gotten from about 2 laps from the lead, so it would have been a hard slog to pull back those 2 laps given the pace at the front. But if there was any team that could do it, especially with Bakita and Whitehead in that team, they definitely could have. But I mean, there's still 8 hours to go in this race. Like, so many things can still go wrong for any of the teams up and down this grid.
Oh, here comes the rain. We've finally gotten it. I just looked at the top and I saw track greasy, and I'm like, wait a second, what? There's no rain. And then I looked at the weather and I realized, boy, howdy. Well, here we go. Into the second bit of precipitation to come here at the Permobil 24 Hours of Spa. We had it at the start. We're having it again. Make sure you got your raincoats, your umbrellas, and whoever's doing the rain dance, please stop. That's not nice. But we're going to see who is actually prepared the most with the night drive in the wet. We do have David Neighbor off, and he's got some pretty sizable damage there. So we'll roll this one back. Oh, that's at commentator's corner. That's a big hit.
Yeah, it's so easy to do that at no name. Just run a little bit wide, especially when the track starts to get greasy. You're most likely still in slicks at that point. Yeah, that'd be some choice words being said in that team speak right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it was a pretty solid hit. So that's going to be some sizable damage. We do have a lot of teams coming in. The pit lane very active at the moment. We can see if we pull up the track map here, we've got, oh my god, we have what, just about half the field coming in. You can see all the grayed out dots, the darker gray shades. Those are drivers who are coming into the pit. This is the change onto wets for some. For others, it's going to be wets and a driver. But I'm curious to see just how many cars come in. It looks like just about, I think everybody's diving in. I don't think anybody's going to want to stay out on this track any more than they have. The rain's just picked up, and it's going to pick up again in about 10 minutes. Some teams are sticking it out, though. The 645 I saw passing up the pit lane, but yeah, look at these dots coming in.
Yeah, there were a few cars that gambled on staying on the dries in the earlier shower, but I think it cost them way too much time. So I don't think we'll see too many cars try and stick it out on the dries this time.
No, God, no.
Be interesting to see. I'm thinking that potentially that 645 car stopped for wets a bit early, but unless they are definitely going to just try and do maybe another lap on the dries. But the track is already a damp. Those dries won't be doing you much good at this point.
Well, it looks like they are. The HUD giving us a clear indication that they are on the wets early, so that explains why they passed it up. So, good bit of foresight, in fact, or to get themselves pointed or put in a more favorable position. But you can see just how many cars are in pit lane right now as we drive through everybody. But this is a whole heap of activity. A good way, of course, to see if your favorite car is on wets or they're on slicks, if the camera angles do show it. If you see that ring of yellow around it, that's going to be the Pirelli slicks, and if you see nothing, those are the wets. It's a little tricky to pick out even in the daytime just because of the blur that's applied, but that is your quick and easy indication, besides pulling up the basic HUD and it'll tell you. But if you ever wondered the difference between wets and dries just by looking at it, there you go. If you see yellow, you've got some yellow sunshine. But if you don't, well, you're on some wets, and that rain that was supposed to pick up in 10 minutes is now going to dissipate in a little bit. Well, not dissipate, be a bit lighter in about 10 minutes. So it's going to be a short stint on the wet surface, damp track, and then we're going to... How long do you think it's going to take for the track to clear of water? Take a guess.
It's going to take I reckon a whole another hour for the track to get back to an optimal state. I reckon. But pretty much look about that in the last time it rained. So look, most of these teams will just run these wets out for the full stint, and then whoever's lucky enough to be put out onto the dries will be hoping that it has dried out enough for them. But it's at the night, especially with this wind only at 3 kilometers an hour, it's going to take a long time to dry out fully.
Yep, we just ticked over 4 a.m. in game and 4 a.m. for most of our drivers rather. Track is wet. Rain is coming down, going to lighten up in about 10 minutes. 13 ambient, 13 on the surface itself. That is a point. That is 1 degree centigrade higher than where we were just a lap and a half ago. Neighbors picking up a stop-go 30 for speeding in the pit lane. Gardner's cleared that 15-second time penalty. Dreyer is hopping in the car here for the number 70 team in 6th position, getting around a back marker and carrying on once again. And I think that's going to be just about everybody getting their pit stop. I would love to just check through everything, but I don't feel like giving everyone a bit of a seizure. But I think everybody at this point should be on wets. And like you said, Brad, I wouldn't say for the next hour, but I'd say maybe like 35, 40 minutes.
Yeah, at least. It took a long time for it to dry up, but just in Twitch chat, it looks like we will have one car sticking it out on the dries, number 42 car.
42.
They'll be having a crack at
come
making
on.
these dries work.
Carlo. Of course, you know what? Honestly, I can't even be surprised. This is right up his alley. Boom! Look at that. Bottom right of your screen, dry. I don't know if that's the best. I mean, the TC's up at 9, so that's cranked, and then the ABS is at 2. That's a little okay. Probably spilling some secrets. I apologize. But yeah, sticking it out. I mean, he's already last place. He's the same number of laps down as his car is numbered. So, I mean, you might as well have a little bit of fun. That's some shade. I apologize.
Just have a crack, see what happens. Might work out for you, might not. But, yeah, at that point, they're just probably looking to have a bit of fun.
Yeah, you might as well. I mean, you're here. You might as well just take advantage of the situation and get a little bit jiggy with it. But everyone else has gone for the survival option and has put some treads on those wheels. So once this rain is over in about 30 or so minutes, it'll probably still be a bit cloudy and a bit cool. And then, according to experts that are not me, sunrise, or at least the light should be starting to peer over the hills in about an hour or so. And then from there, it should be another hour, and the sun should be rising around 6:30 in game or so. And if the track is still wet at that point, I'll be damned. Oh, slide there, Davis. That was scary.
Yeah, the horse should be pretty handy in the wet, so they'll be definitely be looking to move forward. Oh, have they had a bit of an incident?
Yep. Oh, a little bit wide, and ooh, big tank slapper there. That's a huge hit for the 42.
Yeah. Their pit crew have been working very hard today, keeping that car on the track. But I hope they're having a blast doing it.
Yep.
Which is really all that matters.
It looked like the slide came in just before the corner too, so it was a valiant effort to keep things pointed in a productive direction, but we saw what happened, and hopefully this is the call for wets. Carlo, if you can hear me, flash your headlights if you can hear this broadcast. If you can't, oh well. But then at this point, let's see, Pickford's in the pit, Neighbors serving the stop-go, McNair's coming in, we've got Boxel, and then everyone else is on circuit, so this is good. Oh, we have another flag. I can't see who that is. It's the 103.
103. Yeah, the 103.
Of Kerr.
Odd place to be stopped.
I'm gonna run this back by 30 seconds because I don't know. I don't think they were pushed or they slowed and just stopped.
Yeah, some kind of technical failure by the looks of it, whether or not the screen has frozen on them or something's definitely gone wrong there.
Well, thankfully they've pulled off to the right side off the racing line because it's a bit better. I mean, granted, they're going again, so whatever issue that was appears to have been sorted out. So good for them. They're able to carry on in P22 right now. I don't know how close they were to King. But whatever gap they had is pretty much gone at this point.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Whatever happened. Good to see them back running again.
Yep. And go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're right. You can go.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've just ticked under 8 hours, which means it is time for the top of the hour timing corner. I was trying to think of another T word that I could use. But anyways, Bruno Gallo is leading this race, the 999, looking to keep it 1,000 here at the Permobil 24 Hours of Spa. They are a lap ahead of Lucas Beer, down in P2. It's Matthew Pignotta, a very familiar name here in the OR, is running P3 for Alpha Venturi. Connor Hind for Berry Fast out of the Milk Racing Team Squadron is in 4th position. Jean-Pierre Sinikis from South Africa, that is 5th place for Kovacs Purple. Behind him, fellow countryman Leo Dreher for FPS Evolve in 6th position. Yilin is going to be rounding out 7th position, and then Safiq there from Malaysia, 8th overall in the competition. Davis, 9th for Team Iris, and then Marc-Antoine Landry with, it looks damaged, but it has been fixed, just typical ACC dings, is 10th for Colonials, Convicts, and Bree Racing. For your class leaders, though, of course, Bruno Gallo is up ahead there at the top of the Pro-Ams. Dreyer has bragging rights currently over Silver, as Davis is down in 9th position, a very sizable gap between all of them. And then for the Pro-Ams, it is Sean Brimblecombe from Canada for the Milky Way side of the Milk Racing Team Squadron at the top of Pro-Am. 2nd place in that, of course, is going to be John McAdam in the R&J Batteries BMW entry, down in 14th position. And then down at the top of amateur class is name 26th for this team, but it is 1st overall for those coded in red. Joe Williams from New Zealand is 2nd place. We did see a little bit of action out of this car earlier. This car was leading amateur not too long ago, but that has traded hands. Unless name decides to come in right now. Nope, okay, good. But that is your top of the hour update on track. We did have, I saw somebody have a bit of a moment. It was a yellow flag in the middle of it, but whatever it was is cleared. And I think we should be seeing some battles starting to get a little bit closer, seeing as some drivers are probably a bit better in the rain than others. Yeah, it's still pretty solid racing so far from a lot of these guys.
Yeah, it's definitely going to start to shake things up, and it looks like we've just had Neil jump back in the box with us. How you going, Neil?
Yeah, I'm going very good, thank you, Brad. Just come out of the car just as the rain started to fall, so I don't like getting wet feet, so I thought I'd get out. Come and join using this nice warm commentary booth.
Perfect time to jump out.
Yeah, you've left your team in the high and dry because you don't want to race in the wets. Come on, man.
I've left them high and dry, that's for sure. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, it's been great again. Anyway, so what have we got? 4 o'clock in the morning, and I guess you guys were talking that this rain's going to slowly abate, and we may start seeing the sky start to light up too later on in the next hour and a bit.
Yep, and in due time, just checking a replay. Oh, big hit there.
Ooh,
Oh,
yep.
that explains that one. I don't think that was neighbor. That must have been a back marker. That's going to definitely draw the wrath of the stewards. But yeah, we're just closing in. We just passed 4 a.m. and I think it was, in the next hour we should be seeing some light in the sky. Not enough to really change the track surface all that much, but at least to give the drivers some, respite from the darkness that has befallen them. Rochford with a 30-second stop go, and according to Zach Graham, 42 has stayed on the slicks. I don't know whether to commend them or condemn them, but either way, they're still out there.
Yeah, don't know how much longer they will stay out there, to be honest, Nick, because those conditions and the cold track too, I just don't think, the track will stay wet, I believe, from knowing from the earlier night session when I think it was about 9 o'clock or maybe a bit later when the rain fell. It took a good 40 minutes for the track to sort of dry, half an hour or so when the rain stopped.
Yeah, we, excuse me. No, Brad and I had our guesses as to how long it would take the track to dry. He said an hour, I said like 35, 40, so we'll see who's ultimately correct.
Yeah, I'd like to aim for that 35, 40 as well, Nick, I think, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, look, I'd like for your predictions to be correct so that when I jump in for my next stint in approximately 50 minutes time, the track is bone dry for me.
I'm sure it'll be right for you, Brad. Get these hot wets start getting really hot and start drying that track out, mate. I think you'll be fine.
Case of wait and see. Rain is about as light as it has been in the past while. It feels like should be clearing up here any moment now, and then from there it's up to the drivers to clear the track. 13 ambient, 13 on the surface itself. Not going to do them any favors, and absolutely no wind. That air is at a standstill. So it is entirely up to these 34 cars to clear the way for a dry line, and that's going to take a while. You can see some of the puddles forming on the inside, so that's going to cause a few issues. Obviously, they're sort of off the line, but some puddles will form in the worst places, and how you deal with that is going to be one thing.
Yeah, it's a tricky one as you come on out of Radion up here at the Camel Straight. Just the kink there, I think we all know there's that puddle, or you just hear it, and car likes to aquaplane a little bit.
Yeah, that
sort of keep it to the left, I think, of the track, just about here. Don't really hug the right hand side, as this car is.
That car explains exactly what you're talking about.
Gets the wobbles up.
You just want to have the car as straight as possible, and not turn the wheel while you're going through that, which I think is what that 555 car did, unfortunately. But they survived that one, so yeah. Hopefully next time they'll just try and ease the car through it.
I don't know who's taking responsibility for that curse, because it wasn't me. It was one of yous. Oh, I should probably mention to you, Neil. Brad got a curse earlier, so it was fun.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't know if you saw me when I got into the car. I had a massive big broadside going into El Rouge. I turned in late and she went sideways on me, and I was sideways up to up the top up to Radion, and I kept it off the wall, so I was pretty happy about myself, but also a bit disappointed at the same time. I'm making a silly mistake.
Happens to the best of us.
So it was in my back of my brain saying, maybe you've got the camera on me and commenting about, I've just got back into the car, and next thing you know, I'm having a bit of fun.
Yeah, I think we did see a short snippet of that. Don't worry, we didn't linger on it for too long. Yeah, just waiting for that timing update from Gallo to Burrs here. Just want to get an idea, but yeah, who knows? Timing tower not playing ball.
It looks like Burst, though, has really got into the fight here, hasn't he? And Pignata as well, I think, just on that border of being a lap down in position 3. The
818, I believe, is just coming to the bus stop now. The gap from first to second, I mean, you can see it is huge, and then from second to third, I think follows the same trend. Actually, no. I don't know why you can see it, but if you look at the bus stop, you do see the 818 coming through, and then just a couple spots behind that is your race leader. So
just staying on the lead lap.
Just barely. Stage. But I don't know how long that's going to hold for, because now they're on the lead lap. And I think in the next, 10 seconds, it's going to flick over to being a lap down. What has flicked over is the weather. It has stopped raining, gentlemen. We are cloudy, but no wind, not a lot of heat, and 34 cars left to play dry cleaners.
Yeah, it's time to now mop up the track, ready for Brad to take control of the car.
Yep. Yeah, get that track nice and dry for me, please. Yeah, it's hopefully we see that that top 3 tighten up in the final 7 and a bit hours, so we can get a bit of a nice battle going for the lead. That'll be a nice way to have an exciting finish to this 24-hour race.
Yeah. So second place 587 is not on the lead lap currently. Where's your race leader? Race leader is just coming down towards Rivage. Almost forgot the name there. So I'm curious as to what these lap times are, though. It's surprisingly it's slower by 0.2, but how much of that is due to traffic is one thing. So I need to ask you guys. We're on dry skies, wet track. At what point do you go in for slicks? Do you wait until the track is green? Do you go with fast? Do you go with optimum? Do you go a little bit sooner? What's the call?
Well, for me personally, if I can just mention, I think at lap time I sort of know where I could be. Once I start pushing out the on the wets, and I'm doing sort of 2-minute 32s, and you can see some of the faster guys that may have already got onto the slicks, other cars, and they're starting to get around that 2:35, 2:33. I think it's a time that's the sort of the crossover that you want to sort of jump in.
Yeah, ideally just somewhere between greasy and green. You want to be able to put the slicks on and actually start to generate some heat. Because if you're running around on blue slicks, you're not going to be in for a great time. You'll just end up graying them up. But a lot of these cars obviously went into the pits all around the same time, so we're going to see a flurry of pit stops in probably about 50 minutes time. So I guess everyone's going to have their fingers crossed that the track will be dry enough to jump onto those slicks. I think the wets will be hardy enough to be able to run out a stint, I'd say.
All right.
Yeah,
Good.
I think so. But I think from the last time, I didn't think we actually saw. I think it went from damp, greasy, and then pretty much it. I didn't see the green sort of track. It sort of went from dry to optimum or something like that. Went fairly quickly though to optimum.
Yeah, exactly. It's the track did flick on pretty quick once most of the water disappeared. So I imagine it'll be much the same this time.
Love the front grille of that Bentley with the neon lights.
It's a big boy, and that's why it's good. It's a solid car. It's very stable. It may not be the quickest, but the one thing that you can do that no one else can do is eat curbs. And right now, Ritucci is looking to eat up position 17. I just realized there's a battle for position. Very close on the tail end as I continue to forget about my stupid autopilot. No, these guys slowly have been coming together. It's been sort of a slow burn in terms of who's going to take the position. Very close for Ritucci, starting to lose some pace here, falling back a little bit, maybe biding his time, realizing that there is pace and space to be found, but realizing that maybe it's better to just wait a little bit instead of going full on. As we do have some yellow flags out. That is the 42 meme team off at not Radion. What's that one called? Blanchimont, excuse me. And a couple of cars I think having to take evasive action. Pickford and Ritucci keeping an eye on it though. These guys are. We'll see. Maybe there's a fight later on, but right now it has subsided.
Yeah, it's definitely going to ebb and flow a bit with the power of that Bentley, and it's actually quite a good car in the wet. So yeah, Rashidi's definitely going to have his work cut out for him to try and get by this Bentley, especially with Pickford at the wheel. So pretty handy in the Bentley.
Yep, and King just picking up a drive-through, but the Porsche does have some issues, even in dry conditions, that are probably amplified by the wet. So a whole heap of challenges here for the number 90.
Yeah, it's a difficult car at the best of time. If you can extract the pace out of it. It is probably one of the quickest cars in the wet, but yeah, getting that pace is a whole different story. So, like, yeah, still so much time, but you probably just want to be a bit patient. Just keep pressuring the car in front and wait for the eventual mistake, and then you can take advantage.
That's the name of the game here. It's, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, and all of these drivers know it. They know that it's better to just sit and not passively let the race happen, but if you can just sort of passively take time out of someone without really having to push, they're more than happy to take it. The only time they have to, really turn on the active side of things is when they go for the overtake, to make sure it's done as cleanly as humanly possible, so that way they can continue on their conquest of the circuit.
It's just a bit taily, the Porsche, just finding that limit of grip, of what grip is out there.
Well, the grip should be starting to come up. Track's still wet, of course, but at the very least, it is going to be coming back towards them. And we should be getting to a point where dries are starting to become an option, like you guys said earlier, between, greasy and damp, or what was it? Greasy and fast?
No,
Green.
yeah, greasy and fast. Greasy and green or greasy and fast. Depends on how much rubber was washed away during the rain.
Yep, that's
I
a
can't
big
imagine.
thing.
Can't imagine much of it would have been. It was a pretty short shower. But yeah, unfortunately, guys, I will need to jump out now. A bit of a short stint in the box. This rain sort of has wreaked a bit of havoc on our stint schedule. So yeah, I'll need to jump out of the box and get ready for the next stint.
No dramas, Brad.
I'll leave you to with it. Yeah, enjoy the rest of the call.
Thank you, Brad. Best of luck out there, and make sure you bring it back in one piece.
Yep.
Go hard.
Go
See you
hard,
guys.
yeah.
So yeah.
Don't go too hard. We don't want you to break it. We have the chat of the flags.
Ooh, talking
Ritucci.
about braking.
Whew, that was a little bit
that-
spicy.
Yeah, I think Stefano there was pretty on stamping on that brake pedal as hard as he could there, as he almost got the back of the Bentley. It managed to pull it up.
Up and over the top. Yeah, he had to, even though the run from the end of the bus stop to the start of La Source is a relatively, I'd say, short run compared to some of the areas on this circuit, he seemed to carry a good bit of speed through all of that as he completely misses his braking point, and that's going to give Ritucci a chance, Pickford a chance. That wasn't Tonkin that came through, was it? No, it wasn't. Okay, so that's a blue flag issue. So I guess I called that wrong. It was not a missed brake point. So this is going to hold him up a little bit. He's going to lose some time. He knows Pickford's got to do the same thing, but he's got to do it again. Maybe what Ritucci could do, if it was actually going to be possible, let the Kovacs team through, and then maybe set up the double pick with the blue flags to try and grab Pickford. It's a tall order and it's not going to happen, but it's an idea at the very least, if you want to call it that. Because Pickford's gap right now is pretty, I'd say, sufficient. He's got a little bit of a train going on behind him. You can see the squad rolling up, because that's, I think, going to be several blue flags being dished out. Yeah, you can see the flags waving, so that car's off on the side. So now it's just back to these three. Pickford is going to hold this as long as he dares, because yes, those cars are going to pull up, and he knows there's going to be a Porsche just hidden away in there that might try to pounce if given the opportunity.
Yeah, make a little sneaky move, you think, and use those faster cars to your advantage.
Yep, a little
Why
bit
not?
of
I guess if you can make a little sneaky move there and do that. But I think at the moment, Pickford's got this thing under control in this Bentley.
I think so, as well, and I think we're starting to get a little bit of light in the sky. It's not quite pitch dark out in the outer reaches of the universe. It's starting to brighten up a little bit, so morning is almost here. If you're me, it's been here for the last 6 hours. so deal with it. But to those in Europe, it should be towards the evening, and if you're in the APAC region, like the majority of people on the grid are, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Glad to have you. You can hear the puddles playing a part there as Pickford just sort of gliding across it. It almost sounds like it's bottoming out, but it's just when you drive over a puddle in your regular car, just all the water that gets kicked up. But thankfully, it's not something that the Bodley can't handle.
No, that's one thing it can handle is a little bit of moisture. And yeah, it's good to see. I think it's the only Bentley on the grid.
Yes, it is. Only boat.
Handy in 17th spot, probably right bang dang in the middle. I think there's 33 or 34 runners still 34. Going. So
that is in the middle.
There you go.
You know.
Look at me go.
This is why we have you in here, Neil, because you got to offset my stupidity. You got to be the smart one here. So good job.
I think I'm a bit delirious at the moment because, as I said, bedtime for me will be at 7 o'clock or 7:30. So that'll be in-game time as well. So until then, I've still got a little while to go.
Yep, you've got
3 hours.
That's all I can ask for. Okay, it's what matters.
Exactly.
But we carry on so we can see the so Pickford's pulling up to a car that's going to be blue flagged. But that group is slowly pulling in. Okay, I just noticed something. So Ratucci let the Kovacs car through. So now he's got a sort of a double pick to work with, which could actually end up being huge. If one, the pace is there, and two, the timing is just right. Because Pickford, if we actually take a look out the back, you have 1, 2, 3. This could be a triple pick. Actually, oh, this could get very interesting, if not a little dangerous, when the time comes. I believe that's Brooker. That is Brooker. Okay, Brooker's letting 1, 2, 3, and then that car through, who I believe was Kerr. Carter's in the pits for that drive-through for track limits.
To be honest, the faster cars are struggling to catch Michael. Michael seems to be holding his own at this stage. Yep. And that's where the rain the wet weather does neutralise the field a little bit, and it brings out a bit of the driver talents too, and the drivers that got that little bit more, what can I say, a little bit more, a bit more balls, to actually get through that corner a little bit faster than the other car, a bit more commitment, and got the confidence in the wet weather.
Yep.
So yeah, and I think that's what we're seeing here with Michael at the moment. Pickford just out in front.
Yeah, if the move isn't going to happen on track, then it's going to have to happen in the pit lane. The track is still wet despite the rain stopping, and it's probably because the track dropped one degree. That's probably why it's still wet. Big circuit, 7.004 kilometers. 34 cars can only do so much. But yeah, we're still going to be on these wet tires for a while. We talked about, between greasy and green is probably when we're going to see people coming into the pits. Who's going to be the first of that group is anyone's guess. But at the very least, Pickford he's starting to lose time for the Kovacs entry, because that McLaren has slowly been getting closer and closer. So at the very least, one car is going to have to go through. So Pickford is probably going to be looking at the pit stop and weighing whether it's advantageous to go in early or to stay out a bit longer.
Yeah, but looking to get that drive out of the corner there.
That's
but I
massive.
think it will be time that he's going to have to yield if this blue flag shortly, because the stewards won't like to see him holding off too much longer. But here it looks like the Kovacs car's going to get this job done at the bus stop. It's probably a good time for Pickford to actually get that done. He wouldn't have lost too much time. They're saying that he's got he's got Dyer right behind now, Dyer.
Dreyer certainly not Dreyer, very much in the spray of the cars ahead. Pickford went wide at Longchamp and had to come off. That's probably what set up the blue flag, as we see more drive-throughs. One for Davis, one for Kerr. So these wet conditions, catching some people out, probably not as prepared as they would have been for this race. You can see one of the entries leaving the pit lane just now. So on to Kemmel Straight. Dryer's
right in there.
Yeah, and where's Rotucci? Rotucci's kind of close. So I noticed this with Pickford, or no, Rotucci, as they went up Radion the last time around, that he had more speed going in, and it looked like he could have kept carrying that, but because the car in front was slower, he was forced to slow down a bit. Oh, very close there from Dryer.
Save.
Full save. Beautiful stuff. As I was saying, though, having a driver who has to slow down that much, it's going to hinder your progress, and it maybe could have helped bring him a little bit closer. So Dryer might be another barrier, another roadblock that has to be cleared if he wants to catch up to Pickford, but that's easier said than done. Because, the blue flags are out, but that's for the Bentley. I don't know if the stewards are really going to be saying anything about that. I don't know what what constitutes as holding them up, but the gap's big right now, so it's not like it's being a deliberate hold up from Pickford.
Yeah, exactly, and I think it's up to Dyer to also maybe put the team to put in a protest towards the stewards if that's the case as well. I think if they're happy for the race to be going like it is, I think the faster cars, won't put in a protest. So a lot of the time that blue flag will be okay. Plus, you've got drivers that are driving pretty quick at the moment. We've seen the pace of the Bentley, and obviously Rashuti here just right on the back. As I think that car's just gone in for a pit, so this could be the first car that Dyer's, I think, in. So he may just get those slicks on. So he has got the drive-through.
Oh, okay.
No, the drive-through he's taking, so he's got to do that within 3 laps, I think it is, to serve that drive-through.
Yep, 3 laps is the requirement. I don't. Where did he go wide? It didn't look like he go. Unless it was at Blanchemont and I just missed it.
Yeah, I think it just popped up on our screens while we've been concentrating on the fight itself.
But now, with the McLaren out of the way, Rotucci can start to reel in the Bentley, and I think he's doing just that. We do have the 216 off. That's Lloyd, and that looks like some damage there. So we'll roll this back about 30, see what happens. This is the run-up to Blanchemont. If I had to bet, it could be a rear-end Mercedes dings, or it could be the curb playing a part, and it's another instance of the back end just getting loose. That's what, the third or fourth time we've seen that?
Yeah, exactly, and that's unfortunate. That's obviously my car there, but I did mention to him that it's really is loose going into Blanchemont there. We've got to really sort of just slow it down, get the power on early and power through that corner. So it just looks like he got the wobble though, and just couldn't hold on to it, unfortunately.
Yeah, he was in the wall, and it doesn't look like it's affected the steering that much. We'll take a look. Besides the windscreen probably seeing better days and the hood being opened a little bit, it's helping with the cooling, obviously. But the steering seems fine, speed seems good. So we look back though, Rotucci and Pickford, the battle for 17th, Pro-Am versus Silver. Right now, Rotucci sort of out of the top 3 for, actually he's in the top 5 for your silver class entries, and Pickford's running 4th for his classification. Death, thankfully, Death is well ahead of him, so he doesn't have to worry about that for right now. But he is...
What a name to have around here in a wet spa.
Well, would you rather have Death in front of you or behind you at a wet spa?
Oh, probably in front. I don't want to have a Death behind me, to be honest.
Oh, Rotucci on the grass. He was pushed wide. Pickford, defensive line.
Definitely playing for sheep stations here at the moment.
Oh, and Death picks up a drive-through. Look at that. Oh my. I don't. That's not a curse. That just happened. That's happenstance. Up and
Yeah,
over.
it just happened.
Yeah, I didn't say anything. You didn't say anything either. I don't think
No,
we did.
we just said that we'd rather see Death in front of us instead of behind us.
That's, yeah. And you can, one thing I really want to point out, it's super just off the cuff. Just, you can see it's sort of a gradient with the sky. You can see it's bright one side, dark the other. So the sun is starting to get out of bed. 4:38 in game. So probably by 5, the sun will be up, the stars will be gone. So whatever wishes you've got to make, now's the time to do it. And if you're Pickford, well, you're counting those lucky stars, because those seem to be the only things keeping you ahead of the number 90 right now.
Yeah, it looks like it's the conditions right for the Porsche right now, this little greasy. I know the track says wet, but it's sort of on that cusp of almost going to greasy, I think. And yeah, the Porsche seems to really enjoy this part of the circuit. When the track's just going from that wet to dry stage.
Yep. It has been a long while since the last drops of rain have fallen, and people have done a pretty good job. Well, yeah, they've done a pretty good job of handling things. We didn't have, apparently, what happened earlier in the broadcast with the first bout of rain. But this track's slowly but surely starting to get cleared. You can see a lot of that standing water on the curbs there. That's gonna be dangerous, especially when we get onto the slicks, because that water is still gonna be there. So drivers are gonna have to be conscious of, well, not stepping on that, because if they do, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be them off.
Yeah, they won't be able to hold on to that. Like, they'll have to have quick reflexes to try. But yeah, definitely there's some of the parts of the circuit on the outside of those curves will obviously see you off into the tyre barriers maybe.
Or if you're lucky, you'll just sort of skid across and come to a stop in a very peculiar spot, and just get the car righted and go the proper way. Death comes in for the drive-through.
Just about to say that Rashuti looked very, very racy. He was darting left, darting right, trying to find an opening. But this Bentley is just holding strong in 17th place as they go past Death, who's in the pit lane, serving that drive-through.
And that was for position, mind you, because if you look at the timing sheet on the left, it says Ratudi's in 18th, now he's in 17th. So Death losing out on a position in the pit lane. We've got a yellow flag, the 645 Bertucci with the slipstream pulls to the inside here at the end of the Kemmel Straight. Is this going to be the move side by side through Lacombe as we head out the other side? Still just the quarter panel between the two of them, but Bertucci keeping it together, gets the move done. Pickford's not done yet. It's going to be looking at the inside at Ravage, but it's just not there. The Bentley, she held strong for oh so long, but all good things must come to an end, and Bertucci's got clean air to work with. A little bit of a wiggle there. A beautiful save, though, to keep the number 90 Porsche going forward. Great, solid move from this guy.
Yeah, I think the Sofa King slow team will have a bit of a smile on their face after witnessing that. That was a really nice move by Rashuti, and we come to expect that from Stefano. He does drive hard and aggressively and does get some exciting moves done, and that was one that right there. But we'll see what Pickford can do. He obviously, he's obviously dropping a little bit behind at the moment, but obviously he was trying to stay in touch like anyone would with the Sofa King's Porsche, and hopefully follow him into the pit stops when they decide to come onto the dries.
Yep, we had, there was, 3 laps where Ricciuti would catch up considerably into the source, then out of it would also be kind of in the same spot, but then would, it looked like almost lose a little bit of pace through Eau Rouge Radillon. But that time, it was, everything was lined up perfectly. On. Yeah, it was absolutely on, 100%.
I think he got the good exit too out of turn 1 as well. We saw how close he was, and that just followed through all the way up into up to Eau Rouge and up into Radillon as well. It was a car just diving down the inside of Michael, and I think it was one of the lap cars.
Yep. That's not Death. Death is back here, so thankfully no Death today. I believe, I don't want to name names. It might be name. Oh, look at that. That was convenient, as he just completely disregards the chicane. So Kerr's got 15 seconds, Lloyd's got 15, Carlos got 15. I'll start with those for looks like collisions and a few other happenings. Now, thankfully, with the time penalties, you don't have to serve those right away, but if it's a drive-through, like we've seen, you do have to serve it. 6:23, Tonkin is off. Let's see what happens here.
You got the replay.
Oh, too much curb, it looks like, on the exit.
Yeah, just got on there where it's very slippery. It's a corner with no name. We should all name it. Should ask the people watching if we can start naming that corner. Give it a name.
Well, I call it Commentator's Corner because that's where the comms box is. Or I guess it used to be.
Yeah.
I don't know if it is currently or if it was before. Oh, okay. We've gone to damp, so drivers are going to be getting ready for these pit stops in the next couple of laps, I think.
Yeah, I think you might be right. But I never knew that that was where the original comms box was, perched up there on the hill.
Yeah, I've heard it's where the current one is. I've heard it's where the old one was. I don't remember off the top of my head. There's probably going to be someone who's going to correct me. But yeah, I know most people, like you say, no name corner, but it does have a name. I know on track maps, it says no name or just doesn't have anything to it. But fun little tidbit of knowledge as we head to just about 4:45 in the morning here in game, and probably those around. Oh my God, that is not what you want. That was full stop.
That was
That's
one of the
Sneakus.
Kovacs cars.
That's Sneakus. What has happened there?
He was just parked out on the track. Was this some sort of lag or some spike? Or was he spun it?
I don't know. He gets through both ends perfectly. Oh,
No,
on exit.
there he goes.
On exit. And then that's spun around. Oh my God.
Whoa.
Almost collects one and then gets collected again. Almost collects a third.
Yeah, just as he was moving, he's clipped the other McLaren as well. So that's some severe damage. And that's a big moment from the car that was it was fifth in this race. And that's going to give Lynn and Dwyer something to think about as well. They're going to make some time on because I reckon that this pit stop will be lengthy for Sonicus.
Well,
JP.
here's the thing. This team is on lap 411. The Yulin, this is 410. This is lap 410 for these guys. So by the time they get back around, they should be overtaking. I'm not certain about Dreyer because Leo just popped on to lap 410. So this team, this is an almost definite yes. This team's a maybe. And then even Saifik, maybe. This is an even bigger maybe. But yeah, this is going to be a long pit stop for these guys. This is not what you want. I mean, just under 7.5 hours to go. The track's going damp. Maybe if I were this team, I would pop some dries on because by the time you get back out there, the track might be a bit better. So you only have to do the one stop.
Yeah. I think you got to take, at the moment now, they've got a lot of hurt there at the moment. And I think they just need to, bite the bullet and put those slick tyres on and motor around a little bit carefully to hopefully gain a few more extra positions when these next lot of drivers are going to have to come in for those slicks later on, probably in the next 10-15 minutes.
Mm-hmm. And Tonkin as well
that's a shame for Tonkin.
Yep.
I don't know I think he was decided to move to the left, and that was just when JP started to move, and it just was unfortunate, really.
Yeah, and he had someone on his right side, so he couldn't just dart over without taking someone else out.
Yeah, it was like they were saying, they had to just go through the mid, like either side, but it was just unlucky. But back to the action again.
Ratucci well clear of Pickford, who is just now getting through the source. So after getting around the Bentley, it's been smooth sailing for this team. Checking out other drivers who might be in combative positions. I'm not really seeing much. We do, I mean, any gaps that are small, it's usually just back markers like this scenario with Chris Davis, because Landry's way up ahead, so this is a blue flag situation that he's had to get himself behind, because that is your second place Bierce in the McLaren. And then just behind, it's not McNeil. Okay, go ahead.
I was going to say, did Davis in that Porsche, the number 8, have they dropped a couple of positions since I was last on, or were they around that 10th position? I thought they were up about 8th or something at once when a couple of hours ago.
Oh, you might be right. It might have been. Yeah, I think so. But whatever has caused them to drop to 10th is, well, what the story looks like, at least in that book. I'm sure they're just taking it in stride. Not really much you can do, you know, if anything, just take it as is and slowly start to bring it back a little bit, because there's no point in forcing it, especially right now. I mean, we still have just about 7+ hours to go here. The sun still making its way upstairs out of bed. Tonkin's picked up a drive-through. That's going to hurt a lot out of the pit.
Down the inside.
Yep. Now, where is Sneakus? Where they come out in 6th position? That's surprising. So only 6. Lynn's taking the spot. Dreyer has it, so it looks like. Yeah, because you can see. So Maloney's gotten in. Maloney's gotten into the Kovacs car, and you can see where they are. They're just coming up to Sector 3 now. Dreyer, I think, is just about a little bit of ways through Sector 2, and I want to check. They are on Dreyer. So they have gone for the tries, guys. You got to be careful. You've got to be careful. You don't want to put any more damage on it, more than you already have. I think the damage I think that's just standard ACC bug, because yeah, all that understeer is from the tires. I don't think that's damaged.
Yeah, I think so. And but Tom will, you know, he'll push the limits of this McLaren for sure, and try and get back above Yailin as well. But those guys, at least they know that all those guys in front of him, they're all going to have to pit for those dry tyres at some point. So, you know, they're going to see themselves go back up the order a little bit. But yeah, that was a big incident that we saw only a few moments ago.
Talking with that drive-through, of course, Brimblecombe just picking up a drive-through now, so that'll have to get served in a few laps. And keep in mind, if they come in for slicks, that drive-through will not be cleared. They have to do the drive-through for it to clear properly. Obviously, if they don't do it in a good amount of time, and there goes Maloney, the puddle on the inside.
Yeah, you picked that exactly. That's what's happened. That's unfortunate, and there's the commentator's curse. I was saying that Maloney would.
Oh my God!
You could just see on board there how it twitched as soon as it hit that little river. Yes, not having any luck at this part of the race. With 7 hours remaining, just over 7 hours, it hasn't been nice to them.
No, it has. You heard the car hit the puddle. You heard it go through, and the thing just immediately snapped. No chance of coming back from that. So now, what's the call? Do you go back into the pits, or do you just stick it out?
Oh, I think there'd be quite a little bit of damage there. That we'll wait and see, I guess. But you know, if there's that damage there, I don't know. I'd be coming in at least and giving it another go, I'd say.
Yeah.
Just see how he goes with the Davis car in front. I know they're a lap down, but the Porsche just in front. Just see if he can hold pace with them, and probably then stay out, because knowing that the Porsche would actually be on wets as well, that damage wouldn't be too bad then if he can sort of hold station with that Porsche.
It's going to be tricky. I want to see. Well, apparently the damage has fixed the damage, so he doesn't have damage.
Maybe the windscreen popped out.
Oh yeah, probably. I mean, is the visor down? Yeah, visor down. It should be fine. That's it doesn't look like the car's like struggling at all. It looks fine. This game will forever and a day confuse me. But I will still play it and I will still love it. I don't know why. So apparently Tom Maloney somehow maybe kind of possibly got away with that hit, maybe didn't. We don't really know. We're still confused. But either way, in 6th position, Trier is still a lap down. Is actually just crossing in the 136. We've had another moment. Is it what I think it is? It's Colin McNair.
Oh no.
Oh, it's out of pit lane. And it was further down. It wasn't normally when people spin, it's like right here on exit. This was further down. I'm wondering if he hit the puddle.
I think he has. He's probably on slicks and he's...
Oh.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, it's nasty. I remember my very first sim race that I had around Spa in the wet. I'm not too sure if it was OR in the rookies or somewhere, but I remember it was whatever it was, whatever league it was. And yeah, first time, first lap, going up the hill, didn't even know about this puddle. And as soon as I hit it, round I went with the rest of the field just avoiding me. It was one of those scary moments, and I've never, yeah, I've always know about that little puddle now and make sure that it doesn't catch me out. But yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it, that you can do many laps here in the wet and know about it, but then you just put the car in the wrong spot and yeah, turn in at the same time and away she goes.
Yep, and Barry is on, or Gary, excuse me, not Barry. Gary is on slick, so that definitely had something to do with it. And you can see all these penalties coming through right about now. One of the drive-throughs did get cleared, thankfully, so that team won't have to worry about it. Although Brumblecombe will still have to do that at some point. Track is still damp. It's been very slow on the drying process. We also have the temperature going up a little bit. We've gone up a couple degrees. It's now 14 on the track surface itself. It's also 14 in the air, and a 2 km/h wind, so that'll sort of help a little bit. As Barham, another heart and throat moment there again. He is just in all sorts of pain right now, and well, the wet circuit is not helping him out. So we are still waiting on the track to get to a much better state. We are about 12 minutes from the top of the hour. Neil, do you think we're gonna see like a greasy track or a green track by the time we get to 7 hours, or no?
I think we will. I think that there's that, yeah, the 11 minutes remaining before we get to that 7 hours remaining. I think there's a good chance that track will be where majority of the field will find themselves going onto the slicks. Just off the line there, you can obviously see there's still a lot of moisture on this surface.
Yep,
There's Chris making a nice move down the inside. I don't think that's for position though.
No, that was a blue flag. He was... I'm always a little bit iffy when it comes to, you know, having that person go down the inside, but again, in the realm of predictability, it's better to do that. I thought for a moment, I was like, oh no, he's going to slide, and I'm like, oh, he's on wets, never mind. In the meantime, Lucas Pierce has served a drive-through penalty and will come out ahead of Matthew Pignotta, so big plus there. In front of him is Paul Bowen in the Mercedes. Another puddle.
And I think he did come out of the pits, did he, with slick? So, yes, another driver.
And bang.
This puddle's claiming many drivers coming out with cold, slick tyres. I'm sure word should be start getting out there to the other team, so they have to be wary of the exit.
And he is on dries, so that just compounds it. This is it. Yeah, that's just the thing is, I feel like when it's raining and you know it's there and you're on wets, you're very brave about it. But then you get into that mindset of, oh, I can just go through it, you know, a little bit of an autopilot here and there, and that's how you end up with multiple drivers getting caught out by the same exact thing. And I mean, thankfully it hasn't been a case of you know, there's a huge pack behind and everyone's starting this way and that, and all of a sudden there's like an 18-car pileup. But it's enough to kind of give them a little kick in the rear and be like, hey, you're not fully safe just yet. You gotta wait.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And we are closing in on 5 a.m. and I think I saw a little bit more color in the sky. Oh, you can see the sun kind of reflecting, so the color of it kind of reflecting off some of the clouds there. And yeah, there's the color I saw. There's that little bit of orangey, yellowish, something to that effect. It's much better in that shot, actually. If we look out the back here, nah, it's a little too low.
Yeah. And I think that's when the drivers, you know, you start having that relief. You know you're starting to get somewhere now. You've been driving for so long in the dark, and you know you saw the 12-hour, the halfway mark go past, and you're still in the dark. And now that you're coming out the other side, and you look up at the time that's remaining, you're getting close to that 7 hours, and you start thinking, yeah, we can do this. You know, you get to the end of this, because it is a big accomplishment just to get to the end of a 24-hour race, and that's why I think we've still got so many cars still circulating. Because it's a great achievement wherever you finish, I think, to just get it to the end of these type of races.
Mm-hmm. Especially if you're the 42 team. I think I've seen their dot get far more time being yellow than anyone else, but they're having fun, and they're out there, and that's all we can ask for. And what we can also have fun and ask for is the third commentator to hop in the booth, Mr. George Cook. George, are you there?
Nick, Neil, I am here indeed. I have... Hopefully you can hear me, but I have had less sleep in my life, probably sometimes. I would love some more, but I think I'm here. So how are you chaps doing?
We're doing super, actually. It's just starting, as you can see on our screens, and you've probably been aware with it all, it's just starting to break daylight here on the screens, and we're just commenting how that's a great feeling for all the drivers at this stage of the race. And get into that big point of the race where, you know, you're going to start getting that glare of that sun in your eyes. And I tell you what, this track, you don't want... as Babel just goes a little bit wide, as many of cars have done, and struggling a little bit. But you get the glare off the wet track as well with the sun. That's going to be blinding. So the drivers will be hoping that track surface does start to dry before that sun starts to rise.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's damp now, so still pretty cold out there. We saw this late into the early hours of the morning, where the rain was probably only lasted about 40 minutes, and then it was so cold out on track that the rain just stuck around. I mean, even if you've got 34 cars or so navigating the circuit, the rain just held in place and didn't go anywhere. That first bit of rain we had really early on, now comparatively, to the race length in the race. It was so hot out on track, it was 29 degrees Celsius, and it just disappeared. It went back to optimum really quickly. But, I mean, I'll absolutely echo your sentiments. Seeing that sun start to rise is a double-edged sword for a lot of the drivers. They're thinking, great, it is in fact morning. It is the next day. We're through the night. That's great. But they're also going to be a little bit blinded out on track for a few hours. So yeah, they'll be hoping that this track dries up nice and quickly. I'll also echo your sentiments of, you know, getting to the end. 7 hours seems like a relatively short period of time compared to the 17 we've just had.
Yes, yeah, that's exactly right. And but we'll wait and see how it all pans out. We have seen some things happen up front as well. With Beerus had a drive-through penalty and just been able to keep on to second position, as Pignata wasn't able to get the better of him, and we obviously saw the Kovacs team drop from was he 4th position when he had the spin? Nick, I can't remember. I think it was 4th or 5th or something like that. Might have been 5th in the Kovacs team.
Oh yeah, no, they were 5th. Yeah, they were 5th. I was focusing on getting this one little replay up. I apologize, but yeah, they were running 5th, and then they spun at Blanchimont, and then I think they spun again at the little kink at Kemmel.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because they have had a day of jumping up and down the grid, haven't they? At the end of the day.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. That replay there. That was a little unfortunate there, out of Speaker's Corner, sometimes known as Jackie X, sometimes known as No Name, sometimes known as Has Name Corner. A little bit too much
You've got it
throttle
all.
on the curve there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think we all know it as No Name Corner, but it has been given a name in recent times, so I've started calling it Has Name.
I call it commentator's
See.
corner. That's because apparently that's where the booth is or was or something. I don't know. I like it better because
Okay.
it benefits us as
Maybe
commentators.
that's why it was called Maybe that's why it was called Speaker's Corner initially, before Jackie X was involved.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
That would probably make a bit of sense.
No, they just put a massive speaker there
Yeah,
for
that's
no
where the
other
party
reason.
is.
It doesn't like transmit anything. It's just there.
It's just
It just exists.
That's it. They have the occasional rock concert down there.
Oh my god. Well, we've got the 216 of Lloyd.
Oh no.
Lloyd. Oh no, mate, you can't be doing that. Let's see what happens. This is Puan, I believe. Yep, on the outside,
yeah.
spins it, and parks it beautifully. Look at that.
Honestly,
Just the wrong
you
way.
can park there.
Well,
You can park there
this-
all day.
it's proof that you can. But just be careful coming back on.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's a blind spot from him. That's
Blind corner, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, keep the map open and have your teammates just watching that and be like, okay, can I go?
Exactly. I have to give my hats off though. I mean, every team out there sticking at it. For the most part, obviously we've had a few disconnects, a few teams not able to continue and such like that. But to still have 34 cars on the grid after 17 hours is honestly super impressive. And the teams like the 42, the 216, the 991 cars, who've had, not a great day out from a, competitive perspective, they're still in it. And, to go to the end and to finish the race, we've been echoing this sentiment a number of times in our driver area in the team speak. That we just want to finish. We want to feel that success of finishing, and that's worth, in my opinion at least, more than a position out on track. So I've got to take my hat off to all the teams and drivers that are sticking at it. It's such a long race.
It really is. We were talking about how, just because you have a moment at some point doesn't mean it's over. Just because you have a spin, at the 13-hour mark doesn't mean it's over. You still have plenty of time to catch up. Drivers taking, say, half a second a lap out of the person in front of them and they're like 2 minutes back is, surmountable in these longer endurance style races that you don't see in, say our sprint series or even in something like our F1 series.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, it is endurance, ironically, and
No way.
no way. Is this? Yeah, it's not an endurance sprint. It's a how long can you last, and how few mistakes can you make out there on track, and yeah, that's the name of the game, quite literally. So I completely agree with you there. It's you've got to make it to the end. This is the epitome. This kind of racing is the epitome of that phrase of, to finish first you must finish.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, it's really just forget the first part, first you must finish. And then whatever happens during the journey of those 24 hours is just the result of, circumstance for the most part, sometimes driving, situational things, rain, which we've had a fair chunk of actually. I'm sure there's teams out there that would like to have had more rain, but I think we've had enough rain to make things fun.
Yep, we did. We had some people get caught out. Track's still damp. Wow. So my guess of it going to greasy or green or whatever at this point has been null and void, because we are at, ladies and gentlemen, another yellow flag for our boys down in the 42 machine. Thank you, Carlo, for all that you've done with your... Which anime character? Is it Asuna or something? I don't know. I don't watch anime. Doesn't matter. What matters, though, is top of the hour timing updates. Ladies and gentlemen, 7 hours to go here in the Permobil 24 Hours of Spa here at, hosted by Octane Online Racing. Just a little after 5 in the morning in-game, and for those down in the APAC regions, it is still the 999 team leading the way as they head into the sunrise. 423 laps for this squad. Second place is the 587, still barely on that lead lap, and same with the 818 down in third. Connor Hind for the Milk Racing Team very fast side of things is fourth, and Yulin for Scan Motorsports is rounding out your top 5. Saifiq in the 711 Ferrari is in a comfortable 6th position. Ashley Johnston from FPS Evolve Racing Yellow, they're down in 7th position. A little bit of shout outs for them, of course, maybe some camaraderie between the commentators and that team. Skylar Lovering, shout outs to you, my man. Number 9, or in position 9 for the Convicts and Colonials and Bree Racing Power Hour duo. Tom Maloney is replaced with Jean-Pierre Sinikis, so that's 6th position. Explains something why I was missing a number. And then Austin McNeil rounds out the top 10 in the Cowabunga entry from Milk Racing Team. But of course, the 999 squad leading the pro class, Johnston, does sit nice and pretty at the top of Silver. Pro-Am belongs to Pickford with a 15-second time penalty hanging over his head for troubles from earlier. And then leading the amateur class is Luke Davey from the KRT squad, 24th overall, but you take home bragging rights for amateur class for the time being. Corey Tui just coming up and over the top of Radion, so that should tell you a pretty good bit about the pace. But gentlemen, carrying on with the race, and of course I asked at the top of the hour, what's been the biggest surprise so far of the last hour or so?
Well, I think I'll leave that one to Neil.
Neil, what would you say?
Well, I'd say the biggest one was the Kovacs, that spin that we were commenting about earlier, from dropping from 5th. It was a sort of big moment in the race where, you sort of think, well, these other cars that are in the top 5, anything can happen with these top 5 cars. So, keep circulating, see what happens. But, the Kovacs car for me was the talking point of the hour for sure.
I would, I'd have to agree. George?
I think I have to echo that sentiment, because I woke back up knowing that they had solidly passed us on track, and the fact that we're now kind of back ahead of them again either indicated we somehow found seconds of pace overnight, which was not the case, or something has happened to them again. And I've got a massive respect for that team and the drivers in there. They're all incredibly fast, and they put in a huge amount of effort to be that quick and to have good strategies. And to see them drop down the order again, I think that's a real unfortunate situation for that team, who really kind of deserve to be up there in the top 5 in this race in terms of their pace. But as we said before, it's about how few mistakes you can make over the 24 hours, not necessarily how fast you are. And I think we've seen that in a number of cases, unfortunately, just swinging the other way of some of these faster teams.
Well, it's been difficult for that team, of course, and like you said, sticking with it. They were top 5, now they're sitting, I think, top 10 or so. Tom Maloney is out there, or no, sorry, it's JP. So 10th position, work to do if they can. Safik picking up a drive-through penalty. Still a damp track. Do we have, I think everybody's basically, anybody that hasn't been in the pits is on wets. Oh, actually, race leaders are on dries and somehow going faster. So I think we'll start getting our proper lap times in now that the track's starting to, well, I say dry, but it's kind of not really, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty brave move there for the 999 car to be on the dry tyres. It's usually the crossover points around when the wet starts setting 224s. That's usually the crossover area, so maybe they've just decided to pull the trigger a little bit earlier just due to stint time, which is a choice that a lot of people have had to make. The rain has been, as always, inconvenient, often arriving either on the screens 30 minutes out to about 29 minutes before a stint ends, or when the rain changes a couple of minutes before you need to change the stint. So maybe they've just been forced into a little bit of an early decision there. But damp track with dry tyres, it's definitely doable, especially for a driver of that caliber.
What is this?
It's an ideal. Oh, that was a bit close out on track.
I tense up a little bit. Every time someone goes to that little kink and I hear the puddle, I tense up because I'm like, oh no. Look at
Yeah, we've seen too much there with that puddle, haven't we?
just a little. Hey, that puddle's eating good, so I mean, hey, let it.
It's that one, and it's the one into the Wagner's corners. Sometimes known as Piff Paff. If you get your braking zone, just that, it's a great indicator, I think, of the braking zone, because you hear the puddle, you feel the car get loose, and then you can brake. But if you just slightly mess that up by about half a meter, you can be in all sorts of trouble.
Oh, you're gone at that point. Good luck.
Yeah, exactly. Hello, gravel trap.
Yeah, very quickly.
Yeah, exactly.
Become best friends.
Yes, that's exactly right. Yeah, don't want to be making friends with a gravel trap or barrier.
Barry's a great guy. He's awesome, you know, but sometimes he's just a bit of weight on your race that you don't want to deal with.
Yeah, I've always said Barrier makes a great cup of tea or a cup of coffee. The problem is he just talks for too long. You don't want to be sticking around at this house for very long because it's a conversation that never ends.
You know, I mean, his lovely wife, G. Ravel, I mean, I have no problem with her, you know? Kind of tells you to slow down in life, you know? Tells you to just, take it easy, slow down a bit. But yeah, Barrier, he just goes on and on.
That's right. Yeah, and the kids, G-Ross are pretty good as well. But
you've all done this before, I can see.
Yeah.
I don't think we're missing anyone from the family. Not that who's their cousin? T-Rack, right? He's solid. I like him. T-Rack is a good guy.
They've got a distant cousin, Herb.
Oh yeah, Herb.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you give us like too much time. We're just gonna start like personifying things as a way to be like, it's okay. Like, yeah, I kind of slammed the barrier, but like, he's a nice guy. I think. I don't know.
It's very true. I mean, if there wasn't a little bit of mental instability after 17 hours, I would be concerned.
I just have mental instability.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, commentators generally fit into that category. So.
Yep.
Oh, that is the way. It's greasy now on track. I did a little bit of math just before, which I had to use a calculator for, because I don't trust myself doing anything in my head. But 7-kilometer track distance, 426 laps now. So if I do this, 426 times 7 kilometers, we are at 2,982 kilometers driven. So we're nearly at the 3,000 mark.
Wow, that's.
There you go.
What is that in
That's
miles?
Don't ask me to do more math. Hold on, let me convert.
Right, it's called a convert. Well, while you figure that out, we're going to see what happened to Connor Hind at the Puan corner. You can start to see that dry line starting to develop, and gets it another touch.
Just on the curb, I think.
Yeah, again, another. We saw it a few laps ago. I can't remember who exactly, but Hind is.
I'll say the 216.
It's a 216.
My team.
Well, there you go. It seems that everything happens for a reason, but Hind lucky to keep it out of the corner, and not only that, is able to hang on to the position because the 101 team is somewhere in this gaggle of cars. Oh, actually, I think. Oh, no, that's the 191. It doesn't matter. The position has been held, and I think that's really what matters most for the team.
Yeah.
In miles, that is 1,864 miles.
Thank you. That's actually not that far.
I suppose
Still got a little bit to go anyway, but
that's not even halfway across the country.
I think it's worthwhile keeping an eye on the battle for the Pro-Am too, because I think Tui is he was leading majority of this race. He lost it sometime during the early hours of this morning. And obviously I'm not too sure how far he is away from the 22 car, but doing a good job. But obviously now looking at Yelin as well.
Pro-Am. Oh, do you mean Am? I was confused. I'm like, what do you...
Oh, so not Pro-Am, Am, sorry.
I was going to say, I'm like, Tui's an Am. Did something happen in the past, 30 minutes that I wasn't aware of?
No, I was staring blankly there. But yeah, definitely Tui, I believe he was leading the race majority of this... The race?
He was leading amateur for a while. But
I think my hats off to the 22 car. They've been, driving along nice and consistently, and we P24 overall. And there's only 5 or so AM class drivers out there at the moment, so that's actually an impressive drive from them. When I've been out on track, they've done well to abide by some blue flags and have done some good racing ahead of us for position. So I'd say they're doing pretty good. And as you said before, taking home some bragging rights. Well, you say it as the inaugural AM class champion of Spa 24 Hours Octane Online Racing. That sounds pretty good. It's a pretty good title.
Good to take home, wouldn't it?
But I'll take it.
It is.
No.
But that is the point.
I know. I saw the yellow and I thought Huddy went off. I'm like, oh no, not again. Not the.
Yeah,
this is just a driver change now, I think. Yeah, or was he already in there? I think it was Lloyd that was in there before, but
yeah, I think it was.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah, I don't know why we get the yellow flags down there at the pit lane.
I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah.
So we're on a greasy track, and you can start to see that dry line coming up. And we've had maybe, I think, 7 or 8 drivers come in for slicks. When's the call for everyone else to hop back onto slicks? I mean, are we waiting till green? Are we waiting till fast? I mean, when do we really find the time to get situated in such a way?
I think sometimes those wet tyres start to really overpressurize, don't they, and get red and hot and balloon out. And especially if you're seeing quite a few of the top runners as well, or just the mid pack or anyone start running into slicks, and you can use your teammates hopefully to have a look to see what lap times they're doing. I think George sort of commented on about a lap like a turnaround time around the 2-minute 24, 25 lap times on the wet is probably a good time to move onto the slicks.
Yeah, I mean.
Whereas for us, where we're a bit slower, we're more looking at the 2:28 times of the wet, and that's when we decided to get onto the slicks.
Yeah, it's so many variables involved, right? You got stint timers, you got your overall strategy. If you, I would say it's for a driver who's fresh, ready to go, not maybe too tired. A greasy track and dry tires is probably doable. In fact, it is definitely doable. It's just a little bit risky, but crank up that TC a little bit, and that'll give you a bit of safety margin. The dry line's there, so we can see that out on track now. The dry line's absolutely there, but you're just gonna be tiptoeing at this stage around a lot of parts of the track, especially with parts that you're used to running on the curbs for. So, yeah, it's a difficult decision. As I said, the crossover point, if you find out, well, that was a track cut. If you find out where that crossover point is in your bracket of cars that you're racing, at that point you can start to figure it out. But it's such a complicated thing to calculate a lot of the time. But I'd say, greasy, go for it. Just don't accelerate on the curbs. Just crank the TC up and be safe.
Yeah, TC's your friend, but I think this is where this part of the circuit, this back half of the circuit, is when you're on the slicks. It's just a little bit difficult, and like as you said, you just got to tread that carefully and have that traction control really wound up and looking after you as best as you can.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, otherwise you're risking a spin, you're risking all sorts. The 600 car there has got a drive-through. I don't know if that's something that came up on the screen a little bit earlier, but that must be for track limits there, the 600 car. So in the pits comes Connor Hind. That'll be frustrating for them, but they are a wee way ahead of Yilin and the 101 car, so it shouldn't be a massive problem for them. But yeah, drive-through is a drive-through at the end of the day, and let's hope they're not in a tricky point in terms of their changeover as tyres or stint length or any of that.
Yeah, they'll be getting close to it, I guess. A lot of these drivers, when they did get onto the wets, I guess they're nearly at their time. Their stint time would be almost running out, I'd say, too. A lot of these drivers.
Just had a look. Connor Hind is 15 minutes into his stint.
Wow, that's very early. You wonder how many track cut warnings were from him and how many were from his teammate. Because if it's 15 minutes and you've already picked it up, that's a little concerning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the old hospital pass of come out of the pits with 3 track warnings. Sorry,
Yeah,
guys.
I think that might have been it. I think he's been holding on to that final track limit, I think, for those 15 minutes and finally overstepped the mark.
So easy to do. And
It is.
yeah, I mean, they might also have been on the dry tyres, and this is part of that safety thing that comes into the calculation of what is the crossover point onto the dry tyres. You've got to really consider, if you've got 3 track warnings and you've got the opportunity to stay out for a little bit longer, then you probably should. But I think, the 600 car looks like they've been in a bit of a tricky spot there with a driver change happening about 15 minutes ago. The track was still damp, and I guess they were probably just hoping, because if they'd gone out on the wet tyres again, now they'd be on a greasy track with those tyres starting to get very, very hot and start to balloon out and things getting a bit dicey. So it's a tricky one to balance, isn't it? Because you either come back in and, whoa, that is the 191 car going for quite the drift through Speaker's Corner. Very nice. 10,000 points for them. But it's that crossover point. Do you want to spend 30 seconds changing tyres to go back onto the dries, or risk a drive-through? And at the end of the day, the drive-through is not going to cost you as much as changing tyres. So maybe they made the right decision there and just had to send it.
Yeah, not a bad little point there.
We should be, I think, if we're going to be seeing any more drive-thrus, it's going to come through in the next maybe 10, 15 minutes because the track has gone greasy, so it's not the worst. It's not the worst condition for these slick tires, but it can certainly get better. Again, we've had more drivers come in for slicks, and then I think once the track gets to like green, I think that's where the drive-through should realistically stop for the time being, maybe a little bit. The only thing I'm worried about though is Radeon, because you're going from having to lift and coasting through that corner more to saying, okay, well now I can carry more speed because the track is dry. So if there's something that's gonna hit more drive-throughs, it's gonna be that. And as I'm talking about it, Scarney picks up a drive-through. Look at you go, Nick.
Oh, there we go.
More
Oh,
curses. Yay.
Eric will not be happy with you.
No, I think I have about 5 or 6 drivers who want to hit me, so... Whoops. Oh, no, George, listen, there was... I don't even remember. It was maybe a couple hours ago. I had a few caster curses in, I don't know, 20 minutes, something like that.
Oh, wow.
It was ridiculous. So
Just one after the other, rapid fire.
I mean, normally I'm doing, the sprint series for NA and EU. I took a break because of the, burnout, and they had the mini series going on, so I haven't been doing a lot of commentating. So I'm sure the gods are just like, all right, hey bud, you're back, let's go, we gotta catch up on lost time. So that's probably why that is.
Yeah, all commentators do is build up negative curse karma. That's all we do. If we're not commentating, we're building up that karma, and then it gets released. There's blessings and curses, right?
Yeah.
But we do all seem to be on the side of curses more often than not.
Whoops.
But wow, in 20 minutes, that's pretty rough. That is pretty rough.
I don't know if it was 20. I'm just taking a guess, but if it was 20 minutes,
It felt like a short amount of time.
oh my!
Yeah.
It felt like I said one, and then the next one, and then the next one. Like there was no break in between. It was just bing, 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 done. There you go. Get out. All right, cool. I apologize to all those drivers, and I always do, and they're always just like, "Oh, it's okay, Nick," and I'm like, "Is it though?" Are you
well, there's some, it's a bit of a conspiracy theory in a way, but as commentators, I'm sure we also know it's far too, far too, close to call it a lot of times.
It's not a conspiracy. It's a thing.
I'm still really probably hopelessly optimistic that it is.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I will say that you are. How long have you been commentating for? If you don't mind me asking.
Most of this year. That's pretty much it.
Okay, yeah. Then you'll. Yeah, usually by. I mean, I was the same way when I started. I'm like, oh, that's not true. But like by the end of the year, that first year, I'm like, it's not a conspiracy.
Yeah, I think
it's a thing.
Yeah, I think the first time I got put a curse out there, I sort of got told that I'd put a curse, and I went, no way, this is impossible. Surely that's not real. And then it sort of kept on happening. And then Bathurst and the Sprint Series happened, where I think I doled out somewhere in the order of 10 to 15 curses over an hour.
Good lord, that's impressive. Even my worst
yeah.
days aren't even close to that. Like today.
Oh yeah.
See,
There needs to be an award for that one, I think.
I think
There has
so.
to
Well,
be, yeah.
I self-relegated myself to weather reporter for the next race. So I thought, like, I'll take a back seat for a bit.
Because well, here's the thing. Because when before, I was just like, oh, hey, like, here's, like a video on YouTube where it's like, oh, here's like a compilation of commentators calling something before it happens, and that's what you think it is. You're like, oh, it's not really a curse. They just call it a curse because, like, CC commentator curse. That just sounds cool. But then it's like, how often do you see a compilation of commentators saying something and then something bad happens? Like, almost never. It's always like, oh, he's gonna, hit a home run left field. It's gonna be like upper deck, and then they do literally the same thing. You're like, great, awesome. This isn't a part of the cursing is not part of the institution, if you will.
No, but it's the easiest skill to get you to get talent in. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, is that what we call it?
I suppose so. I mean, might as well. It's part of the CV. How many commentary curses have you put out there in recent races? What's your average curses per race?
You got to be careful though, because that can spill over into real life, and that's where it gets really bad. Because I've had that happen. Because I used to work at a go-kart place, and I would be like, you'd have someone with you on track, you'd have your radio so you can communicate, and I'd be like, oh yeah, the guy who's in cart number 3 is doing really well, and then all of a sudden, just around, out of sight, I just hear wham, and it's just like penalty lap for 33. It's like, yeah, of course.
Okay, so you definitely experienced the it's real side of it.
Oh yeah, yep. That's why when you say it's a conspiracy, it's like, no, not really.
Yeah.
It exists, but hopefully the curses stop, because from the looks of it, drive-thrus have been cleared, which is great. We're on a greasy track. Heinz coming in. This is going to be the call for slicks. I'd be damned if it wasn't.
So this has gone a little bit awry for the 600 car, because they were actually on wet. So they had that pit 20 minutes ago. They stayed on the wet tire and they got a drive through, and now they're back in to switch over to the dry tires. They don't need to do a driver swap here unless it's a scheduled one for Heinz to get out of the car, but that's 2 pit stops in the last 4 laps.
I know, that's a lot. That's a lot of time being lost. But the good thing is, Yilin is 2 laps behind.
This is position, I think.
No, this is 2 laps down.
2 laps.
Yeah,
yes.
Yilin's on 428, Hind is on 430. He is going to be 2 laps off of the lead. Well, I guess 3 now, because Britt has continued that warpath of leading the field. So, with all of these pit stops, on the surface is bad. All that time sitting here doing nothing isn't really helping, but when you realize the guy behind is a couple laps down, you're just like, well, that's okay. You might end up being, a lap ahead by the end of the race. You might be on the same lap, who knows, but as long as you're ahead, I don't think they're really going to be having too many grievances.
No, that's very true. I mean, yeah, the amount of time you have to... the speed that you have to take, with these laps in 6.5 hours to catch up a whole lap, it becomes rather insurmountable pretty quickly. And then you add in mistakes and weather changes, and this track's going to change conditions. There'll be different levels of skill with the drivers coming through. But I mean, this Escan outfit has been rapid. They've had their fair share of incidents, or maybe potentially more so as well. So driving back to 5th place, I mean, hats off to them. That's an impressive drive. They've been quick, really quick out there.
Oh, they have, haven't they? It's been great watching them, make their way up through the field and making the most of all the opportunities that have been given to them, with other cars having a few problems as well. But, they've been keeping a constant pace as well.
They have.
They've got a good lineup, really fast drivers, and they're obviously all consistent, and they've got the car in a spot that they really like it. And that's part of the tricky thing here. I mean, it's easier when you have less of a difference in like skill levels between your drivers. Like it's super difficult to get a setup that's good for drivers if you've got a big range of skills within the team. But the closer that is, the easier it is to set up a car for everyone. And I'm sure that's going to have been a problem for some teams out there. Some will be running safer setups to make sure that every driver is safe out on track. But for teams like the 101 car, and whoa, this is going to be a bit close there. A little bit of liberty at Eau Rouge at the top of Radion, but that's all good there. Crikey, that was a bit close as we go into the rear cam of Darth 700 car. That was this is pretty spicy out here.
Just a little bit. The speed was there. There was a lot of speed being carried up and over the top. So lucky that there wasn't any contact. We are starting to get pit stops coming through. Mitch Legg is in. I think his leg of the journey is going to be done for now. Pignata as well. Brad Cook's popped into the 600 McLaren on those dry tires as well. Paul Britt, I believe it is, also on dries. Yep, he was brought in a good while ago, actually. So he is getting those laps turned out. Yi Lin has picked up a drive-through. I guess we're not done yet. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, we weren't focusing on the car as
That's
the
true.
drive-through was gained, so we can't classify that as a commentary curse.
That's true. That's just one of those, like, you kind of just set the trap and you leave it and you just forget about it. You're like, oh, that's
Yeah.
right. I forgot I had that. Rashmat is out in the 816 or 818. Pardon me. And Lucas Bierce is coming into the pit lane right now. Is this wet to dry? Excuse me, I'd like to go and check. Yes, it is. So that'll be service. I don't know if someone's going to pop in or what the deal might end up being. We still have a pretty solid lineup overall. Track still greasy. 14 ambient, 14 on the track itself. 9 kilometers, so we're starting to get the wind picking up a little bit. You wonder how much is that aiding in the drying process.
It will definitely aid it a little bit. I mean, especially as the sun starts to come up, the track temperature will increase, and I think we'll probably see that probably around 6 a.m. or 6:30 a.m. Track time. It's 5:34 a.m. right now. The track temperature, 14 degrees, will probably start to jump up to 15, 16, 17 as we get towards 8 or 9 a.m. So expect that to help get rid of this rain. But yeah, the wind will start to slowly dry things out. Still got plenty of cars, of course, lapping out there, so that'll be moving a bit of the water away. The curbs will be dangerous, I think, for another hour out on track, but it is dry conditions out there for the most part. There's enough dry track for it to be safe, and that's kind of the point. But that wind direction is, for some parts of the track, a little bit concerning. So down to Lacombe, you're going to have a tailwind, and that is going to be a little bit scary for some of the drivers, especially considering the outside of Lacombe into the second part of that corner is going to be still pretty wet on the curbs. So we're taking a little look now as we come through Lacombe. You can see it's pretty well navigated there by Jean-Pierre Senefis. But yeah, if you get that wrong and your braking zone is slightly further along than it necessarily should be, that could create a few issues. But that wind direction is actually switching around a lot, so immediately, as is always with the weather. This is my real curse in commentary, is whenever I talk about the weather, I sound so convinced, so convincing, and then it does something completely different.
Well, I think the forecast has been doing that all night long
Yeah.
too. We caught the rain a couple of times through the commentary, and then the rain disappeared, and then it came back, and then it disappeared, and then eventually it does decide to come.
It's been a little bit weird, hasn't it? Because we had a couple of heart and throat moments when we essentially extended stints or did extra pit stops to get to the rain, and then suddenly the rain is looking like it's going to be there for about 5 minutes. Then it disappears, then it's back, and you're thinking, oh, well, I'm not sure if we've mucked this up or not. And you can only really tell once the rain hits, and it's something I've learned with bitter experience is usually it's best to try and run it as late as possible, because the weather will do something completely different up until it arrives.
Yep. It's that fun little bit of unpredictability that we all yearn for, but then when it happens to us, we're just like, why? Like, no, because I feel like a lot of people talk about like driving in the wet, and they want to have a race, like in the wet. They want to have you know, that little bit of extra excitement. But then some people, the second the rain comes down, they just throw their hands up and go, well, what's that all about, man? I didn't want this.
Yeah, that's right. We don't have any control over the weather at the end of the day. I mean, it's one of those it is what it is situations, really.
Wait, you mean we fired the shaman?
We did.
What? Why?
Well, it just cost too much.
You give him like a handful of beans and he's good to go. What do you mean he costs too much?
Well, my rain dance is free.
Oh, that's true. Alright, yeah, fair point.
And it seems to be fairly effective.
In this economy, you're right.
It looks like Vinny is very close down there in 25th as well on Davey.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a
Okay.
battle for position. They're just... There he is. Vinny. So this is the Corvax McBlue entry, one of the sister cars from Corvax Purple. This is getting around the back marker. That's not Newman, is it? It shouldn't be Newman. Oh, it is Newman. That was a battle for position? Yeah, so that was position for Davey and Vinny. So that's 2 places lost for the Lamborghini, and you can see these cars are mucked up, they're dirty, they got some bumps and scrapes on them. These guys have been throwing hands pretty much the whole time, but these guys have gotten away. You can see the gap already to Newman, just peering out over the top there of Vinny. But Ferrari versus McLaren coming through. Who on it? Looks as though the number 19 does have a little bit of a speed advantage here, heading into the braking zone over one of the many puddles. Still very present on track. We are on a fast circuit, but it doesn't matter. These guys are racing like it's optimum, and a gap has formed once again. So these guys sort of Constantina a little bit.
Definitely a bit of that, isn't there? I mean,
there is
good racing though.
Oh, it's incredible racing. They both do the same line, both running wide. Now, in the slipstream, side by
Is there a bit of
side.
track there?
Maybe a little bit of extra
be.
excursions, but around, I don't know how the stewards are going to look about that. And there's the touch from Davey, Vinny.
Oh my goodness.
That's close. That is so very much on the edge of what should be possible. It was probably a great save there. Maybe a little bit of a, hey mate, you passed me on the grass, give it back.
Oh, yeah. Well, Davey trying to tell Pete he'll teach him how to tango, because I tell you what, they've got their scruff marks, haven't they? They've been battling together here.
Oh, maybe
Over
not
yet.
all
I
over
mean, slightly bad exit there for Davey though. So just as I say, it's not over yet. There we go.
Hey,
I'm on form.
Another
So
one. There you go,
what's your
Stuart.
tally now? Are you up to 3 or 4? Have you done 3 or 4 strokes now?
You know, I haven't had enough sleep to count past
I think
2.
it's
So
3. I think it's 3.
In a
Hey,
space
you
of,
tied
what,
me.
40 minutes?
Yeah, just about. Welcome to my world. How's it feel?
Oh no, I mean I love it. You
Good
gotta love
answer.
it at the end of the day. Yeah.
It's the only acceptable answer is I love it.
Yeah, we don't just commentate on races. We're part of it. Literally.
Exactly. We dictate it. Just don't leak the
exactly.
script, okay? We had someone do that. Don't leak the script.
That's right.
Don't
We'll
pull
sign
that.
the NDAs.
Don't pull. What was it? Mercedes when they had someone go to a photocopy shop to print up all that Ferrari stuff.
Oh right, yes.
Yeah, don't do
Because they had that picture with all the documents. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Don't do that.
Oh my goodness. And Neil, have you had your fair share too, Neil, of curses out there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Yep,
I have.
yep.
I think when I first came to join Nick about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, I think I set it alight pretty quickly.
Oh yeah,
Excellent.
I don't remember the exact context, but yeah, he said it, and then I don't know, maybe a minute later it happens. It's like, huh, that was good. You're
Yeah.
already there, bud. I like it.
Beautiful.
Hey, you know what? I was proud of him. It's good when you just step right in and immediately make someone's day just slightly worse. You're like, all right, I have done everything I needed to do.
Exactly. We've got a few chatters waking up.
Good
Nick
morning,
and Neil.
chatters.
Chatters waking up. Buffu saying chat is asleep. No, I think they're waking up. Ferox is saying sleeping to George's sultry tones. No. 3020 Gaming asking if we had on and off rain all night.
No.
So I'm guessing we didn't really.
We had, it was
No.
when I got on at 8 in the morning Eastern. It was dry, and then we had that rain in the middle, and then obviously we're actually on optimum now. There's a couple puddles still around, but no, it rained for what, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, something like that, and then just left, and then we spent the last hour plus trying to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, then it was dry for most of the night, I think, until we had the rain just about an hour ago, roughly an hour, I think.
Something like that, yeah. I read Ferox's message, and I just saw a bag of licorice, and I was about to scold him for it, but then it says it's a bag of licorice for the most part, unfortunately. I'm like, I don't know what that means. I assume it's bad, because licorice is disgusting. Also, shout-outs to Kevin. No, I'm not having this conversation. Not having this conversation. Licorice is gross. Don't at me. I will fight you. Anyways, we gotta pick up with Bowen and Tui right now. This is battle for P26. Tui's trying to make up ground on Davey, because if he can reach Davey, that would be top spot in amateur class. But at the very least, I'm sure he'd be more than happy with a podium finish in that classification. But as I say that, Bowen decides to hit B for boost and is gone.
Yeah, but Bowen got Tui about 15-20 minutes ago, I think. I was keeping an eye on them, and so it looks like Tui, he was out to a gap of around about 3 or 4 seconds, so he's bridged that back now. So Tui's found some pace late in this stint, so we'll have to keep an eye on this, because we may just try and get that position back that he lost 20 minutes ago.
Well, and speaking of this car and this livery, the other car in the team, which is the Silver Class 676 car, is now 0.5 seconds behind P5, and this is the battle for Silver Class lead.
Hey.
Skylar Loverink, one of NA's best, going up against Ashley Johnston. I'm not certain about Johnston's record in AP. I'm going to assume it's pretty good, though, because we're running up in 5th position. But this would be bragging rights for silver, and also a top 5. So this is kind of a big moment for these two.
Certainly is. Yeah. So I'm obviously a little bit biased in this conversation because I'm running with the 70 team this time out, and we've had a moment or two with the 676 car earlier on in the race in lap 1, but I won't go over that. I'm not going to focus in on that at all. But yeah, Loverink has been super quick out on track. Ashley Johnson is a great driver. He's got a lot of pace on him. He has been driving all night, so he's probably pretty tired and keen to get out of the car. So to be involved in a battle now, I'm sure he'll be trying to switch on and get his best out there. But this is a great little battle evolving for the top 5 positions and Silver Class win. Oh, that's spicy. And Loverink looking quick again. Bit of damage at the front of that car though.
It's from a while ago. I think it was the graphical bug of it's fixed, but not really. And even at speed, I mean, Loverink is so close to Johnson. It's incredible the respect and the skill both of these drivers have to keep things clean as possible. Of course, I am going to support Loverink because America Raw, as he sends it down the inside, but overcooks it and is going to have to give that position back. Loverink testing the waters on what's going to be possible. Maybe that overshoot was actually good reconnaissance for later.
Yeah, it could well be, and I think that's the car that we saw when he came out of the pits in the wets, wasn't it? Nick, and we saw him hit that puddle, the Mercedes. So that's why that bonnet is like it is. I think that was from when he hit the wall, coming out of the pits and hitting that puddle.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, the resiliency of Loverink, not just here in this event, but even over in Sprint, he can have something happen to him and he just doesn't care. He's like, okay, I'll just get back out there. You can't stop me.
Yeah, I have to give it to them. They've been in the wars. Some of the earlier stints with some of the other drivers in the team were slightly checkered with some incidents, some spins, some yellow flag. It's not been like a super clean race from the 676 car overall, but as you said, they've just recovered. They've got their heads back down and gotten on with the job at hand, and you can't take anything away from that because, you know, one thing leads to another. We've talked about concertina effects. Well, penalties and incidents that can really get in a driver's head, and then it just starts to run away from you. So to be able to get back into the right headspace and keep the team ticking over, that's what endurance racing is about.
It sure is, and I can see that you've all gone out on the livery front there, George.
Yeah, so we have, and we do have a livery, but unfortunately that's not come through on the broadcast side for some reason.
Oh god,
it has been on the other streams. That is very close though, yep. Or around the outside, I think Lovering's got it now.
Yep, there it is, the boy picking up P5. That was incredible. That was an amazing move. I mean,
it was brave.
Oh, it absolutely was, but
yeah,
damn, does it pay off?
Yeah, I think hats off to Ashley as well. You know, he squeezed and tried to hold on to that position too, but gave racing room, which is exactly what you have to do in that situation. And yeah, Ashley's done a good job there defending for the last lap or so. We know that Lovering is a very quick man out on track, so keeping him behind for even a lap for us is going to be, you know, we'll take that as a win at the end of the day. You know, a little bit of a shame, of course, to see the Mercedes go past us again. But you know, it's still 6 hours, 18 minutes in this race, so we've still got an opportunity there. But no, it's a great little bit of racing from those two. Really respectful out on track, and of course, no touching of the cars, which is exactly what we want to see.
Yep, I don't share in the disappointing sentiment of being passed. Of course, I have to support my fellow countrymen. But I mean, it doesn't matter who Lovering is going to be battling. Always and forever will it be a joy to watch, and there's always just like something in there you're not expecting that Skylar just pulls out of the hat and throws it on track, and it catches everybody off because it's, you know, you're not expecting a move like that, but it ends up working. It's not, you know, oh, I'm going to just throw it down the inside from like 8 years back because I can, but it's just these little things, these little like, oh, I'll just take it like, you know, the corner like this, or oh, I'll get on the brake a little sooner, the gas a little bit later, and it actually ends up working out beautifully. So every time Skylar's out there, it's a joy to watch, and I love it.
Yeah, I mean, good racecraft at the end of the day. A lot of it comes down to not send it is not a part of good racecraft at the end of the day. There are occasionally opportunities to send it, but it's not actually part of the book, so to speak. Like, what we saw there from Skylar was, you know, hanging right on the rear bumper of Ashley for basically a full lap there, and eventually Ashley it was you know, the pressure started to build up a little bit, and eventually the car ahead does have to go defensive. When that happens, the outside line is there, and if you've got the grip to get round the outside, you know, it's either the car in front holds their line, you dive down the inside, and I said dive, not send it, bear in mind. Or they go defensive and you hang it around the outside, and if you can do that and, you know, you're faster out on track, then that's an overtake. That's good racecraft. So I think we did see an element of that happening there for sure.
Yep, it's something you always, regardless, it's always great to see. But you can look at the gap already.
It's his teammate. And he's been involved with Tui, I think.
There has been an incident between those two.
Let's see if we can...
Just to find out that what happened there.
Well, thankfully we can go far enough back. This is on board with Tui. So let's see what goes down here. It just drives right to the back of him.
Yeah. I hate to say it, but that one is on Tui. Yeah, once you've got a car that's gone deep into that corner defensively, obviously the defensive line into the bus stop does force the car on the inside line to go pretty deep into the corner. Once that happens, the car in front is going to brake, because if they don't, they're going to fly off the track. So unfortunately, Tui, they're just not quite seeing that was going to be happening and just running into the back of the 147.
Yeah, unfortunate for them, but you know, must move on, and you know, it's that wait and see what the stewards are going to deem on that. But I don't think it's going to look too good for them. unfortunately.
No, unfortunately not. Got
And we
Ravenous
just
Hard
got
last chat.
Dirty 20 Gaming saying that, yeah, Skylar has had an eventful race, as
Yeah.
we were talking about before, how he did come out. He was one of the early drivers to come out actually on that wet track on slicks as well, from memory. And was just unfortunate getting caught out with that little river stream at the Camel Straight as you come onto it. So, but anyway, he's moving on up through the field.
And
Yes,
we
good morning in chat to everyone.
just about to say that, taking the words right out of my mouth. Good morning to all of my APAC friends. How you doing? How was your sleep? Did you do good at sleeping? Who the hell's cracking open a monster?
That's me.
Someone's having something.
Is it
I
a
need
monster?
energy.
Or is it?
No,
is
it's
it something else?
I had Red Bulls last night when I had my big stint, so now I'm on the V Energy.
Ooh, look at you, man. I've never had
Yeah.
a V Energy, but I assume it's good.
It's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's, I don't really have a favorite. Anything that'll keep me awake, I'll happily drink. for the most part.
I just don't drink it unless I absolutely have to.
Well, yeah, I'm same position here. Yeah.
What's the there's an energy drink that has like 4 cups of coffee's worth of caffeine in it. What is that? C4? I think it's
goodness.
C4.
I
Something
don't know
like
if
that
that's
was on-
plenty there, but yeah, maybe it's the V-Power that's that George
Wait,
is on and he doesn't
is it
realise.
this one? Did I not realize?
the V8
If I get-
power.
Yeah, if I
V8
start
power.
getting, if I start getting really excitable in the next couple of hours, just I think we'll know. Crikey.
I tell you what, do you want to keep an eye here on Chris Cooley as well? We know he's a fast man and he's up in second position at the moment and absolutely gunning it in this Group B garage car. And he said there's a very nice livery in this McLaren as well.
Get a nice onboard. You can see his steering. You can see his gear shift timings. You can see his brake and throttle applications. I want to keep an eye on the throttle. How much does he lift through here?
Not at
He
all.
doesn't. Good on him. That is all within the lines. That is legal. He's good. You can hear the puddle's still there on the inside. So drivers, I mean, they're kicking the water away, which is good. That's going to help it out. But there's got to still be, you know, some form of caution through. There's Cooley. Beautiful save. Around the blue flag, almost again. Okay, buddy. Let's calm
And
down.
a tank slapper right in front of the car that he just passed.
Oh, God.
Hard in the mouth moment.
That was a disaster waiting to happen.
Just waiting for that commentator's curse just to kick in, and just didn't.
We're just dancing with it right now. We're just having some fun. Like we can easily grab it and throw it at whoever, but right now we're just like, you know, when you go to you play like dodgeball and you like fake to throw at somebody. We're just doing that. We're like, we gonna do it?
Yeah.
We gonna throw it? I don't know. But Cooley,
Yeah.
I mean, Cooley, that was like one of those moments. He just dealt with it, you know, perfectly. Went from there, no problem. But we don't have Chris Withers
Oh,
dealing with it.
217.
No.
Yep, what happened here?
Oh,
Another
there's the bump.
victim.
Oh,
Oh, no.
Oh,
Oh no.
no,
I'm
keeps it off the wall. That's wow. That was
oh wow.
that's oh wow.
The man has gone to both sides of the track at Eau Rouge and not really hit a barrier that hard. That's
Oh.
actually quite impressive.
You know what's funny about that? The when he was going on the right side, the angle of his car lined up with like that little bit of the barrier. It was angled the same way, and then when he spun around, he parked next to the barrier at its angle. So that's impressive,
Yeah, that's right.
albeit
Oh.
Got all
unintentional.
the angles right. Yeah, got all the angles right, bar one.
Right, exactly. But you know what? I'm sure he's more than happy to walk away with no damage on the car.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my goodness. Well, I was going to say as well before about Chris Cooley that he's a man on the limit of what is possible in any car that he gets his hands on. He's so quick. He's always out there, always on it, and I was gonna, be complimenting his car control as well, but he's developed his car control, I think, as a result of how on the limit he always is with the cars. I mean, I think if I'm putting myself in the car there, had I had a tank slapper moment like that, I would have been going and having a cup of tea with Barry R. Absolutely. Like, I just do not have the car control to either be on the limit there or to bring it back from the limit in the way that he does. And this is the Chris Cooley list of talent. It's all in there, and that's demonstrating that out on track now, and very impressive.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he picks the moments to shine, doesn't he? When he gets on the camera.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Some people know when they're on the camera, they get that hot feeling behind the ear. They know that they're being talked about, and they start to perform.
Yeah, we've got that's 30. That's Bushel. Yep. Platinum 30s. Oh, that's nice. I like when people flash the blinkers. It's just so. That's what I do when I have to get around someone that's blue flagged. I always flash the blinkers to be like, thank you, because I can't like raise my hand and wave, unfortunately. That's always nice. If you don't do that, start doing it. All right, it makes you seem like a better person, and it's also just it's nice, and I like it because it makes me feel happy.
Agreed. And there's a few ways to do it. Obviously, you can do probably the more normal way. Depends if you've got a car in front. Flash the lights. Don't flash them, if there's another car in front of you. Otherwise, you might give away a misinterpreted signal. I think often the indicators, just sticking on the left and right indicators for a moment or two, does help. That's sort of the road equivalent of a thank you.
Absolutely. It's just proper driving etiquette.
Yeah, exactly. I like that there's some good karma being built out there by a lot of the drivers, and I have to, again, say that a lot of the back markers who have had a lot of blue flags this race, a lot of them have done really, really well overall. And we've definitely been seeing a bit of good karma being built up from that, I think.
Absolutely. Well,
Yeah, it's nice.
oh yeah, Neil, I was going to ask you, what do you feel? Do you think you're in the same boat?
Mate, I'm the one that's lifting off as a blue flag man, so
Okay.
I'm happy to. And the thing that I like about doing it, honestly, is the amount of information I get from the faster driver. You let them through, you follow their lines afterwards, and you pick up a little bit, as well. So as a developing driver, it's a good skill to have, and just to let them through nicely. They're going to look after you, and and they're happy for you just to follow them and follow their lines and gain that little bit extra experience by following the faster cars. But I tell you what, I'm not one that would be flashing me blinkers and that too much, because I'm one of those guys that if I start pressing too many buttons, I will have a long cup of coffee with Wall as well, with Armco, or what's his name again?
The whole family, but
The whole family.
The whole family. Unfortunately, I've got to get out of here. My time here in the booth is up, and welcoming in Mr. Glenn Germain.
Oh, good morning.
Hello.
Sir.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, that's a good start, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
What have I
Thanks
missed?
again, Nick. It's been a very good time calling alongside you. And we've had a lot of laughs along the way, so thanks for all your efforts, buddy.
You too, man. Good to see
Now-
you.
Now we're going to
very
do
much,
this
Nick.
little tiptoe dance there, Nick, where we
Yep.
tiptoe around each other and we'll be going to part 4 of our coverage of the 24-hour, which will be hopefully the last section.
It should
And it should be, unless the guys want to keep going, of course. They might want to do another victory
A
lap.
3-hour safety car out there.
Yeah.
The race.
Yeah, why not?
be. All right.
So Nick, thank you for everything you've done.
Absolutely.
Great of you to jump in and help us through these midnight hours.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's 2 in the afternoon, but okay.
So, if you want to end the stream,
Yep.
at your end, and I shall start it at mine.
All right. Make sure you guys are ready already on part 4. We'll be back